you are currently developing constitutes a harm to research interests you have formally registered with the guild. She wrote back, that statement is accurate. Filing it now. Fei Rong, when Wei Muchen mentioned the panel situation, filed a statement from the Alchemist League within 12 hours. The Pillar Archives technique records had been partially published in the guild's research registry and had already produced applications that the League considered critical to advancing pharmaceutical practice. The destruction of additional archive content constituted ongoing harm to those applications. Old Jiang filed a statement noting that his family's botanical stasis collection had been materially reassessed in value as a result of the Pillar Archives documentation, and that the investigation's findings had direct relevance to his family's legal standing in the artifact market. 14 other statements arrived over the following week. The adjudication panel, receiving this volume of external advocacy for the investigation's significance, held 3 additional sessions before producing its finding. The finding was delivered 8 days after the panel convened. Zhong Wui's apothecary sovereign sect was found guilty of unauthorized destruction of registered cultural artifacts at the Graymere Heights site. The certification was suspended for 18 months pending compliance review. The extraction operation was ordered to cease permanently. The Graymere Heights site was transferred to the Guild's Cultural Preservation Registry under the Garden Hearth School's institutional stewardship, the first piece of territory formally assigned to the school. Wei Muchen received this news at the Ashbel Peak's northwest boundary, where he was completing the high-density cultivar colony's final expansion to 42 specimens. He wrote in his register, 42 plants. Rohua's extension deadline met. Investigation complete. Graymere Heights under school stewardship. Tan Bolan's Springs collateral to be returned. He pressed his palms against the soil and felt the continental network, the Heights seeding, the Delta's preservation, the cultivar colony, all the nodes. Then he sent the cultivar status report to Rohua with the full documentation. 42 plants, complete soil community, mycorrhizal network established, estimated first viable harvest in 14 weeks. She wrote back in 2 days, Springs collateral reversed. The Ashbel Peak's water allocation is returned to Thornwall Sect Registry as of today. He forwarded this to Tan Bolan. Tan Bolan wrote back, thank you. Wei Muchen did not respond to this, because what he wanted to say was complicated and the message did not require a complicated response. He went to find Su Dao. Chapter 79. How winning feels. Su Dao was at the North Cave. He spent an increasing amount of time there, not practicing exactly, more like sitting with the signal stone in the way Wei Muchen sat with the ironwood tree's root, letting the contact become familiar without forcing it into specific reception. The signal stone's transmissions had been consistent and directional over the weeks. Not urgency, not information, but the quality he described as invitation with patience. Come when you're ready. Not yet, but soon. Wei Muchen found him sitting at the cave entrance with his back against the stone and his palms flat on the ground, the specific posture of someone who was receiving at the edge of their comfortable range. He sat beside him. The investigation finding, Su Dao said without opening his eyes. Yes. Zhong Wui's operation stopped. Yes. The Graymere Heights under school stewardship. Yes. Wei Muchen pressed his own palms flat. The Brackwell Delta preservation is secured. The cultivar colony is complete. The Springs collateral is returned. The investigation is closed. He paused. It doesn't feel like the stories say it should. Su Dao opened his eyes. What does it feel like, he said. Like the next problem on the list. He pressed his palms harder. Which is the primordial garden, and the Garden Hearth School curriculum, and the Eastern Zone's recovery, and the Shun Yuli situation. Su Dao looked at him. The Shun Yuli situation, he said, is personal and not relevant to the current context. Su Dao was quiet for a moment with the expression of someone who disagrees, but has correctly assessed the value of pushing the point. The school, he said. I announced it. I registered it. It has resources from the Alchemist League, territory from the Graymere Heights assignment, and a curriculum that exists in the Pillar records but has not been developed into actual curriculum materials. He paused. It has 2 practitioners currently, me and you, and Elder Mossgrasp. Elder Mossgrasp is effectively part of the Brackwell Delta's preservation structure. He's the school's origin, but not its faculty. He pressed his palms flat. The curriculum development is the work that needs to happen before the school can actually produce students. That work requires someone who can translate the Pillar records' condensed technical language into something teachable. Shinyuli is good at that. Yes. He did not elaborate on this. 11 months is a long time, Su Dao said. No, it isn't. He stood. Su Dao? The signal stone. Su Dao pressed his palms against the ground. It's clearer than last week, he said. Yes. The continental seeding propagated through the Ashbel Peaks network. The signal stone is connected to the same network. When the network's conductivity improves, the stone's signal clarity improves. He looked at the cave entrance. I need to go in there with you. Today, Su Dao stood. They entered the cave. The North Cave's interior was the cave Wei Muchen had been in before, during the Ashbel Peaks period. The fossil-rich chamber that connected to the fossil record he had been unable to fully decode before reaching forest sovereign rank. The signal stone was in the cave's back wall, a specific section of granite that was visually indistinguishable from the surrounding rock, but that transmitted with the clear, directional quality of a designed artifact. He pressed both palms against it. At Ancient Roots Rank's full expression, the signal stone's record arrived in complete layers rather than the fragments he had received at Forest Sovereign Threshold. The stone contained a record of everyone who had touched it, going back to its creation. Their names, their ranks, their contribution to the Garden Hearth's work. The stone was a registry, but more than a registry, it was a resonance record, each name encoded with the specific quality of that practitioner's touch. He found Su Dao's name, not as a prediction this time, as a present entry. The signal stone had recognized Su Dao during his extended sessions here and had encoded his resonance signature in its active registry. His name was in the record beside Wei Muchen's, beside Elder Mossgrasp's much older entry, beside 12 other names going back 2,000 years. He came out of the session and said, "You're in the registry." Su Dao pressed his own palms against the stone. He stayed for 10 minutes. When he came out, his expression was the wide one again. I felt them, he said. The others. Their quality. The way their resonance felt. Yes. They were all different. Yes. None of them felt the way I expected. He pressed his palms together. I expected them to feel, like me, Wei Muchen said. Yes. The resonance ability expresses differently in every practitioner. It's not a single thing. It's a relationship between the ability and the specific person who has it. He pressed his palms flat against the cave floor. Your version will be different from mine. That's not a limitation. That's the point. Su Dao sat with this for a moment. The signal stone, he said. It's been waiting for me specifically. It was waiting for whoever had the correct orientation and came to this site. That person turned out to be you. He paused. The Garden Hearth's design was not that there was one specific person for each site. It was that the sites would call the people who were ready, and those people would come. I came because you brought me. You came because you needed to. I brought you because I recognized what you were. He stood. Both things are true simultaneously. They left the cave. The Ashbel Peaks signal transmitted around them, old and patient, the fossil record deep below, the mycorrhizal network running under everything. He looked northeast. Tomorrow, he said, we start preparing for the northeast journey. Su Dao looked northeast. The primordial garden, he said. Yes. The continental network called from that direction with the clarity that Ancient Roots Rank's full expression produced. Vast, patient, ancient, deliberately aimed. He pressed his palms flat against the ground one final time and received the network's full signal. The delta, the heights, the graywood waiting, the cultivar colony, all the reconstruction nodes, all the connected threads, all pointing northeast. He began planning. Chapter 80. The ceramic shard's last message. He had carried the ceramic shards for 2 years. Both pieces, his original fragment from the Verdant Hollow sect, the larger fragment from the dying elder herbalist, had been in his jacket's inner pocket through every resonance session, every cave, every forest, every court proceeding. He had pressed them against his palms more times than he could count, receiving the ancient signal that had grown stronger at each advancement. On the morning before his departure northeast, he took both pieces out. The Graymere Heights ecosystem seeding had completed its first major phase overnight. He had felt it through the continental network's early morning signal, the blueprint propagating into the Heights mycorrhizal threads at a depth that marked the seeding's transition from initiation to active expansion. A milestone. He sat in the Ashbel Peaks guest compound garden with both ceramic pieces in his hands, the morning light hitting the pale blue glaze of the older piece and the slightly different glaze of the newer piece, the two fragments sitting together in his palm. He received. The signal had always been the same quality, vast, ancient, alive in a way that plant signals were alive, but different from individual plant signals in the way an ocean is different from a river. Present, patient, too large to receive fully at any previous rank. At Ancient Roots rank, full expression, after 2 years of advancing toward this moment, he received it fully for the first time. The ceramic shards were from the primordial garden's boundary stone, not a marker or a symbol, an actual piece of the garden's physical boundary, the formation array that maintained the garden's separation from the surrounding continental ecosystem. The shards carried the garden's signal because they were, literally, part of the garden structure. The boundary stone had been shattered intentionally, 2,000 years ago, by the garden hearth's last senior cultivator, who had sent the fragments outward through the guidance system, one piece to each cultivation site, encoded to call resonance practitioners toward the garden when the time was right. The shards were not just signals. They were keys. He pressed both pieces together, aligning the fragment edges. The two pieces fit. Not perfectly. Two of the several original fragments, reunited after 2 years. But they fit, and when they fit, the signal amplified to a level that he was ready for and that he would not have been ready for a year ago. A full transmission from the primordial garden, arriving through the joined ceramic pieces, received at ancient roots rank. The message was not in words. It was in the full botanical encoding he had been learning to read for 2 years, received through the joined shards' amplified signal, translated through his own biological reception at its fullest current capacity. The translation took 6 hours. He sat in the garden for 6 hours with both ceramic pieces between his palms and received. What arrived was not instruction, not urgency. It was more like orientation. A complete picture of what the primordial garden was and what it needed and why it was calling him and what the reconstruction work he had been doing. The lotus field, the Greywood, the Ashbel Peaks, the Brackwell Delta, the Graymere Heights, had been building toward from the beginning. He came out of the session at midday. Su Dao was sitting across the garden, cross-legged, palms flat on the ground, receiving what he could through the compound's root network. He had been there for most of the 6 hours. What was it, he said. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. The shard session had cost him 2 years of aging compressed by the signal intensity, his hands now appearing to be in their 90s, the joints stiff enough that he had to move them carefully for the first hour after each session. He pressed the two pieces together in his palm and held them. Then he placed them carefully in the inner pocket of his jacket. The garden, he said. I understand what it is now. Su Dao waited. It's not a place, he said. It's a state. The continental ecosystem in its pre-extraction era form. The complete network, all the species, all the mycorrhizal connections, all the atmospheric relationships. The primordial garden is what the world was before cultivation became extraction. He pressed his palms flat against the compound soil. There is a physical location called the primordial garden. But what I've been building toward, the reconstruction nodes, the ecosystem seeding, all of it, is the garden reconstituting itself through the living network. Su Dao was quiet for a long moment. So the garden is already here, he said. In pieces. In the reconstruction work. In every site we've established. He looked northeast. The physical location is the center. The source of the blueprint. The place where the network is most intact, where the original ecosystem has been maintaining itself without human intervention since the beginning. He pressed his palms flat. That's where we're going. Su Dao looked northeast. The continental network called from that direction, clear and present, carrying the vast patient signal of something that had been waiting for exactly as long as it needed to wait. Wei Muchen stood. He looked at the Ashbel Peaks around him, the cave fossil record below, the northeast slopes cultivar colony, the signal stone in the north cave with their names encoded in its 2,000-year registry, the mycorrhizal network running under all of it. He had done the work. The nodes were established. The blueprint was propagating. It was time to go home. The ceramic shards rested in his jacket pocket, warm from the session, transmitting faintly toward the northeast. The continental network ran under his feet as he walked to find Su Dao and begin the preparations. They would leave in 3 days. Northeast. Chapter 81. The leaf that grew from fragments the ceramic shards shattered on the second morning. He had not planned to carry them on the journey. He intended to pack them carefully in lien feather stasis cloth and bring them north intact. But when he reached into his jacket pocket before dawn to check that they were secured, he felt the change. Both pieces were warm in a way they had never been warm. And when he pressed them between his palms, the signal that came through was not the vast, patient transmission of the night before, but something quieter, finalized, a long breath released. He turned them over in his hands in the pre-dawn dark and watched the crack form, not from force but from within, spreading along the glaze from some internal point. And then both pieces came apart at once into 7 smaller fragments, all of them still warm, the blue glaze now faintly luminescent in the darkness. He placed all 7 fragments on the ground. From the largest fragment, in the space between one breath and the next, a single leaf unfolded. Not a seedling, not a sprout. One leaf, fully formed, the size of his palm, with a deep green that carried its own faint inner light. The leaf's surface covered in a pattern of veins so dense and precise they looked designed rather than grown. He had never seen anything like it in the botanical record, in Zhao Wuqing's notes, in the stone pillar records, in the Hartroots transmissions. Whatever species this was, it had not existed within his knowledge. He pressed the back of 2 fingers against its surface, He never touched an unknown plant fully with his palm until he understood its baseline and received a signal that was neither urgency nor need, but something more deliberate, more structured. Direction. Clear, precise, specific direction. Not toward a compass point, but toward a three-dimensional location, including elevation. He felt it as surely as he would feel a hand on his arm. Asterisk here. Ascend. Then here. Asterisk. Su Dao came out of the guest house door behind him and saw him crouched over the fragments in the early light. The shards, Su Dao said. They finished. He lifted the leaf with both hands. They grew this. Su Dao crouched beside him and studied the leaf without touching it. He had learned, watching Wei Muchen work, not to touch unknown specimens without instruction. What does it say? Direction. Better than any map I've seen. He pressed his palm fully against the leaf and received the complete transmission. It took less than a minute. The signal so clean that he did not have to work for it. It arrived. The plant had been designed to transmit to him specifically, calibrated to his resonance pattern from the 2 years of contact with the shards. The plateau is 8 days north-northeast at normal travel pace. But he stopped. But what? There's urgency underneath the direction. The leaf is not panicked, but it's not calm either. He held it up in the early light. Something at the destination needs attention before we arrive. He pressed the leaf again, more carefully, parsing the urgency the way he had learned to parse the difference between a plant's immediate distress and its background chronic condition. Not an emergency, but not slow either. The garden is being pressured. He stood. He placed the leaf in a small clay pot from the guest house garden, pressing the stem into soil. The leaf continued to transmit steadily. We leave today, he said. Not 3 days. Su Dao looked at the packed supply crates waiting inside the guest house door, at the arrangements still unfinished, at the student roster he had been reviewing the previous night. Today, he said, in the flat tone that meant he was doing arithmetic. I know. He handed Su Dao the pot with the leaf. Take this. Don't let it touch direct sunlight until we're above the cloud line. It's calibrated for high-altitude diffuse light. I'll find Lien Feather and Tan Bolin. He was already moving. It took the morning. Tan Bolin's disciples were briefed in the time it took Wei Muchen to explain, once, precisely, what the leaf had transmitted and what he understood the urgency to mean. Tan Bolin himself, arriving late to the briefing from his morning practice, listened with his arms crossed, and then said, I'm not hiking 8 days northeast because a leaf told you so. You're not hiking, Wei Muchen said. Your disciples are. You're staying to manage the Graymere Heights ecosystem seeding arrays while we're gone. The foundation arrays need monitoring every 3 days. Tan Bolin's arms uncrossed. That's not the same thing. No, Wei Muchen agreed. It's more important. They left by midday. The route northeast was not a road. It was navigated through the Continental Route Network's guidance, the same way Wei Muchen had always navigated unmarked terrain. The network signal was cleaner than he had ever felt it. The ecosystem seeding he had completed at the heights, and the delta now operating as amplification nodes that made the route transmission sharper than his unaided reception alone would have produced. He walked and received simultaneously, the network carrying information about the terrain ahead, about the species distribution, about the elevation profile, all of it building in his perception like reading a map with his hands. On the third day, the network began carrying something else, distress signals from species he had never interacted with directly. Not urgency from individual plants, but from an ecosystem in coordinated alarm. The quality of transmission that a forest produces when something systematic is moving through it, taking rather than passing. He pressed both palms to a birch tree at the edge of a ridge and read the signal fully. Scouts. Rohua scouts. 3 days northeast, moving toward the same elevation he was climbing toward. Not harvesting, surveying. Measuring absorption potential, cataloging species density, marking approach routes. The plants they touched did not die, but they did not forget the quality of the touch. He held the birch's bark for another 30 seconds. The tree wanted nothing from him. It was simply transmitting what it had witnessed through the network. He thanked it in the way he thanked plants, pressing a brief, calming resonance back into the bark, and stood. Rohua found it, he told Su Dao. How long? Her scouts are 3 days ahead of us. She knows where it is. He looked northeast at the ridgeline. She may already be at the plateau's base. Su Dao held the clay pot with the leaf. The leaf had been transmitting its directional signal continuously for 3 days without rest, without wilting, without any sign of depletion. He watched Wei Muchen look northeast with the expression he had learned to read as calculation rather than worry. Can we go faster? Su Dao said. Yes. He was already adjusting the pack. We'll need to. Chapter 82. What the plateau knows. They reached the cloud line on the 6th day, 2 days earlier than the leaf had projected at normal travel pace. The clouds were real, not atmospheric haze but a defined layer that sat at a precise elevation, as clean-edged as a wall. He had seen formations that maintained artificial weather boundaries. This one was natural, maintained by the plateau's specific atmospheric conditions, the altitude creating a temperature differential that locked moisture at a consistent height. Below the cloud line, visibility was normal. At the cloud line's edge, his breath clouded in front of him and his fingertips went numb at the tips. The leaf pulsed in Su Dao's pot with a quality that was not urgency, but recognition. Asterisk yes. Here. Continue. Asterisk above the clouds, the world changed. He had been prepared, intellectually, for the description the ceramic shards had transmitted. A plateau where plants grew without soil, suspended from atmospheric moisture, species that had been maintaining themselves for millennia. He had processed this information and formed mental images. Those mental images were inadequate. The plateau extended for several miles in every direction, its surface not bare rock, but covered in a dense living layer of suspended growth. Plants rooted in atmospheric water, their root systems visible and trailing in the clear, cold air, each one transmitting at a bandwidth that made the continental network below seem like an echo. The air had a smell he had no category for. Not green, not clean exactly, but original, as if the pollution of the cultivation era had never touched it, and he was breathing something that the world had last produced before human hands had redirected its chemistry. He stood at the plateau's edge for 4 seconds. His hands were pressing against nothing. He dropped to his knees and pressed both palms to the plateau's surface rock, not soil, just stone, and received the most complete single-source transmission he had ever processed. The entire primordial garden, its history, its structure, its current state, its awareness of his presence, all of it arriving simultaneously at ancient roots rank's maximum reception. The garden knew he was here. It had known for days, tracking his ascent through the continental network. It had been waiting with something that was not patience exactly. Patience implies enduring time. This was more like the certainty of a thing that knows the outcome and is watching the process complete. The garden was not alone. 2 things were happening at once. First, the garden's own consciousness, the coordinated intelligence of the autonomous plant network that had been maintaining itself here for 10 millennia, recognized him with a clarity that had no precedent in his experience of plant communication. Not urgency, not a need being transmitted. Something more like acknowledgement, the way a person you have never met looks at you and says, "I know who you are." Second, from the plateau's western approach, below the cloud line, not yet visible, the garden's outer network was transmitting alarm. Not panic, coordinated alarm, the careful signal of a system that has been managing a threat for weeks and is reporting the status to a newly arrived resource. Rohua's forces were at the plateau's base. They had arrived first. He came out of the resonance session and stood. The cold was real. His fingers had lost feeling past the knuckle, and he pressed them together carefully. "The garden knows us," he said. "It's been watching since we started climbing." Su Dao was looking at the plant life around them with an expression he had never worn at any other site. "I can feel them," he said. "Without resonance. Just ambient." He touched the air in front of a trailing root system. "Like warmth. Like temperature. The signal density here is high enough to be perceptible without training." He watched Su Dao's face. "What does it feel like?" "Crowded," Su Dao said. "But not in a bad way." He pressed his palm against the root. "Like standing in a room full of people who are all in conversation and none of them are arguing." Wei Muchen pressed his palm to the plateau stone again and asked a specific question, not aloud, but in the way he had always asked plants, through the quality of the resonance he sent rather than words. "What do you need from me right now?" The answer arrived in 2 parts, sequential, careful. Asterisk see what is coming. Then decide what to do about it. Asterisk he turned west and looked toward the edge of the plateau, where the cloud line below obscured the approach. He could feel the contingence of Rohua's forces through the continental network's outer signals. Too many to count precisely, too organized to be scouts. "Lian Feather," he said. She was behind him, having not spoken since they emerged above the cloud line, which was unusual for her. He turned. She was pressing her palm against the plateau stone, her eyes closed, her collector's expression replaced by something quieter. "Lian Feather." She opened her eyes. "Everything I've ever put in a stasis jar was asking for this," she said. "I didn't know." She stood. "Sorry. What do you need?" "Count Rohua's signal density below. You've seen her forces move before. Estimate the number from what you can observe." She pulled her sight glass from her pack and moved toward the western edge. He pressed both palms flat against the plateau stone and let the garden speak fully, receiving without filtering, taking the full weight of the transmission. feeling the cold of the stone through his numb hands and the vast, deliberate intelligence of 10,000 years of uninterrupted botanical life arriving through his palms. He needed to understand the garden's defensive capacity before he could plan anything. What he found was not reassuring. The garden could grow fast. It could transmit the broadcast plant effect he had not yet experienced in practice. It could seal its own approaches with root formations that moved like water around interference. But it could not fight a coordinated force of life force absorbers at scale. Absorption was precisely what its root networks could not defend against. They had been designed for a world that did not do what Rohua's cultivators did. Feather came back. 300, she said. Minimum. She brought an army. He stayed on his knees with both palms against the stone. Su Dao set the clay pot with the leaf carefully on the plateau's surface and moved to stand beside Wei Muchen. What are you thinking, he said. That I should have moved faster, Wei Muchen said. And that moving faster would not have been enough. Chapter 83. Before the army climbs the garden had been fighting Rohua's scouts for 3 weeks. He understood this fully now, receiving the plateau's transmission history. Each contact logged in the root network's chemical memory. Each scout's approach mapped by root system vibration. Each attempted penetration repelled by formations Wei Muchen could now see in the plateau's structure. Vine walls that had closed across approach paths. Root ridges that had tripped climbers. Atmospheric moisture patterns that the garden could direct to create localized disorientation fog. It had worked for 3 weeks. It would not work against an organized army of 300. He came out of the full transmission session and found his hands had stiffened from the cold and the session's duration. He had been palmed down on the plateau stone for nearly an hour. He pressed his hands together carefully and stood. The garden called me because it cannot fight her at scale, he said. He was talking partly to Su Dao and partly to himself, the cascade dependency mapping process that happened when he spoke aloud. It can slow individuals. It cannot absorb organized absorption at that density. Each absorber is manageable. 300 operating in concert is not. Su Dao was watching the western edge of the plateau. Feather had her sight glass trained on the cloud line below. They're starting to climb, Feather said. She's with them. I can see her insignia flag. He looked at the western edge and felt the continental network's signal shift, the alarm quality changing from monitoring to active response. The plateau's own formations beginning to activate in ways that would slow but not stop the ascent. He calculated the time. 300 cultivators ascending steep terrain through growing vine interference. Perhaps 4 hours to the plateau surface. 4 hours was enough time to do one of two things: prepare a defense or send for help. He could not do both equally. I need to contact every person who owes me a debt simultaneously, he said. He knelt again, pressing both palms to the plateau stone, but this time not to receive, to transmit. At ancient roots rank, his ecosystem seeding could imprint blueprints across large areas, but he had not yet attempted to use the continental network as a communication channel over true distance. The garden's network was stronger than anything he had worked with. If there was a location where such an attempt would succeed, it was here. He sent his resonance outward through the plateau's root systems, down into the continental network below, along the paths he had traveled and worked and seeded, toward the Gramier Heights, toward the Brackwell Delta, toward the Thornwall Sex post at the Ashbell Peaks, toward the guild headquarters where Xin Yuli had been reassigned months ago. What arrived at each location was not a message in words. It was an impression, specifically calibrated, urgency, direction, and the quality of the plateau's signal that anyone who had worked with Wei Muchen would recognize as unmistakably his. He came out of the transmission and his hands were shaking from the cold and the effort. The session cost him. He could feel it in the quality of his joints. Not pain exactly, but the stiffness of accelerated time, his hands tightening in ways that were familiar and that he was learning to accept rather than dread. Done, he said. Will they receive it? Su Dao said. 10 Bolan's disciples are training at a cultivation site I seeded. They'll feel the continental signal directly. He pressed his hands together until the shaking slowed. Xin Yuli, he stopped. He did not know if the transmission would reach guild headquarters. The distance was greater than anything he had attempted, and the urban environment's cultivation interference was substantial. He did not know if she would receive it clearly enough to act on. She'll come, Su Dao said. Wei Muchen looked at him. I know, Su Dao said. I don't have evidence. But she'll come. He paused. You know she will too. He did not argue. He turned to the garden's network and began the work that could not wait for the army to arrive. Ecosystem seeding, laid across every approach route to the plateau, designed not to stop Rohua's forces, but to slow them, to make each 100 meters of ascent cost them more than the last. Not vines blocking paths, something more systemic. He seeded root networks that would grow into the rock itself, finding every crack and fissure in the approach routes and expanding them. Unstable but survivable, terrain that required careful individual navigation and prevented the tight formation movement that 300 coordinated absorbers needed to operate at full capacity. He was 30 meters into the first seeding run when he felt the garden's distress signal shift and tightened in quality. He stopped walking. Below the cloud line, at the base of the plateau's northeastern slope, the far side, opposite Rohua's western approach, the plateau's outer network was transmitting something different from the organized alarm of the western front. This was individual distress. One location, a plant species he did not know but whose signal he could classify by type. Ancient, unique, the specific quality of a specimen that exists nowhere else. His hands were already pressing against the plateau stone. The species was on the northeastern slope, directly in the path of what appeared to be a separate, smaller group of Rohua's forces, perhaps 40 cultivators who had been sent on a flanking route while the main army drew attention at the western approach. They had not found the plateau's surface yet, but they had found the species on the slope, and the quality of the contact the plant was transmitting was the particular quality of being examined for absorption potential. He had 4 hours before the main army reached the plateau. The flanking group would reach the northeastern slope in 40 minutes. He stood. Su Dao read his face. "No," he said immediately. "The flanking group has 40 cultivators, and you have." Su Dao gestured at Wei Muchen, shaking hands. "Your hands are already stiff from 2 sessions, and the Western Army is more important." He knew Su Dao was right. He understood, in the clean analytical way he always understood risk gradients, that the individual specimen on the northeastern slope was one plant and the Western Army represented a threat to thousands. The strategic logic was not complicated. His hands were already turned toward the northeastern approach. "I'll be fast," he said. Su Dao made a sound that was not quite a word. He moved northeast at a pace that was not quite running, pressing his palms to the plateau stone every 20 meters to receive updated signal from the specimen on the slope, navigating toward the transmission like a rope held in his hands. Lien Feather, who had been watching this exchange, followed without being asked. She had learned that following Wei Muchen when he made strategically questionable decisions was more productive than arguing. The specimen was 45 minutes from being absorbed by Rohua's flanking group. He had 43 minutes. Chapter 84, The Continental Scale. The northeastern slope was steeper than the western approach, the rock face exposed in long vertical sheets rather than gradual incline. The specimen he had felt transmitting was not on the slope itself, but in a crack system partway down, a crevice wide enough for root penetration, filled with the accumulated millennia of moisture and mineral material that the plateau's atmospheric system deposited into every available space. He found the crack with 12 minutes before he estimated the flanking group would arrive. He pressed his palm against the rock above it. The species was not catalogued. He received its signal fully and found nothing in his 2,000-year reconstruction of the botanical record that matched its specific transmission pattern. This was not an extinct species being maintained by the garden. This was a species that existed only here, nowhere else, because the atmospheric conditions of this plateau were its only viable habitat. It had been alive at this altitude for longer than the garden hearth civilization had existed. 45 meters below, he could hear the flanking group's movement through vibration in the rock face. He pressed both palms to the cracked stone and did the only thing the situation allowed. He reached through the continental network at ancient roots rank, found the ecosystem seeding capacity he had been developing for months, and instead of seeding across area, he concentrated it into a single point. This crack, this specimen, this precise microhabitat. He created a protective formation around the crevice using the plateau's own root network as the structural support, weaving the formation into the existing geology so that it would not read as a cultivator's work but as the stone's natural resistance. The formation would not hide the plant from a skilled sensor, but it would make absorption difficult. The formation would redirect incoming draining energy around the specimen rather than allowing straight extraction. Enough interference that the flanking group, on a schedule with a larger objective, might move past rather than stop to work around the resistance. He held the formation for 3 minutes until it was stable, then stood. His hands had aged in the session. He could tell without looking. The quality of stiffness was different from session cold, more fundamental, the specific resistance that had been building since Chapter 5 and accelerating since the stone pillar decoding in the heights. He curled his fingers, and they moved, which was what he needed them to do, and he turned back toward the plateau's surface. Lien Feather was watching the lower slope. "They're changing course," she said. "The flanking group. They hit something, and they're going around." The formation had held. He let out a breath. "Come on," he said. "We have perhaps 3 hours." They moved back to the plateau's surface faster than they had come down. The garden's main network met him at the edge with a transmission quality he had not encountered before, something that took him a moment to categorize. Not urgency, not alarm, something that operated at a higher register. He pressed his palms to the plateau stone and received it fully, and what arrived was the garden's recognition that he had left a strategic position to protect a single specimen, and that it considered this. He had no better word for the garden's transmitted evaluation characteristic. He pressed back a response that was not quite embarrassment. The garden transmitted what he interpreted as the botanical equivalent of not disputing the characterization. He stood and looked west, where the cloud line below obscured the main army's ascent, and felt the continental network in its full extent. The Graymere Heights with Tan Bolin's disciples managing the arrays, the Brackwell Delta with Elder Mossgrasp's root network running under the swamp, the Ashbell Peaks fungal library, the Greywood regrowing, the cultivar colony. All the connected nodes he had established across 3 years of reconstruction work, all of them now visible simultaneously at Ancient Roots Rank's continental scale, all of them operational, all of them connected through the network he had been building without fully understanding that it was a network. He had never tried what he was considering. Ecosystem seeding at area scale required a location he was physically present at. He had seeded across miles, but never across continental distances. At Ancient Roots Rank, with the Primordial Gardens network as amplification, with every node he had personally seeded operating as a relay, he pressed both palms to the plateau stone and reached. The continental ecosystem seeding attempt was not like his previous sessions. It was not a question of volume, more power, broader area. It was a question of architecture, treating every node in the continental network as a seeding point simultaneously, imprinting defensive botanical growth blueprints at each location that would then propagate toward the plateau along every approach route, creating a living obstacle that grew and adapted faster than any clearing team could work. He held the attempt for 4 seconds before it began to slip. At 5 seconds, he understood what was failing. He was trying to coordinate too many simultaneous imprints as a single operation. The architecture had to change. Not one seeding through every node. Multiple individual seedings, each one imprinted at a specific node, propagating independently toward a shared destination, like tributaries rather than a single river. He shifted the approach, node by node, working west through the continental network at the fastest pace his Ancient Roots capacity allowed. The Graymere Heights, the Ashbell Peaks outer network, the cultivar colony's fungal web, each one receiving an individual blueprint imprint, each one beginning to propagate toward the plateau, each one adding its growth to the living network closing around the approach routes. He came out of the session. The air had changed quality. He looked at his hands. His left hand had aged more than his right. He had been pressing harder with the left, an unconscious asymmetry in his sessions that he had never corrected. Both hands appeared past 90 now, the skin thin, the joints prominent, the veins tracing lines across the back of his hands that looked drawn by someone who had studied what hands look like after a century of weather. He pressed them together carefully. Su Dao was beside him. He had not heard Su Dao approach. "Your hands," Su Dao said. "They work," he said. "That's what matters." The western edge of the plateau was transmitting now with the first contact signatures. Rohua's main army was emerging above the cloud line. He could feel them through the garden's outer network. A wave of 300 absorbers forward, standard formation. And then the ecosystem seeding propagation arrived at the plateau's western approach. It arrived as growth, visible growth, stems and vines and root projections emerging from the rock face across every ascent route simultaneously, moving at a pace that was perceptibly fast, each new growth adapting around the cultivators trying to clear it, the living network responding to interference by growing into the cleared space from a different angle. Rohua's forward absorbers drained patches of it. The growth closed back around the cleared area. They were stronger than any individual plant he had produced. They could not drain a network. Su Dao was watching the western edge. He stopped. "How far does that go?" "To every node I've ever seeded," Wei Muchen said. "I don't know how long it will hold." But the army moved slower through a living network than through rock. The plateau's own transmission had shifted. The garden had felt the continental ecosystem seeding arrive at its approach routes, and its transmission carried the quality he had noted before, the higher register evaluation that he was learning to recognize as something close to approval, though he remained wary of interpreting the garden's assessments in terms too close to human reaction. He pressed his palms to the stone one more time, carefully, and asked the garden, "Is there anything in the seeding network that I did not build correctly?" The garden's response arrived in 3 parts. The first two were corrections, specific nodes where his imprint architecture had propagated at an angle that would allow absorbers with high enough power to drain through rather than around. He adjusted those remotely, working through the continental connections. The third part of the garden's response was not a correction. It was a name, botanical encoding, transmitted at a precision he could now decode at ancient roots rank. Not a plant species name, a cultivator's name, his own name, encoded not as a recent entry but as something ancient, something that had been in the garden's record for longer than the garden hearth civilization had existed. He stayed with his palms on the stone for a long moment after receiving it. He had not expected that. He stood, slowly, and looked west. Primordial resonant rank arrived not as a surge of power, but as a threshold crossing, the same way each previous advancement had arrived. The network he had been straining to maintain suddenly becoming the baseline. The continental resonance that had required pressed palms against stone now audible, without physical contact. The entire root system of the plateau and its connected continental web present in his perception simply by being present in the world. He lifted his palms from the stone. He could still hear everything. Su Dao looked at his face. Something happened. I can hear the continental network without contact, he said. He held both hands at his sides. I can hear the Greymere Heights. The Delta. The Greywood. He turned to the western edge. I can hear Rohua's forces moving through the seeding network. He stood with his hands at his sides and listened to a continent. I can hear all of it. His hands looked older than the last time he had looked at them. Chapter 85. The first wave Rohua's vanguard reached the plateau surface 2 hours after Wei Muchen's ecosystem seeding had closed the main approach routes. The army was faster than the seeding expected. The lead absorbers were drawing on stores of accumulated life force that amplified their clearing speed beyond normal capacity. The seeding held, but the gap it created was narrower than he had calculated. He heard them before he saw them. Through the continental network at primordial resonant rank, the quality of the plateau's outer formation signals changing from monitoring to active engagement. The root system's vibration shifting as weight appeared on the surface at the western edge. 20 cultivators. Vanguard only. The main force was still working through the approach, but 20 had broken through the seeding gap and reached the plateau. Wei Muchen was standing 40 meters from the western edge, Su Dao to his right, Lien Feather further back, where she had been preparing the clay pot specimen for emergency transport if the plateau's surface became unsafe. He had been listening to the continental network for the past hour, tracking the help he had summoned, calculating whether any of it would arrive before the army did. Tan Bolan's disciples, moving, a day out. The signal quality from the Ashbel Peaks told him they had received his transmission and were approaching at cultivation speed travel, which was fast. Not fast enough for the vanguard. The guild formation, unknown. He could not track Xin Yuli's position through the continental network because she was not yet in an area he had seeded. She had heard him or she had not. He could not know from here. Elder Moss Grasp, the Brackwell Delta's network transmitted steadily, which meant Elder Moss Grasp had received the signal and was making the decision he had made, which was to come. The Delta's root systems would begin untethering from his position within hours. The cost of that was something Wei Muchen had understood when he sent the transmission and sent it anyway. The Vanguard 20 approached. Their lead cultivator was a man Wei Muchen recognized from the Ashbel Peaks confrontation 2 years earlier, one of Pale Dusk's lieutenants, a broad-shouldered absorber named Su Hao who had cleared the Frostlung Blossom seedlings on Pale Dusk's order. He recognized the quality of the man's absorption signature through the plateau's network, which registered absorbed life force as absence. Holes in the transmission pattern where the network was thinner. Su Hao stopped when he saw Wei Muchen. The 20 spread to flanking formation, trained response. You're between us and the garden's interior, Su Hao said. Yes, Wei Muchen said. The Empress has not changed her position. She will inhabit the garden. She will preserve it. I know her position. He pressed his palms flat against the plateau's stone. He had been doing this unconsciously for the past hour, reaching down into the network to confirm his ecosystem seeding was holding on the approach routes. Old habit, now partially unnecessary. At primordial resonant rank, he could feel the network without contact. But the physical grounding helped him think. I'm asking her forces to wait for her arrival before moving further into the garden's interior. What happens here should involve her directly. She is ascending. She will arrive within the hour. Then you can wait for an hour. Su Hao's expression shifted. The refusal was not what he had expected. Not combat posture. Not retreat. Not negotiation toward a compromise. Simply wait. Move aside, Su Hao said. No. The vanguard moved in. Not as a full assault, a probe, testing resistance, the first contact of what would be a longer campaign. 2 absorbers advanced while the others held position. The two moved with the specific quality of cultivators who had done this many times and knew how to read resistance before committing. He did not move. He reached through the plateau's network and asked the garden a specific question. Can you produce what you produced during the frost-lung blossom incident? The root ridges and formations that stopped cultivators in the graywood without hurting them. The garden's response was immediate. Yes, and also no. Yes, it could produce that. No, it was not willing to extend that formation to the vanguard's current position, because their current position was within the garden's active network, and using formations against cultivators within the network would cause damage to the network itself. The garden would not damage its own systems. He understood the constraint. He had made similar decisions about his own network. The two probing absorbers reached him. The closer one reached out toward the nearest suspended root plant system within arm's reach. A reflex, not a conscious harvest. The automatic movement of a cultivator whose practice for years had been, see plant, absorb. His hand was on the absorber's wrist before the contact completed. Not combat. He did not have the physical cultivation for combat. He pressed his palm to the absorber's wrist and sent resonance directly into the contact point. Not the broadcast plant effect, not the garden's transmission, but his own personal resonance at primordial resonant rank, calibrated to what he had learned about the broadcast plant from the primordial garden's records. The absorber felt what the plant felt when it was approached. 1 second of transmission, clean and direct. The absorber stepped back. He looked at his own hand. He looked at Wei Muchen. He said nothing. The second probing absorber stopped. Su Hao watched this from the formation. His expression was not readable. That is not an ability anyone has recorded, Su Hao said. No, Wei Muchen agreed. But it doesn't require recording to work. A sound from the western edge, the cloud line's upper boundary disturbed, the quality of movement through the plateau's outer formation shifting. The main force was advancing. The approach routes were slowing them, but not stopping them. They were using multiple clearing teams in rotation, each team draining the seeding growth until they needed recovery time, and then rotating out. It was the most organized resistance clearing operation he had faced. Rohua was with the main force. He could feel her absorption signature through the continental network, vast, calm, operating at a fraction of capacity because she was not drawing yet. She was conserving. The stored force she had accumulated was substantial. He could feel its weight through the network like standing near a dam. Su Dao moved up beside him. I've been transmitting into the plateau's northwest root system for the past hour, he said quietly. The way you taught me. Calm, steady, slow. He paused. I don't know if it's helping. It is, Wei Muchen said. The garden's northwest formation is stronger than its baseline. That's you. Su Dao pressed his palms together. He had been doing this for months. The same gesture Wei Muchen made when he needed to ground a thought. He had picked it up somewhere. The disciples I sent north with advanced supply, he said. They'll reach the Graymere Heights relay by tonight. Tan Bolan's people will have support when they move. Good. And Xin Yuli? I don't know, Wei Muchen said. I sent the transmission. I don't know if it reached her. The Vanguard 20 had not retreated, but they had not advanced further. The two probing absorbers were standing separate from the formation. The one Wei Muchen had touched still looking at his own hand with an expression that was not quite readable, but that contained something that had not been there before. The plateau's western edge flared in the continental network. A large signal, arrival, the main force's leading elements clearing the approach's final section. They were almost here. He pressed his palms to the stone and felt the continent spread out around him at primordial resonant rank. Every node, every seed, every formation he had ever built, all of it connected, all of it present, the living record of 3 years of work held in root and fungus and soil across every region he had moved through. He had called for help. He had seeded the approaches. He had protected one unique specimen on the northeastern slope because he could not leave it undefended, which had cost him 40 minutes, and the cost of that 40 minutes was now visible in the army emerging at the western edge. He knew this. He was not going to pretend he had made the right strategic call. But the specimen on the northeastern slope was still alive. The flanking group had bypassed it entirely, choosing the easier approach over working against the formation he had woven into the crack. And he was still here, on the plateau's surface, ecosystem seeding active across every approach route, at a rank that could hear the continent thinking. He stood up from the stone and faced the western edge as Rohua's main force emerged above the clouds. She was in the center of the formation. Even at distance, through the continental network's transmission of her absorption signature, the scale of what she had accumulated was evident. She had been building this for months, drawing on forest systems across the continent, storing the capacity for exactly this moment. She had planned this with the same systematic care that Wei Muchen planned ecosystem reconstructions. He respected the preparation even as he understood that what it was for was not something he could allow. She looked across the plateau at him. The distance was significant, but her voice carried in the thin air above the clouds. I gave you 6 months, she said. You did not produce what you promised. I produced the primordial garden itself, he said. That was not what you asked for, but it is what you actually need. She walked toward him across the plateau's surface, her absorbers flanking, the seeding network around the plateau's edges growing and being drained and growing back in the continuous cycle he could feel through the continental network. Behind him, Su Dao pressed his palms to the plateau's stone and kept transmitting. Above the cloud line, the plateau's ancient autonomous plants grew in silence around them all, receiving everything, transmitting nothing yet, the garden evaluating what was about to happen with the patience of something that had been watching human decisions for 10,000 years. Wei Muchen stood with his aged hands at his sides and listened to the continent. Chapter 86. What the Guild Council voted. Rohua stopped 20 meters from him. Her absorbers spread in a practiced arc, flanking formation, the kind that covered every angle without requiring individual positioning decisions. They had done this many times. 300 behind her, still filtering onto the plateau's surface from the western approach. The ecosystem seeding's growth resistance visible at the edges as stems and vines that kept reaching for cleared space and kept being drained back and kept reaching again. The primordial garden is not mine to give you, Wei Muchen said. It isn't mine to give anyone. That's not how it works. I have not asked for ownership, she said. I have asked for access. For residence. She looked at the plateau around them, the suspended root systems, the atmospheric plants, the density of transmitting life that was perceptible even to cultivators without botanical resonance as a texture in the air, a weight that pressed gently against awareness without being hostile. Her expression when she looked at it was not the blankness he would have expected from an absorber viewing a resource. There was something else in it. It is beautiful, she said. I did not expect it to be beautiful. That is not a reason to inhabit it. I gave you 6 months. You produced nothing that met the terms. I produced this, he said, meaning the plateau, meaning the garden's recovery from his resonance work, meaning the continental ecosystem seeding visible in the approach routes behind her. The sustainable alternative I promised you is not a single cultivated garden. It's a method, a way of working with plant systems that produces what you need without consuming what cannot be replaced. He pressed his palms together. Habit, ground, thinking. 3 months with me at the Graymere Heights, and I can show you a different way entirely. Not what you have now. Something that works better and costs the ecosystem nothing. She considered this. He had learned to read her consideration. The specific stillness that was genuine evaluation versus the stillness that was delay before a decision already made. This was the first kind. Then something changed at the eastern edge of the plateau. He felt it through the continental network before he heard it. Guild formation signatures, clean and organized, the quality of cultivators trained in formation maintenance rather than combat. He had felt this signature pattern at the Brackwell Delta proceedings, at the Graymere Heights legal investigation. He turned. 30 people emerged above the cloud line at the eastern approach. The approach Rohua had not covered because her map of the plateau did not show an eastern route, because the eastern route did not exist as a path before Wei Muchen's ecosystem seeding had stabilized the slope 2 days earlier. Xin Yuli was at the front, her guild senior researcher insignia visible, her hair wind-disordered from the ascent. She looked across the plateau, took in the 300 absorbers, the standoff, the formation, Rohua, and Wei Muchen. Her expression did not change in any visible way. We received your signal, she said, walking toward him at a pace that was not hurried enough to suggest urgency, but not slow enough to suggest anything else. The Guild Council voted 8-2 to deploy. She reached him and stood beside him, not in front of him, facing the same direction. The Formation Masters will begin maintaining the ecosystem seeding arrays on the eastern approach, so you can focus on whatever you're doing here. He said nothing for a moment. The relief he felt was not about the 30 additional people. It was about the specific person who had crossed the distance between guild headquarters and a plateau above the cloud line in less than 24 hours since he had sent a resonance transmission of unknown range. Who voted to deploy, he said. 8 people. She was watching Rohua's formation with the expression she used when cataloging things. The 2 opposing votes were the Alchemist League's council representatives. I know who opposed it. I'm asking who moved it. She did not answer immediately. Xin Yuli. Grand Alchemist Fei Rome, she said. He withdrew his representatives from the conflict of interest designation and then voted for deployment himself, which shifted the balance. She paused. He wants to talk to you afterward. About the sustainable cultivation system you described to him in Chapter 69. She said it that way, Not months ago, but referencing the conversation precisely. He has apparently been thinking about the 20-year timeline since you mentioned it. After, Wei Muchen said. After, she agreed. Rohua watched this exchange with visible patience. She was not a person who interrupted side conversations during a standoff. It would have been tactically useful. She chose not to. Your reinforcements are researchers, she said, when Wei Muchen turned back to her. They are not relevant to this. They are, Wei Muchen said. Because what I'm asking you to consider is not a battle. It's a demonstration. Give me 12 hours. Let your forces hold position at the plateau's perimeter. In 12 hours, I will show you what the sustainable system produces from this garden, and you can make your decision, then, with full information. He held her gaze. If you fight here, you may take the garden, but you will lose what makes it worth taking. The garden's intelligence is not in the plants themselves. It's in their network. You cannot absorb a network and have it remain a network. She looked at the plateau's suspended root systems, at the plants transmitting in their atmospheric medium, at the density of the garden's signal that was visible even to her as texture in the thin air. 12 hours, she said. Not for your demonstration, because I want to understand what I would be taking. She turned to her formation and gave a signal that settled the absorbers into resting positions, not withdrawn, but holding. I will walk the garden's edge and assess it myself. Then we will speak again. He inclined his head. She walked away across the plateau, 3 absorbers following at her signal, the rest of the formation remaining at the western edge. Xin Yuli stood beside him and watched her go. 12 hours, Xin Yuli said. That was unexpected. She makes decisions based on complete information when she has access to it. He turned toward the Eastern Formation Masters and began directing the ecosystem seeding array maintenance. The problem has always been that she had access to one way of seeing plants. We need 12 hours to show her another. And if 12 hours isn't enough, he was already moving. Then we buy more time, he said. Chapter 87. The cost of leaving Elder Moss Grasp arrived at noon. Wei Muchen felt him before he could see him. Through the continental network at primordial resonant rank, the signal quality from the Brackwell Delta beginning to shift late the previous night. Not degradation. Transition. The Delta's root network was still operating at full capacity, maintaining the ancient formations, managing the bioluminescent spore cycles. But the specific quality of Elder Moss Grasp's individual consciousness within that network, the particular density of ancient personal memory that Wei Muchen had learned to recognize as distinctly his, had begun moving through the network's transmission paths rather than residing in the Delta's deepest root cluster. He was traveling through the network itself, not walking. The root network was carrying him. At noon, a section of the plateau's stone surface cracked and shifted, root systems pushing up from below at a rate that was not natural growth, but directed emergence. The soil between the cracks dark and damp, with the specific moisture content of the Brackwell Delta's deep substrate. The roots surfaced in a pattern that was unmistakably deliberate. Not the random fractal of normal root growth, but the organized expansion of something that knew where it was going. Elder Moss Grasp's upper half emerged from the root mass at the plateau's center, the transition between his human tissue and the root system that had replaced his lower body somewhere below the waist impossible to locate precisely because it had moved since Wei Muchen had last seen him. The root-human boundary was further up now, closer to the ribcage. The journey through the continental network had cost him. He looked at the plateau around him without any of the reverence Wei Muchen would have expected. He looked at it the way a very old person looks at a place they have been thinking about for a long time. The garden, he said. His voice was slower than it had been at the Delta. You came, Wei Muchen said. I said I would. He looked at Rohua's forces at the western edge. She brought more people than my estimate. She planned this for months. Yes. He pressed both palms flat against the plateau stone, hands still fully human, the root system having taken only the lower body. And Wei Muchen felt through the continental network as Elder Mossgrasp's consciousness interfaced with the primordial garden's network directly. Not the way Wei Muchen interfaced, through resonance and reception. Elder Mossgrasp's root system connected to the garden's own roots physically, the Delta's ancient substrate merging with the plateau's atmospheric moisture system at a depth below the visible surface. He was plugging in. The garden's transmission quality shifted. It did not amplify exactly. Power was not quite the right category. The defensive formations that had been operating at baseline increased in precision. Each root maze on the approach routes became more responsive. The atmospheric moisture patterns that the garden managed for its suspended root species began moving in coordinated cycles that would create specific visibility conditions across different sections of the plateau at different times. The garden had known how to do these things. Elder Mossgrasp was providing the coordination layer that the garden's autonomous intelligence lacked, not intelligence, but intent, the specific direction that a conscious will provides to capacity that is already present. His roots spread across the plateau's surface in a slow tide, integrating with the garden's network one junction at a time. You left the delta, Wei Muchen said. He kept his voice even. How long? Does it matter? It was not a question. Yes. 3 months before the delta network begins losing formation coherence without my presence. He did not look at Wei Muchen. He was still pressing his palms to the stone, still integrating. His expression, the flat one that Wei Muchen had learned, meant he was processing in multiple channels simultaneously. 6 months before the bioluminescent cycle breaks. 18 months before the ancient formation network loses contact with the root system and the city's automated water channels fail. 3 months, Wei Muchen said. That's what leaving cost you. The garden's loss would cost more. His roots had reached a radius of 15 meters from his emergence point, spreading through the plateau's surface cracks. I have been sitting in that swamp for 800 years. This is more interesting. He paused. Also, the Salted Council tried to drain the delta 4 times while I was there. Someone competent should manage the legal situation before I return. Shen Yuli's team filed the renewed preservation injunction last week. Then 3 months is sufficient. He finally looked at Wei Muchen directly. The quality of his gaze was the same it had always been. Old, precise, not warm. Your hands, he said. Yes. You had another major session. He looked at the hands without touching them. Continental ecosystem seeding at that scale. Yes. He said nothing else about the hands, which was Elder Mossgrass's way of saying that the cost had been visible and noted. The absorbers at the western edge, he said. How many can she activate at peak capacity simultaneously? Unknown. Lien Feather estimated the stored capacity is substantial. I can disrupt the intake rate, Elder Mossgrass said. Not stop it. The formation I can lay through the plateau's root network will create interference. Absorbers within my range will find the life force they draw fragmenting between multiple sources rather than concentrating cleanly. It will reduce their effective output, not eliminate it. How much reduction? Enough to matter, he said, which was all he would say about it. Rohua's forces had been observing the root emergence and Elder Mossgrasp's integration with visible attention. The leading absorbers had reported back to her, where she was walking the plateau's edge, and Wei Muchen could see through the continental network that her walking path had shifted to bring her closer to Elder Mossgrasp's position. She was assessing the new variable. She'll want to speak to you, Wei Muchen told Elder Mossgrasp. Then she can walk over and speak. He pressed both palms back to the stone and returned to his integration work. I am not going to her. This was, Wei Muchen reflected, exactly the response he had expected. Chapter 88. 3 seconds. The 12 hours did not hold. 6 hours in, pale dusk moved. Wei Muchen felt it through the continental network before the visible event. Pale dusk's absorption signature flaring to full capacity in the plateau's northwest sector, where the garden's outer perimeter plants were densest, and where the ecosystem seeding's growth network was thinnest because he had seeded the eastern approach after the western. The northwest gap was the most logical breach point. He had known this. He had not had time to address it before Rohua's army arrived. Pale Dusk's team, 12 absorbers in tight formation, hit the northwest perimeter simultaneously at full capacity. The outer perimeter plants died in 45 seconds. Wei Muchen felt each death through the continental network as a gap in the transmission field, the specific quality of a signal going silent, not fading gradually but cutting, presence to absence with no transition. 45 seconds, an entire sector, the oldest plant life on the plateau's outer ring, species that had been maintaining themselves for millennia, gone between one breath and the next. He gripped his own wrists to stay functional. The pain of mass plant death at primordial resonant rank was nothing like what he had experienced at lower levels. At lower levels it was distress, emotional, the way sudden grief feels. At this rank, with the continental network carrying every signal simultaneously, 45 seconds of plant death in the northwest sector arrived as something closer to physical impact. His hands went cold, the joints tightened further, his vision narrowed at the edges before he could regulate the input. He narrowed his reception deliberately, not closing off the signal. That would have blinded him, but reducing the bandwidth on the mass death frequencies while maintaining his positional awareness. He had practiced this regulation in the months since Ancient Root's advancement. It worked. Not perfectly, but enough. He pressed his palms to the plateau stone and watched Pale Dusk's formation through the network's vibration mapping. There it was. What he had noticed at the outer perimeter, watching Pale Dusk work against the Frostlung Blossom seedlings 2 years ago, confirmed at larger scale. The absorption draw required a full-body stillness during the peak extraction phase. Not long, 3 seconds, perhaps 4. but consistent. Every absorber in the formation went still during peak draw, the physical requirement of synchronizing intake to the biological cycle of the plants being drained. Moved during that moment, and the intake fractured, taking longer and requiring repositioning. He came out of the observation and turned. Su Dao's students were 30 meters away, positioned at the plateau's interior where Wei Muchen had told them to hold. He had 23 students here, the ones who had traveled to the plateau, the ones who had been training for months on the ecosystem seeding arrays and on Su Dao's transmission practice. They could not fight Pale Dusk's absorbers in direct cultivation combat. That had never been the plan. He walked to them quickly. Pale Dusk's formation is breaching the northwest sector, he said. 12 absorbers. During peak draw, and only during peak draw, every one of them is stationary for 3 to 4 seconds. They cannot move during that window without breaking the intake. He looked at the students directly, one by one. Not the way he looked at plants, without hierarchy, without the particular attention that an excellent specimen gets. He looked at them the way he would look at anyone he was trusting with something real. You cannot drain them the way they drain plants. You can interrupt them, push them off position during their stationary window, break their formation spacing, force repositioning. Each repositioning costs them time and costs them concentration. You are not fighting them. You are making them inefficient. Su Dao was behind him. They've done this in practice, Su Dao said to the students. Against me. I know exactly how it feels to be interrupted mid-transmission. It's disorienting even when you know it's coming. One of the students, a young woman named Bao Lingyun who had come from the dissolved apothecary sovereign sect, whose absorption training made her better than most at reading cultivation body language, said, 3 seconds is not much margin. No, Wei Muchen agreed. You will miss sometimes. That is acceptable. The goal is the cumulative disruption, not individual interruptions. He paused. Do not let any of them pin you for the return draw. If they target you with a draining attempt, move immediately. Will they try? Another student said. Yes, he said. Pale Dusk's people do not distinguish between plant life force and cultivator life force. That is not a metaphor for something. Do not stand still within their range. Su Dao gave the deployment order. The students moved toward the northwest sector in the open formation pattern that Wei Muchen had described to Su Dao 4 months ago, when the possibility of this confrontation was still theoretical. Wei Muchen pressed his palms to the plateau stone and felt the formation through the network. Pale Dusk's team had cleared the northwest perimeter and was advancing toward the garden's interior. The ecosystem seeding growth was reaching back into the cleared space. Slower now, the plant's growth response reduced because the mature perimeter specimens that had been feeding the seeding network were gone. He needed to compensate from another node. He reached through the continental network to the Gramier Heights, activated the Heights ecosystem seeding relay at full output directed toward the northwest sector, and felt the growth rate in the breach point increase. Not enough to stop the advance. Enough to slow it. Elder Mossgrasp's root network extended along the plateau floor toward the northwest sector, moving like water through the soil's crack systems, arriving at the breach boundary and beginning to lay interference patterns across the subsurface. The absorber's draw rates fragmented, as he had described, not eliminated, but inconsistent. Su Dao's students hit the northwest formation during the first peak draw. Bao Lingyun moved through the formation gap with a precision that took Wei Muchen a moment to categorize. Not a combat technique, not the aggressive repositioning he had described, but something more surgical. She pressed her palm against one absorber's shoulder at the exact moment of peak stationary phase and transmitted calm. Not combat. Botanical resonance technique, applied to a person. The absorber's concentration broke, the draw fractured, the formation spacing shifted by 3 steps as the absorber moved to reestablish. 3 steps. That was enough. The formation rippled. 2 more students moved into the gaps. The northwest advance slowed from a coordinated push to an intermittent one, individual absorbers advancing and retreating as disruptions forced repositioning. Wei Muchen watched through the network and did not celebrate. This was buying time. It was not winning. Pale Dusk was still advancing. The perimeter was still breached. But time was what they needed. Chapter 89. The encirclement. The major push came at hour 9. Su Dao's students had been working the northwest formation for 3 hours, disruption pattern holding. The absorber's advance reduced to a fraction of their clearing rate. Pale Dusk himself had not engaged directly. He had been directing, conserving his personal capacity, watching the students' technique with an expression that Lien Feather, who had moved to a high observation point on the plateau's eastern ridge, described through a hand signal relay as calculating. At hour 9, Pale Dusk engaged. He moved from the formation's rear to its center in a single controlled advance, and Wei Muchen felt the change through the continental network immediately. Pale dusk's absorption signature was an order of magnitude larger than any of the 12 absorbers he commanded. Not faster or more precise. Larger. The kind of scale that was the difference between a stream and a river. Same type of motion, incomparably different volume. The plateau's northwest sector plants that had been regrowing from the ecosystem seeding relay died in 10 seconds. Not the 45 seconds the formation had taken. 10. Bao Lingyun's disruption team scattered, not in retreat, but the 3-second window was impossible to exploit against Pale Dusk's specific technique, which did not require the stationary phase in the same way. His draw was continuous rather than cyclical, which meant there was no window to enter. Wei Muchen pressed both palms to the stone. Elder Mossgrasp's root network was already responding. Interference patterns activating across the northwest sector's subsurface, the fragmentation effect he had described. It worked against the formation absorbers, against Pale Dusk's volume. The fragmentation reduced his output by perhaps a third. 2/3 of Pale Dusk's full capacity was still moving through the northwest sector. I need to go northwest, Wei Muchen said. Xin Yuli, who had been managing the Guild Formation Master's array maintenance at the eastern edge, appeared at his elbow. She had a habit of appearing at his elbow. And do what? She said. The broadcast plant, he said. I need the garden to produce one. Can you ask it to do that? I don't know. He stood and moved northwest. That's what I need to find out. He pressed his palms to the plateau stone every 20 meters as he moved, tracking Pale Dusk's position through the network, tracking the student's repositioning, tracking Elder Mossgrasp's interference formation. He arrived at the northwest sector's edge 60 meters from Pale Dusk's position, close enough for direct resonance contact with the sector's surviving plants, far enough that he was outside the reliable range of a continuous draw technique. He pressed both palms to the stone and asked the garden the question he had been considering since his arrival on the plateau. The garden received the question, processed it. The response did not come in impressions the way individual plant signals came. It came in the full botanical encoding he had been learning to read at each advancing rank, more complex now at primordial resonant. The garden's communication arriving with a specificity that was almost like being handed a document rather than interpreting an emotion. The garden could produce the broadcast plant. It had produced it before, not recently, not in millennia, but the capacity was present in the plateau's north cluster, where several plant species maintained the genetic memory of the broadcast function. The broadcast plant needed 30 minutes to grow to operational size. Pale Dusk had cleared 3/4 of the northwest sector. He pressed his palms harder against the stone and told the garden, 30 minutes is what we have. The garden's response was without urgency. It was already growing. He stood and turned back toward the main plateau. Elder Mossgrasp, he said at full voice, knowing the root network would carry the transmission. The roots nearest him shifted, which was Elder Mossgrasp's version of acknowledgement. Can you redirect your interference formation northwest and hold Pale Dusk's advance for 30 minutes at the current position? The roots shifted again, differently. The specific pattern Wei Muchen had learned to read as yes, at cost. What cost? The roots were still for a moment. Then they pulsed once, the specific slow pulse that Elder Mossgrasp used when he was saying something he considered obvious. More months. The personal cost of extended deployment, the delta's formation coherence degrading faster with more intensive work. I know, Wei Muchen said. I'm asking anyway. The roots began moving northwest. At the plateau's western edge, Rohua had returned from her walk of the garden's perimeter and was standing with her main formation, watching the northwest engagement with the same quality of observation she had used during the Ashbel Peaks confrontation. She had not deployed her main force. She had not withdrawn it either. An absorber came to her with a message from the formation. She read it and turned to look at Wei Muchen across the plateau. Then she sent a runner. The runner was a young absorber who moved with the specific quality of someone carrying a message they have memorized rather than a written document. He stopped 10 meters from Wei Muchen, the distance of someone who has been told not to approach too close. The Empress says, let me enter the garden peacefully, and I will withdraw my forces. I will not destroy what I plan to inhabit. Wei Muchen looked at the runner. He was young, perhaps 20, the particular quality of someone who had been in Rohua's service long enough to reflect her manner without having her power. He was not frightened, exactly. He was careful. There was a difference. Tell her no, Wei Muchen said. Tell her to wait. The runner went back. Across the plateau, Rohua received the message. She looked at the northwest sector where Elder Mossgrasp's root network was now visibly moving across the surface, root tendrils surfacing and diving through the cracks in the stone, encircling Pale Dusk's formation from below. She looked at Wei Muchen. She did not deploy her forces. She waited. She had waited 6 months for the previous deadline. She was capable of waiting more. Whatever she had seen during her walk of the garden's perimeter had added a variable to her calculation that she had not finished accounting for. 27 minutes until the broadcast plant reached operational size. He pressed his palms to the stone and waited with her. Chapter 90. What the garden evaluates. 28 minutes. The broadcast plant's growth appeared in the northwest cluster as a new signal in the plateau's network, distinct from every other species on the plateau, not because it was louder, but because of the direction of its transmission. Every other plant on the plateau transmitted inward, signal flowing toward receptors, toward the network, toward Wei Muchen or elder moss grass or Su Dao students, or simply into the mycorrhizal web where it became part of the collective record. The broadcast plant transmitted outward, its signal expanding through the air rather than through root contact, the botanical resonance effect moving like ripple patterns across water rather than like roots through soil. He felt it before it reached operational size. He had been pressing his palms to the plateau stone for 29 minutes, tracking the growth through the garden's network, monitoring elder moss grasp's interference formation against pale dusk's advance. The interference formation had held. Pale dusk was still at the northwest sector's edge, contained, frustrated, visible through the continental network as an absorption signature that kept extending toward the garden's interior and kept being fragmented before it could fix. The broadcast plant opened. The effect reached pale dusk's formation first because it was closest. Wei Muchen kept his palms on the stone and watched through the network as the 12 absorbers' behavior changed. Each one stopped moving. Not the stationary phase of peak draw, a different kind of stillness, the kind that a person exhibits when they are receiving information they did not expect. 2 of the 12 stepped back. One sat down on the plateau stone, which was not a combat posture by any interpretation. Pale dusk's own advance stopped. The broadcast plant's signal reached Rohua's main formation at the western edge 30 seconds later. The formation held formation. These were trained cultivators, and the effect was not incapacitating, not a weapon in the way an attack was a weapon. It was more like opening a channel. A person experiencing what a plant experienced when being drained felt it in the same register as their own experience of being drained. The sensation was not pain. Plants did not register pain the way humans registered it. It was the specific experience of existence being removed, not destroyed but taken, the self becoming less present in its own location, the vital quality of being a living system in a specific place diminishing in a directional way. Cultivators who had spent their careers draining plant systems experienced this for the first time. Most of the formation stopped moving. A few continued, which confirmed that the effect was not coercive. It was information, and information could be accepted or rejected. The ones who continued had rejected it or had not received it clearly enough. But most stopped. Rohua did not stop. She walked through the broadcast plant's effect field at the same pace she had been walking before it activated. Wei Muchen watched her through the network. Her absorption signature did not flare, which meant she was not draining anything, which meant she was receiving the effect cleanly and continuing anyway. She crossed the plateau toward him, her absorbers holding position at the western edge, the broadcast plant's signal washing over her with every step. She stopped 3 meters from him. Her face was different from when she had arrived on the plateau. Not transformed. Subtly different. The quality of expression that is produced when a person has processed information and the processing has changed something about how they are looking at the world. You were right, she said. When you said I did not know what they felt. She looked at the plateau's suspended root systems. I believe they did not feel. I know. That is not a convenient thing to have been wrong about. Her voice was even. Everything I have built my cultivation on. I know, he said again. You said 3 months with you at the Graymere Heights. She looked at her hands, absorber's hands, strong, no visible aging. I am considering whether that offer is still on the table. Before he could answer, the primordial garden's transmission changed. He felt it with both palms against the stone and also, at primordial resonant rank, without contact, through the plateau's ambient signal. The garden had been present throughout the engagement, receiving every event, transmitting its coordinated management of formations and growth responses. This was different. The garden's collective consciousness, the distributed intelligence of the autonomous plant network, was directing a focused transmission at him specifically. Not urgency, not need, not direction, evaluation. He understood immediately what was happening. The garden had been watching the past 9 hours. The engagement with Rohua's forces, his decision to protect the northeastern slope specimen at the cost of the 40-minute delay that had let pale dusk breach the perimeter, the broadcast plant request, the refusal to accept the garden's offer to absorb his allies, Rohua's changed expression. The garden had watched all of it. and now it was deciding whether he was the cultivator it had been calling toward this location. He pressed both palms flat against the stone and opened his reception fully. The garden's evaluation was not a test with a correct answer. He could tell that immediately. It was more like the quality of attention that an old and wise being gives to a person they are trying to understand, not to judge, but to know. The garden was looking at the quality of his choices, at the nature of his response to crisis, at the specific texture of how he weighed competing urgencies. It found the 40-minute delay with the northeastern slope specimen and held it up, the way someone might pick up a stone and look at it carefully. He felt the garden's attention on that specific moment, the choice to leave a strategic position to protect a single plant, at cost to the larger defense. He did not apologize for it. He transmitted back, through his full resonance at primordial resonant rank, the specific quality of why he had done it. Not a defense, not a justification. Simply, this is what I am. This is how I work. The plant on the northeastern slope was alive and unique, and it was in distress. I cannot leave a plant in distress, even when leaving is the smarter choice. You call me here. This is who came. The garden received this. Its response arrived slowly, building through the plateau's network from multiple nodes simultaneously, the way a conclusion arrives after a long conversation. It was not words. The garden did not think in words. It was something Wei Muchen interpreted as acceptance, not of him as a perfect cultivator, not as the only cultivator who could have done this, but as the cultivator who had actually come, who had built the continental nodes, who had left strategic positions to protect individual specimens, who had refused to accept solutions that sacrificed people, who had transmitted his resonance into a network beyond his confirmed range on nothing more than the knowledge that the person he wanted to reach would be listening. The garden's evaluation completed. What arrived in its wake was not approval, exactly. It was something older and more structural. The garden opened its inner sanctum to Wei Muchen's resonance awareness. The deepest part of the plateau's network, the section that had been sealed and untransmitting for the entire time he had been present, became audible. And in the center of that network signal was the heart root, not growing, not transmitting its usual species memory, transmitting a single clear impression that Wei Muchen recognized from 3 years earlier, from an ancient vine in an abandoned courtyard in the verdant hollow sect. Home. He looked up from the stone. Rohua was watching him. What just happened? She said. The garden decided, he said. Decided what? That the right person came. He stood, slowly, his stiffened hands careful. The offer stands. 3 months at the Graymere Heights. I will show you a different way to cultivate. He looked at her directly. But first you need to withdraw your forces from the plateau. She looked at the plateau around her, the broadcast plant still transmitting its outward signal, the formation masters from the guild maintaining the ecosystem seeding arrays, elder moss grasps roots woven through the stone, Su Dao students at the northwest sector, the suspended root species transmitting in their atmospheric medium. Yes, she said. I will withdraw. She turned and signaled her formation. The absorption signatures at the western edge began moving back toward the approach route, the careful, organized withdrawal of a force that had not been defeated but had received enough information to make a different calculation. The primordial garden's network hummed around Wei Muchen at every frequency, present in his awareness without contact, carrying the continent's signal and the plateau's ancient intelligence and the heartroot's deep transmission all simultaneously. He stood on the plateau with his aged hands at his sides and listened. Chapter 91. What the garden offered. Rohua's forces pulled back from their advanced positions, but they did not leave the plateau. He watched their movement through the continental network and understood the distinction. The forward push had stopped. The main formation was repositioning to the plateau's western perimeter, the absorbers sitting in resting stance, Pale Dusk's northwest group pulling back from the breach point they had paid for. It was the halt of a force reconsidering, not the withdrawal of a force defeated. Her signal to the formation had been to hold, not to descend. She was thinking. He had expected this. Rohua did not make decisions before she had assessed all variables. The broadcast plant's effect had added a variable she had not possessed before. She needed time to weight it against everything else. He had perhaps 2 hours before her calculation completed. He pressed his palms to the plateau stone and the garden received his presence immediately, its full attention. He had no better word for it, resolving toward him in the way that a person turns to face someone who has entered the room. The inner sanctum was still open to his resonance awareness, the heartroot's deep signal present and warm at the center of the network. The garden transmitted. What arrived was not the calm directional signal he had received since the leaf on the plateau's first morning. It was more complex than that, and more unsettling. The garden was presenting him with information he had not asked for, not a request, not urgency, but something he needed to understand before Rohua completed her calculation and made her next move. The garden could seal itself. Not the way the garden hearth's last cultivator had sealed it 2,000 years ago. That sealing had been passive, the activation of guidance networks designed to call the next resonance cultivator when conditions were right. The garden possessed a different capacity, one that had never been activated in the 10,000 years of its recorded self-awareness. It could absorb, not the way Rohua absorbed, draining life force from external systems, consuming and reducing. This was different. The garden's root network, at its full continental extension, could draw every living cultivator currently on the plateau into the root system itself, not killing them, but integrating them. The way Elder Moss Grasp had been partially integrated. Full integration. Permanent. It would end the engagement. No further threat from Rohua's forces. No damage to the garden's interior. No cost to the heartroot or the inner sanctum species. Everyone on the plateau, Rohua, Pale Dusk, Lien Feather, Su Dao, Xin Yuli, the guild formation masters, the students, absorbed into the garden's root network. The garden transmitted this possibility not as a threat and not as a request. It transmitted it as information. Asterisk, this is what I can do. I am telling you so you know the scope of what I am. I am asking whether you want me to do it. Asterisk. Wei Muchen sat with his palms against the stone for a long moment. The answer was no. He knew it immediately, without deliberation. Not because absorbing the enemies was wrong. The cost-benefit calculation ran in any direction you wanted to run it and kept coming out as a reasonable option if you valued the garden's preservation above the individuals on the plateau. He could construct any number of arguments for why it would be the right choice. But it was not a choice he was capable of making. Xin Yuli was on this plateau. Su Dao, Elder Moss Grasp, already dispersing into the roots. These were not acceptable losses. And Rohua was on this plateau. The broadcast plant's effect had reached her. She had said she did not know what plants felt. He believed this was true. She had told the truth in every exchange he had witnessed. She was not a person who lied. She was a person who operated from a framework he did not share. The framework was changing. If he allowed the garden to absorb her now, the change would not complete. He transmitted back, no, the garden received this. Then it transmitted something he had no framework for, the experience of receiving an answer you had already expected. Not disappointment, not agreement. Something more like the confirmation of a thing already known. It had presented the choice because the choice needed to be presented. It had expected this answer because it had been watching him since chapter 81. He pressed his hands flat against the stone, and the garden's transmission carried what he could only interpret as not warmth. The garden was too old and too vast for warmth in the human register. A quality of settled recognition. Asterisk, yes. That is who came. Asterisk, he came out of the session. Xin Yuli was beside him. You were in there for 20 minutes, she said. You didn't move. The garden presented me with something. He looked at his hands. The stiffness was the same as before. The session cost minimal. The garden seemed to calibrate the resonance intensity so that it communicated clearly without extracting more than the exchange required. What? A way to end this that I said no to. He stood. We have less than 2 hours before Rohua finishes her calculation. I need to see what we have left for a second engagement if her calculation doesn't go the right direction. Xin Yuli did not ask what the garden had offered. She looked at him for a moment with the assessment that was one of her specific qualities, not guessing, not projecting, actually reading the information available and drawing a conclusion from it. You said no, she said. Yes. Good. She moved toward the guild formation masters. I'll have a full resource report in 10 minutes. He watched her go and thought, not for the first time, that she understood things about his approach that he had not explained. Chapter 92. Pale Dusk's mistake. Pale Dusk did not wait for Rohua's calculation to complete. Wei Muchen felt the movement through the continental network 40 minutes into Rohua's thinking pause. Pale Dusk's absorption signature flaring back to full capacity in the northwest sector, not from the formation's resting position, but from a completely different angle, the northeastern slope, coming from the direction of the flanking group that had bypassed the specimen formation hours earlier. They had not descended after failing to find an easy route. They had waited. The flanking group and Pale Dusk's northwest team were now coordinating without Rohua's signal. He pressed both palms to the stone and saw the shape of it. Pale Dusk had decided that the broadcast plant effect was a temporary condition, that Rohua's pause was weakness, and that an absorber of his capacity could breach the garden's interior in the window of her hesitation. He was not wrong about his capacity. He was wrong about what the garden's interior contained. Northeast, Wei Muchen said to Su Dao. Pale Dusk's group is coming from behind. Su Dao was already moving, the students responding to the formation signal they had drilled for the northeast approach scenario. He had drilled them for this because the northeastern slope had been the direction of the flanking group since arrival, and Pale Dusk was the kind of cultivator who planned for contingencies. But Pale Dusk was also the kind of cultivator who, when he pushed past a formation that was designed to slow individuals and found a unique specimen in a protected crack formation, would stop to assess it. He stopped. Wei Muchen felt it through the network. Pale Dusk's absorption signature hovering at the northeastern slope specimen, the formation holding against a direct draw, but not holding against extended focus. Pale Dusk was not rushing. He was working methodically, the way a skilled absorber works a formation with patience rather than force. 6 minutes. That was the estimate before the formation in the crack system gave way. I'm going northeast, Wei Muchen said. Su Dao looked at him. We just had this conversation. I know. Wei Muchen, you said yourself it cost us 40 minutes last time. Pale Dusk is working the formation I put in the crack. He'll breach it in 6 minutes. He was already moving. That plant is the only member of its species. That is not a metaphor for something. I need to reinforce the formation before it gives way. He heard Su Dao say something behind him, the specific quality of someone choosing not to finish a sentence, and then the sound of Su Dao redirecting the students toward the northeast approach. At the northeastern slope, Pale Dusk had the crack system exposed. The vine cover the formation had incorporated was being systematically drained, the formation's outer layer weakening. Wei Muchen could see the specimen's signal through the continental network, present and intact, but the protective interference around it thinning with each draw cycle. He had 3 minutes. He pressed his palms to the rock face above the crack and reached into the continental network, pulling ecosystem seeding capacity from every available node. The heights, the delta's weakened signal, without Elder Mossgrasp's full presence, the Ashbell Peak's fungal library. He concentrated the seeding into the crack formation with the same single-point focus he had used on arrival, but more intensely now, driving the formation deeper into the rock's geological structure, where absorption could not reach without drilling through 20 meters of stone. The formation stabilized, deeper than before. Pale Dusk's next draw cycle encountered resistance that had not been there a minute earlier, and his signature shifted into the recalibration pattern that meant repositioning. That was the window. Su Dao's students arrived at the northeastern slope during Pale Dusk's repositioning. Not the full group, half of them. Bao Lingyun leading with the specific quality she had developed through months of disruption work. She moved through Pale Dusk's flanking formation during their confusion phase with the same surgical attention she had shown in the northwest sector. Pale Dusk turned to address her, and Rohua appeared at the plateau's eastern ridge. She had not descended toward the approach. She had moved along the plateau's perimeter while her forces held position at the west, and she had arrived at the eastern ridge in time to see Pale Dusk's unauthorized flanking maneuver, the breach of her hold order, and her lead absorber repositioning to engage Wei Muchen's students rather than withdraw. Her voice cut across the plateau. Pale Dusk. The name alone. Nothing else. Pale Dusk's formation went still. You were given a hold order, she said. She was walking toward him across the plateau surface. Explain. Pale Dusk's voice was flat. The window was present. A cultivation resource of this density does not wait for deliberation. This is not a resource assessment. This is a territorial engagement with strategic implications I have been evaluating. She stopped 5 meters from him. You have complicated my calculation by approximately 6 variables. The calculation requires a dominant position. We had the angle. I am aware of what we had. She looked at the northeastern slope, at the crack formation with its reinforced depth, at Su Dao's students in their disruption positioning, at Wei Muchen 15 meters away with his palms against the rock face. You have wasted the window and created a condition where I must now engage at full capacity or withdraw entirely. There is no middle option remaining. She looked at him directly. You have made my decision for me. He could not tell, through the network, what decision that was. Then she walked toward the garden's interior. Not toward Wei Muchen, toward the inner network directly, the Hartrit's location, which she somehow knew or had felt through the broadcast plant signal. She did not run. She walked with the quality of someone who has made a final decision and is executing it without further deliberation. And her absorption signature flared to full capacity as she moved. The plateau responded to her full absorption draw in a way that was visible. The suspended root systems nearest her path lost their luminescent quality as the life force was drawn out, the atmospheric plants thinning in her wake, the color of the plateau's vegetation shifting from the deep green Wei Muchen had seen when he arrived to something darker, compressed. The specific coloring of a plant that has been partially drained and is compensating by drawing down from reserves. The garden felt it. Wei Muchen felt it through the garden. Every plant the garden maintained on the plateau felt Rohua's full absorption capacity passing through its vicinity. And the garden's second broadcast field activated. Not the northwest sector plant that had grown at Wei Muchen's request, affecting pale dusk's formation from a distance. The garden's response to Rohua's full engagement was different in kind and in scale. Every plant in her immediate path began transmitting the broadcast effect outward simultaneously from multiple sources at once, the signal not emanating from a single species, but from the entire botanical field she was moving through. She was surrounded by it, not at the edges, not from a distance. She was walking through a broadcast field that covered her from every angle. The plants she was draining transmitting what they felt about being drained in real time, at full bandwidth, from direct contact. She stopped walking. Chapter 93. What she did not know, she stood with the full absorption draw active and the broadcast field surrounding her, and she stood still. Wei Muchen did not approach. He stayed at the northeastern slope with his palms against the rock face, watching through the continental network, feeling the ecosystem seeding active at every node, feeling elder moss grasps interference formation running beneath the plateau stone, feeling the broadcast field's transmission density around Rohua's position as something he had no direct analog for. What it felt like to experience a botanical broadcast field while absorbing at full capacity from both sides of the exchange. Simultaneously, he did not know exactly what she was experiencing. He knew what the plants were transmitting. He had been receiving plant signals for 3 years, had learned to interpret every gradation of botanical distress. What the plants transmitted during absorption was not pain. He had said this accurately in Chapter 90. But at Rohua's full capacity, at this range, the signal was not the diminished version he had described to her earlier. It was the concentrated, direct experience of existence being systematically removed by something that was not disease, not predation, not weather, but a deliberate act by a conscious entity that was extracting them. The plants had no framework for this. They processed it without framework. They transmitted it as raw experience. She absorbed and stood still and received what she was doing from the perspective of what she was doing it to. And she did not move for 2 full minutes. Several of her absorbers in the northwest formation stopped working. He felt it through the continental network, their absorption signatures dropping, 3 of them going quiet entirely. Not defection, cessation. One of Pale Dusk's flanking group sat down beside a surviving plateau plant and pressed her palm against it. She was not transmitting. She had no botanical resonance training. She was simply touching it. She stayed there. Pale Dusk himself did not stop. He was too far from the broadcast field's full saturation zone. At the northeastern slope, and his own capacity for absorption was large enough that the signal he received was a fraction of what he could produce. Noise against his background. He registered it. He chose not to receive it. This was a choice he could make, which told Wei Muchen something about the difference between capacity and orientation. Rohua's hand dropped. Her absorption signature went quiet. Not the gradual decline of someone who has expended reserves. The clean cutoff of someone who has made a decision. She was standing in the garden's interior with her full draw stopped, surrounded by plants that were still transmitting the broadcast field's signal outward, the color of the vegetation around her already beginning to recover as the draining pressure released. She looked at her hands. He could see this from his position at the northeastern slope, her face, her hands, the specific posture of a person who has received information that requires complete reassessment of something they considered established. Then she looked up and found him across the plateau. I knew they had life force, she said. Her voice was the same even quality it always was. She did not shout across distances. She spoke at conversational volume, and her cultivation carried it. I was taught they possessed spiritual energy, same as cultivators, same as the land. That was the basis. She paused. I did not know they were aware of us while we drained them. Wei Muchen waited. That distinction was not part of what I was taught, she said. If it had been part of what I was taught, I would have learned differently. She looked at the vegetation around her, the plants beginning to recover color now that her draw had stopped. I do not claim this as an excuse. I am describing what was the case. He crossed the plateau toward her, walking at the same pace she had walked toward the garden's interior, deliberate, not hurried. I know, he said. You said you knew. When I said I did not know. She looked at him with the assessment that was her particular quality of attention, evaluating, not hostile. You were not surprised. The doctrine of extraction doesn't teach what extraction costs the extracted. It's structured so that question doesn't arise. He stopped at the same distance from her that he had held during their first conversation at the Ashbel Peaks 2 years ago. If you had known, you would have been the one growing sustainable cultivation gardens years before I arrived. I have no doubt of that. She was quiet for a moment. That is not a consolation. No, he agreed. It isn't. Pale Dusk was watching this exchange from the northeastern slope with the expression of someone who has encountered a variable that his calculus does not account for. He had not stopped his absorption work, but he had not resumed it either. Rohua turned to him. "We are leaving," she said. Pale Dusk's expression was as flat as always. "The resource density here cannot be matched anywhere on the continent. I am aware of what is here." She looked at him with the specific quality she had used when she had called him by name alone from the eastern ridge. Not anger, not urgency. Just the simple weight of consequence. "We are leaving. You will have this conversation with me when we are off the plateau." He did not respond further. He signaled his flanking group. They moved. Chapter 94. What suspension means the withdrawal took an hour. 300 cultivators descending the plateau's western approach, through the ecosystem seeding growth that was already resuming in the areas they had cleared, through the root networks Wei Muchen could feel closing back around the cleared sections the same way a forest closes back around a path that stops being used. The seeding growth did not interfere with the descent. There was no reason to. They were leaving. Elder Mossgrasp's root network at the plateau surface retracted slowly from the northwest sector, root tendrils withdrawing through the stone cracks, the plateau's surface returning to its own texture without the delta substrate visible between the gaps. He could feel Elder Mossgrasp's presence through the continental network, diminished from 3 hours of intensive interference work, the specific quality of someone who has spent reserves they planned to spend and is now operating on the remainder. "How much?" Wei Muchen asked, pressing his palm to the nearest root cluster. The roots pulsed. Once, slowly. * 1 month. Not 3. * He kept his hand on the roots for a moment. 1 month before the Brackwell Delta's formation coherence began degrading. He had cost Elder Mossgrasp 2 months of timeline with this engagement. He knew Elder Mossgrasp had known the cost when he came. He removed his hand. The guild formation masters were running inventory on the ecosystem seeding arrays, Xin Yuli directing them with the efficiency she brought to every documentation task, the survey precise and systematic, each node's output rate recorded. He watched her work and thought about what she had said the previous night when she arrived. "I don't know who moved the guild council vote." She had known. She had moved it herself, or she had known who moved it and was giving that person the option to tell him directly. Either interpretation was consistent with how she operated. He would ask her later. Rohua stopped at the plateau's western edge before descending. She turned back to look at Wei Muchen across the plateau's surface. The distance between them was significant, 30 meters, the full width of the plateau's working area, but the thin air above the cloud line carried sound well. 3 months at the Graymere Heights, she said. "You offered this." "Yes. I am not able to commit to 3 months immediately," she said. "There are arrangements that require time to make." She paused. "I need time to consider what I experienced, and to determine what the consideration implies for the practitioners in my corps." She looked at Pale Dusk, who was at the western descent line, facing forward, the specific posture of someone who is choosing not to participate in the exchange behind them. "Some of them will need more than 3 months of guidance." "I know," Wei Muchen said. "I'm offering 3 months to start." "Yes." She looked at him with the evaluating attention that had made him feel, in every previous encounter, like he was being categorized. This time the categorization was different, not assessing what he was capable of, but assessing what he was. "You did not pursue when you had the advantage. Ending you is not the same as ending the practice," he said. "What the broadcast plant showed you may do more than any battle could." He paused. "I don't know if that's true. I'm not certain about it." She was quiet for a moment. "That is the first time I have heard you express uncertainty." "I express it regularly. You have not been present for most of my working sessions." The specific quality of her response was not quite a smile. Something adjacent to one, which was the first time he had seen any expression in that register from her. 2 months, she said, for the arrangements. Then I will come to the Graymere Heights. She turned and began her descent. With Pale Dusk. Pale Dusk's conversion may be a longer process. "Yes," she said, without slowing. "That is why I am bringing him." He watched her descend until the cloud line obscured her, and then watched her absorption signature through the continental network as it moved down the slope and away from the plateau. The other signatures followed, 300, moving away, the specific quality of a force that has been redirected rather than defeated. Su Dao came to stand beside him. "She'll come back," Su Dao said. "In 2 months." With Pale Dusk. Su Dao processed this. "I need to design a curriculum for Pale Dusk specifically." "Yes," Wei Muchen said. "You do." Su Dao pressed his palms together, the habit he had picked up. "I'm going to need to think about that quite a bit." "Yes," Wei Muchen agreed. "So am I." The plateau was quiet now. The garden's own ambient signal, the broadcast plant still transmitting its outward field from the northwest sector. It would continue until the garden withdrew it, which was not a decision he needed to make immediately. Elder mossgrasps reduced root network at the plateau's center. The guild formation masters completing their survey. The students sitting in various states of rest after 3 hours of disruption work. Bao Lingyun was pressing her palm flat against the plateau's stone, not transmitting, just listening. He noted this and said nothing. His allies were not servants to his plot. They had their own things they were deciding. Chapter 95. The last fragments record. Lian Feather had been collecting the ceramic shard pieces since Chapter 81. He knew she had them. She had picked up all 7 fragments before the journey northeast, gathered them with artifact collector's care, wrapped in the stasis cloth she kept for organic material, the same stasis cloth that had kept the extinct specimens in her jar collection alive for decades. She had not shown him what she found until the evening of the plateau's second day after the withdrawal, when Rohua's forces were well off the mountain and the engagement's immediate aftermath had settled enough that attention could go elsewhere. She came to him at the plateau's inner sanctum entrance, the section that the garden had opened to his resonance awareness, the network node where the heartroot signal was clearest. He had been sitting with both palms against the stone for an hour, not receiving, simply present. The heartroot was still and vast, and the quality of its transmission was the one he had received at the engagement's end. Home. You should look at these, Lian Feather said, and sat beside him on the plateau stone, without ceremony. She unwrapped the stasis cloth carefully, the way she handled anything she considered significant. 7 fragments. She had arranged them before coming. He could tell by the way they were positioned in the cloth, fitted against each other, the edges traced with her typical attention to material correspondence. She had spent time on this. 3 of them fit, she said, pointing to a grouping on the left side of the cloth. Edge correspondence, glaze pattern, firing temperature based on the clay structure, same origin point, same kiln, same hand. She pointed to 2 more. These 2 are from a different section of the original boundary stone. Higher altitude firing. The mineral content is different. She pointed to the remaining 2. These are the oldest. Different kiln entirely. Pre-cultivation era, based on the crystalline structure in the clay body. He looked at the 7 fragments. 7 pieces of the primordial garden's boundary stone, each from a different section, each fired at a different time period. The garden's last cultivator had not broken one stone and distributed the pieces. Multiple boundary stones, from multiple eras, each adding to the collection that the guidance system had carried outward through the continent's resonance network. The largest fragment, Lian Feather said. The one the leaf grew from. He looked at it. He had not examined it closely since the leaf had grown from it on the plateau's first morning. The leaf was still alive, still in the clay pot, transmitting its directional signal toward the inner sanctum entrance where he was currently sitting. There's text on the back, she said. I didn't notice it until I had good light and a clean surface for comparison. She turned the fragment over. Botanical encoding. The same script system as the stone pillars you decoded in the heights. He pressed his palm to the fragment's face. The encoding arrived in the full botanical script he had been learning since Ancient Root's rank, now decodable at Primordial Resonant Rank's full expression. Not a transmission. The fragment was fired clay, dead material, completely silent, to resonance. But the encoding itself was physical, pressed into the clay before firing, the marks permanent. He read it the way he read any physical record, from the structure of the marks, from their relationship to each other. His name was on the fragment, not as a prediction, not as a prophecy, as a record, the specific encoding that meant, this has been here, waiting, for as long as it needed to wait. The name encoded in the clay body of the largest shard, fired in the Garden Hearth's last operational kiln in the years before the garden's final cultivator sealed the city and distributed the boundary stone pieces through the guidance network. The encoding did not say Wei Muchen will come. It said Wei Muchen came, past tense. The future tense of what was then a hope or a plan, written as completed action because the encoding's author had to have believed, to write it that way, that the guidance network would succeed. He sat with both palms on the fragment for a long time. You're very quiet, Lian Feather said. My name is in the boundary stone, he said. The fragment that grew the leaf. She looked at him steadily. What does that mean? I don't entirely know yet. He pressed his palm to the fragment again. The garden knew I was coming specifically. Not that a resonance cultivator would come, that I would come. He looked at the leaf in the clay pot. This leaf grew from the fragment with my name in it. The garden spent 2,000 years calibrating the guidance system to find the specific person encoded in this stone. How? Lian Feather said. Your name was in the stone before you were born. She stopped. She had spent enough time in Wei Muchen's company to know when a question would not be answered by him. Not because he was withholding, but because he genuinely did not have the answer. The heartroot, he said. He pressed both palms to the plateau stone now, reaching past the fragment into the inner sanctum's network. The heartroot's signal arrived warm and present. The heartroot contains the biological record of every ecosystem that ever existed here. That includes, I think, the biological record of every resonance cultivator. The chemical signature of this ability. The garden has been waiting not for a name, but for a specific resonance pattern, and the boundary stone's encoding represents that pattern as a name, because that was the author's frame of reference. Lian Feather was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "So the name is not your birth name. The name in the stone is the resonance pattern you carry. And whoever carved it encoded it in the human language framework they had available." He looked at her. "Yes, that's exactly it." She pressed her lips together with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to say something. "So there is no cosmic predetermination involved. The garden encoded a signal. You carry that signal. When you arrived, the stone recognized you." "Yes. And the leaf that grew from your name fragment has been pointing you toward the inner sanctum since the morning of our arrival." "Yes." She looked at the leaf. She looked at the inner sanctum entrance, where the plateau stone was worn smoother than the surrounding surface, not by weather but by decades of cultivation sessions, generations of garden hearth practitioners sitting in this same spot with their palms pressed against the same stone. "So the garden has been pointing you home," she said. "And home is the place where the heartroot lives." He had not thought of it in exactly that formulation. He pressed both palms against the inner sanctum entrance and felt the heartroot's signal arrive. Present, vast, living, and in the specific register that was simply recognition. The way a very old living thing recognizes the presence of a person it has been waiting for without urgency, without alarm, with the particular quality of a thing that was always going to be here when you arrived and knew it. The leaf in the clay pot pulsed once, soft and slow. Home. He stayed there until the last of the day's light was gone above the cloud line, and the plateau's suspended root systems began their night transmission, lower bandwidth, quieter, the botanical equivalent of a city settling into sleep, and the inner sanctum's signal hummed steady and warm beneath his hands. Chapter 96. The inner sanctum entrance was a low arch of living stone threaded through with root systems so old they had hardened to something between wood and mineral. Wei Muchen had to bow his head to pass beneath it. Behind him, Lian Feather started to follow. He held up one hand without turning, and she stopped. Not a gesture of authority, more the way a person pauses before entering water, needing to feel the temperature before anyone else disturbs the surface. Inside, the air changed. It was cooler by several degrees and carried a dampness that was not unpleasant, the particular moisture that collects in places where large living things breathe slowly over very long spans of time. The ceiling was low enough to feel enclosed, but the space extended outward in a rough circle perhaps 20 paces across, and every surface, floor, walls, the curved ceiling, was covered in a living mesh of root tissue so fine it looked like the stone itself had grown veins. At the center, the heartroot. He had been building an image of it in his mind since the ancient vine in the gray wood had first transmitted that urgent impression, heartroot, and the image he had assembled was inadequate in every direction. It was not tall, perhaps knee-height. Its trunk was the circumference of a large fist, pale as old cream, with a surface texture that was smooth in some places and deeply fissured in others, as if different centuries had treated it differently. Its leaves, of which there were perhaps 40, were elliptical and slightly translucent at the edges, and they moved with a rhythm that was unrelated to any air current in the room. They moved because the heartroot was breathing. He understood that was not the technically correct framing. He understood that what he was seeing was the slow expansion and contraction of leaf tissue driven by internal pressure changes, which was a mechanical process, which plants did as a matter of biology. He understood all of that, and it still looked like breathing, and he stood in the entrance arch for a long moment watching it before he could move. Then he crossed the space and knelt and pressed both palms to the soil at its base. The signal arrived immediately, not as urgency, not as the compressed emotional impressions he usually received, but as something structured. Information organized, layer upon layer of it, each layer a different era, a different catalog of species and environments and interdependencies, encoded in the chemical language of botanical memory with such density that his ability could only process the topmost surface before the rest became undifferentiated depth. Like pressing your ear to the ocean floor and hearing everything the ocean has ever contained compressed into a single sustained tone. He pulled back after 10 seconds. His hands were shaking, not from effort, from scale. He sat back on his heels and spent a while simply breathing. Through the outer wall roots, he could sense the garden's plants going about their normal business. The the slow commerce of nutrients moving through fungal networks, the unhurried competition for light in the canopy above the plateau, the patient mineral work of roots splitting rock fractions of a millimeter at a time. The garden's ordinary life, which had continued throughout the battle and would continue regardless of what any cultivator did. The heartroot pulsed once, soft and deliberate, and transmitted something he interpreted as, here, not urgency. Something older than urgency. He looked more closely at the trunk's fissured surface. In the deepest of the fissures, the tissue had gone the color of old ash, not gray, but specifically the flat, non-reflective tone of something that had lost the chemical processes that gave it color. He reached out and touched one of those sections with a single finger, receiving the signal from that spot alone. The impression was not pain. It was the botanical equivalent of exhaustion, so deep it had passed through the stage of wanting rest and arrived at the stage of simply continuing, because stopping was no longer a decision that felt available. The heartroot was not injured. It was depleted, and the depletion was not from the battle or from Kale's blight or from any specific assault. It was structural, the slow consequence of existing in an ecosystem that could no longer fully sustain it, like a tree growing at the edge of where its soil type ends, alive but not thriving, drawing on reserves it could not replenish. He stayed kneeling for a long time, mapping the fissured tissue, tracking which sections were most depleted, constructing the dependency chain the way he always did. What does this need? What produces that? What made that possible? The heartroot needed the primordial biome soil chemistry. The primordial biome soil chemistry required specific fungal networks that existed only in 3 remaining pockets on the continent. Those fungal networks required host tree species that had been reduced to perhaps 12% of their historical range. The restoration work he had been doing for years was the answer. He had been assembling the pieces without knowing what the final picture was. The moonveil moss, the starlace root, the frostlung blossom, the 1,000-year meridian leaf. Each extinction he had reversed was a component of the system the heartroot needed. He had not known he was treating the heartroot's condition. The plants had known. He pressed his palms flat against the soil again and sent the steadiest resonance he could manage. Not stimulating, not directing, simply present. A companion signal. The botanical equivalent of sitting with someone who is exhausted and not asking anything of them. The heartroot's breathing slowed very slightly. The ashen sections of trunk did not recover, but they did not worsen. Outside the arch, he heard Lien Feather sit down against the stone wall and begin sorting through something in her pack with the deliberate quiet of a person occupying themselves respectfully. He stayed until the light changed. When he finally lifted his hands and stood, his fingers had gone stiff at the joints from the sustained contact, and when he worked them open and closed they ached in the specific way that had become familiar over years, deeper than muscle, sourced from the cellular level, the cost accruing invisibly until the morning it wasn't invisible anymore. He looked at his hands in the low light of the inner sanctum. The skin across his knuckles had developed new fissures since the battle. Not wounds. Age. The kind of texture that appears when skin has lost the elasticity that keeps it smooth, decades of weathering compressed into months. He closed his hands into fists and turned back toward the arch. Lien Feather was already watching him when he ducked through. She had been organized about it. She had prepared the question before he emerged and was now delivering it without preamble, which was how she operated when she had decided something needed to be said. How long does it have? She said. Not a soft phrasing. She said it the way she evaluated artifacts. Accurate assessment first, sentiment later. Without intervention? He considered. Years, not decades. The rate of depletion has been gradual enough that it's maintained stability, but stability isn't health. It's been losing ground for centuries. And with intervention, that depends on how quickly the continental restoration proceeds. He paused. And on certain other variables. She looked at his hands. He did not explain the other variables. She did not ask him to. Chapter 97. The next morning, he returned to the inner sanctum before the plateau's root networks had finished their night transmission, while the garden's signal was still in its lower bandwidth register, and the quality of the light through the cloud layer was the particular gray-blue that preceded dawn. He sat with his back against the wall this time rather than kneeling, which gave him a different angle on the heartroot, and let him observe it without immediately entering resonance. It was, he had decided overnight, beautiful in the specific way that things are beautiful when they are very old and still present. Not the beauty of a cultivated garden, not the beauty of crafted symmetry, the beauty of duration. The heartroot had existed through the founding of every major sect, through the destruction of the garden hearth civilization, through 2 millennia of extraction and depletion and the slow erosion of the world that sustained it. And it was still here, still breathing. He placed his palms against the floor and sent a gentle probe through the soil, not to the heartroot directly, but to the fungal network beneath it, assessing what was available. The mycorrhizal threads were thin in places, compromised by the same depletion affecting the heartroot itself. But they were present. The infrastructure existed. It needed feeding, not rebuilding. He began. What followed was not dramatic. There was no visible display of power, no spiritual pressure rippling outward, no light from his palms. He simply sat against the wall and sent resonance into the soil for 3 hours, specific, calibrated signals that he had learned from the stone pillar records at the Graymere Heights. The ecosystem seeding technique applied at its most precise scale. Not seeding a new ecosystem, but reinforcing an existing one. Tracing each fungal thread and sending the particular chemical signal that encouraged branching rather than withdrawal. He felt the first response at the 2-hour mark, a slight increase in the network's coherence, threads beginning to reconnect across gaps where they had thinned. It was the botanical equivalent of a low flame beginning to catch. He sustained the signal rather than increasing it. You did not rush a thing that had been patient for centuries. At the 3-hour mark, the heartroot's signal changed. Not dramatically. A shift in register, the way a voice shifts when a person has been heard. The exhausted sustaining because stopping felt unavailable quality was still present, but beneath it, something else, a note Wei Muchen could only describe as orientation. As if the heartroot had been existing in the undirected way of something maintaining minimum function, and now had something to orient toward. He came out of the resonance and sat still for a moment, assessing his own condition. His hands had aged. He had expected it. He had been tracking the rate since the early sessions in the Greywood, had noticed the acceleration at each rank advancement, had mapped the cost the way he mapped everything, as a dependency chain. The resonance ability required his hands as the primary contact medium. Extended sessions accelerated cellular aging at those contact points. The more demanding the session, greater depth, greater sustained duration, greater complexity, the more severe the cost. Today's session had added what felt like 2 years to the appearance of his hands. Perhaps less, perhaps more. The skin that had been loosening at his knuckles was now definitively loose. When he pressed his thumb against the back of his opposite hand and released, the skin moved slowly back into place, the way very old skin moves. He held one hand up and looked at it against the pale light from the arch. He was 23 years old. He had, by any reasonable calculation, approximately 60 years of natural lifespan remaining. If each significant resonance session aged his hands by a measurable increment, and the sessions would have to intensify as the restoration work grew more demanding, the question of how long his hands would remain functional was not a question he could defer. He was not afraid of this. He was, in the precise and systematic way he approached everything, interested in it. There was a problem with the timeline, and the timeline set the terms of what had to be done within it, and the question was how to use the available time as effectively as possible. He returned to the heartroot and placed his palms flat against its base. The signal arrived warmer than yesterday. The ashen sections of trunk were not recovering. The cellular damage there was structural, but the healthy tissue was responding to the improved fungal support with something that read unmistakably as vitality. More green in the signal. More depth. He spent another hour in resonance. When he emerged from the inner sanctum that afternoon, the plateau's light was full and the garden's canopy was in active photosynthesis, the signal density around him thick as late summer. Su Dao was waiting at the entrance arch with 2 cups of heated water, which was the closest thing to tea that existed at their current elevation, and the expression of someone who had been constructing a question for several hours and had decided to ask it directly. "You were in there for 4 hours, Su Dao said. "Yes. Your hands look worse than this morning." "They do." Su Dao handed him one of the cups. He sat down on the plateau stone and drank it. The water tasted of minerals and altitude. Elder Mossgrass sent a signal through the root network, Su Dao said. He said it carefully, which meant the news was not good. He says the separation from the Brackwell Delta network is progressing faster than he calculated. He used the word faster twice, which means he is concerned. Wei Muchen lowered the cup. How fast? He estimates weeks. Possibly less. Wei Muchen was quiet for a moment. He looked at the plateau stone, at the thin mats of lichen covering its surface, at the faint signal they were transmitting. Old, simple, uncomplicated. The lichen had been here before the garden hearth. It would be here after everyone present was gone. "He needs to come here," Wei Muchen said. "He said you would say that." Su Dao paused. He also said, and I am quoting precisely, "Tell the boy that uprooting an 800-year-old root system is not the same as repotting a herb." "No," Wei Muchen agreed. "But leaving him in the delta while he deteriorates is not the alternative." He stood, handed back the cup. "The inner sanctum's root network is extensive enough. If we introduce him to the heartroot system correctly, The integration might be able to sustain what his body can no longer sustain alone. Su Dao's expression was the one he wore when he was considering whether to push back and had decided against it. Wei Muchen noticed, but did not address it. They had been working together long enough that Su Dao's unspoken objections were a form of communication in themselves. He was worried about Wei Muchen, specifically about what an extended introduction resonance between Elder Moss Grasp and the Heartroot would cost in terms of the hands he had just watched age for additional years in a single session. Wei Muchen did not address it because Su Dao already knew his answer. Chapter 98. Shen Yuli arrived on the third day. She had not sent advance word, which meant she had left the guild's field station as soon as she received Su Dao's message and had traveled through the night on the last elevation, arriving at the plateau in the early hours with her pack still damp from the cloud layer. Wei Muchen was in the inner sanctum when she arrived. She waited. When he came out, she was sitting cross-legged on the plateau stone with a notebook open on her knee, writing in the small, close hand she used when she was working rather than corresponding. She finished the sentence she was on before she looked up, which told him she had a plan for how this conversation was going to proceed. "Sit down," she said. He sat. She closed the notebook. "I've been tracking the rate of change in your hands since the gray wood." She had started to say something else. He noted the correction. "I have 17 data points. I've mapped them against session duration, resonance depth, and rank advancement events. What did you find?" "That you already know what I found." She said it without accusation. "Purely factual. I want to hear you say it, because I have found that when you say things aloud they stop being abstract." He looked at his hands. "The rate is accelerating," he said. "Sessions that would have cost me 1 year of apparent aging at branch reader rank are costing 3 to 4 years at my current level. The cost scales with rank. As the work becomes more demanding, the sessions become more complex, and the cost increases proportionally." He turned his hands over, back to palm. "At the current rate, and assuming the restoration work will require sessions of increasing intensity over the next several years, I estimate I have perhaps 30 years before my hands will lose the fine motor sensitivity resonance requires. After that, I can probably maintain some contact-based reception, but the depth of interface needed for work at the Heartroot scale will be beyond my physical capacity." Shen Yuli was writing while he spoke, the small close hand moving quickly. 30 years, she said, without looking up. "Possibly less if the next several years require the sessions I think they will." She wrote for another moment. Then she put the pen down and looked at him with the expression he had learned to distinguish from her other expressions. Not professional assessment, not concern, but the particular quality of attention she gave to things she had decided mattered. "I'm not going to ask you to stop," she said. "I know what you would say, and I know it would be correct, and I have no interest in having a conversation where you are correct, and I am asking you not to be. All right. What I am going to ask is this." She opened the notebook to a fresh page. 3 days. Beginning tomorrow. You sit with me for 3 days, and you tell me everything you know. Not the techniques I can find in the stone pillar records. The things that live in the doing, the calibrations, the thresholds, the ways you distinguish one signal from another, the specific angles of contact, the mental state that opens reception rather than deflecting it. Everything. He was quiet. "You think I want to document it for posterity," he said. "I want to document it so that if this ability is teachable, and Su Dao suggests it might be, then what you have learned over 23 years does not exist only in your hands." The wind across the plateau was cold at this altitude and carried the particular clean absence of scent that existed above the cloud line. He could feel the garden's root network through the stone beneath him, the slow continental pulse of it, the heartroot at its center maintaining its careful rhythm. The signal was warmer today than it had been when he arrived. That was not his imagination. That was measurable. 3 days, he said. Starting tomorrow. "There are things I'm not sure I can explain in language," he warned her. She picked up her pen. "Then we'll find another way to record them. I brought materials." He looked at the notebook. "You planned this before you arrived." "I planned this," she said, "before you were in any immediate danger. I planned this in the Ashbel Peaks, when you came out of the resonance session with the stone pillars and couldn't speak for 6 hours." She wrote something at the top of the fresh page, a heading or a date, or something else he couldn't read from this angle. "I have been waiting for the right moment. This is not the right moment, but I have stopped waiting for the right moment." He said nothing for a while. Around them, the garden's suspended root systems moved in slow arcs against the sky, the organisms that had adapted to live at altitude over millennia, each one a small demonstration that adaptation was possible and that it took exactly as long as it took. "Tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow," she confirmed, and went back to her notes. Chapter 99. Elder Moss Grasp arrived 5 days later. He came not by traveling. He could no longer travel in the conventional sense, but by extension. The root network that had been his body for centuries projected from the Brackwell Delta in incremental advances, each night pushing a little further north along established mycorrhizal highways, the network's own territory expanding to include the terrain between. It was, Wei Muchen thought, the most patient form of travel he had ever witnessed. When the leading edge of that network reached the plateau, Wei Muchen felt it arrive as a specific and unmistakable signal. Old, deeply particular, with the quality of something that had grown so long in one place that it carried the full mineral signature of that place with it even when extended elsewhere. He went to the plateau's eastern edge and sat down. The extension continued until a single visible root broke through the rock at the plateau's margin. Pale, thicker than Wei Muchen's wrist, moving with the particular slow deliberateness of living wood under its own volition. It found a crack in the stone and anchored. Then Elder Mossgrasp's voice came up through the root network in the way it always had. As a vibrational signal that Wei Muchen received through the palms, he pressed flat against the plateau stone. Farther than I thought. You made good time, Wei Muchen said aloud. Asterisk, don't flatter the ancient. I can feel you measuring me. Asterisk. He was measuring. The signal quality was lower than it had been at the Brackwell Delta, some of the complexity gone, the way a voice loses timbre over a long transmission. Elder Mossgrasp's consciousness was present, but there was less of the layered depth that had characterized his signal for the months Wei Muchen had known him. The inner sanctum is large enough, Wei Muchen said. The Hartrud's root network extends across the full circumference of the plateau. If you integrate with the outer margin, you'll have access to. Asterisk, I know what I'll have access to. I've been feeling the Hartrud's signal since the Ashbel Peaks. Asterisk, a pause, the particular quality that Elder Mossgrasp's pauses had. Not hesitation, but the slow rhythm of very old thought. What I want to know is the cost to you. The introduction resonance for an entity of your complexity will require sustained deep contact. Perhaps 6 hours. Given recent sessions, I estimate. Asterisk, I didn't ask for your estimate. I asked for the cost. Asterisk, Wei Muchen was quiet. It will age my hands significantly, he said. Possibly more than any session to date. The root at the plateau's margin moved, anchoring itself more firmly. A second root emerged from the crack, thicker, and began working its way along the stone toward the inner sanctum entrance. Asterisk, the Garden Hearth's founder had hands like yours at 30. He lived to 400. Asterisk, you told me that in the Brackwell Delta. Asterisk, I'm telling you again. It bears repeating more than once. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, I chose to come here. The choice was mine. You will not treat the cost of the introduction as a debt I owe you. Asterisk, I wouldn't. Asterisk, you absolutely would. You would catalog it, track it, add it to the other costs, and carry the aggregate in the way you carry everything, silently and in detail. Asterisk, the signal had a quality that Wei Muchen had learned to read as the equivalent of a dry exhale. Asterisk, the Garden Hearth's founders made this same error, treating every act of service as a transaction. It made them very precise accountants of suffering. Asterisk, Wei Muchen pressed his palms more firmly against the stone. Then I'll try not to catalog it. Asterisk, you'll fail. But the attempt is appreciated. Asterisk, inside the inner sanctum, the introduction took 4 hours rather than the projected 6. Elder Mossgrasp's root network interfaced with the Hartrud's outer margin first. A gentle approach, the careful contact of two very old systems making an initial assessment of each other. Wei Muchen sat in contact with both simultaneously, serving as the resonance bridge, translating the Hartrud's signal register into something Elder Mossgrasp's system could receive, and vice versa. It required a quality of sustained attention he had not needed since the stone pillar decoding at the Graymere Heights, finer and more calibrated, holding two distinct signal types in simultaneous reception without letting either contaminate the other. At the 2-hour mark, the networks began integrating without his mediation. At the 3-hour mark, Elder Mossgrasp's individual signal began to change. The specific quality, the compressed depth of a single ancient consciousness, started to distribute. Not disappear. Redistribute. The way a dye disperses in water, present everywhere, concentrated nowhere. Wei Muchen stayed in contact and observed, because this was something he had no framework for and he wanted to understand it completely. It was not dying. He was certain of that. The signal's total complexity was not decreasing. It was spreading, becoming part of a larger system, the way a tributary becomes a river. The identity was not lost. It became distributed. Elder Mossgrasp's final coherent individual signal was the clearest Wei Muchen had received from him in weeks. It came with a quality of deliberate transmission, a message, composed, sent intentionally. Asterisk, tell the garden hello from the last Garden Hearth elder. I've been keeping the seat warm. Asterisk. The distributed signal settled into the root network and quieted. Wei Muchen sat with his palms against the inner sanctum floor for a long time after that, not transmitting, not receiving, simply maintaining contact. The garden's network was richer for the integration. He could feel it, the additional depth, the centuries of specific botanical knowledge that Elder Moss Grasp carried now woven into the system's intelligence. When he finally lifted his hands and looked at them, his fingers had gone stiff and the skin across both palms had developed a new texture. He could not have said precisely how much time those 4 hours had cost. He folded his hands in his lap. Outside, the plateau's root systems moved against the sky in their slow arcs. The cloud layer below caught the fading light and held it. Chapter 103 Days after Elder Mossgrasp's integration, Wei Muchen returned to the inner sanctum and placed both palms against the heartroot's base and did not pull back. He had been preparing for this for the 3 days prior. Not in any formal sense. He had not meditated, had not performed any ceremonial preparation, had not told anyone what he intended. He had spent the time with Xun Yuli in the documentation session she had requested, explaining the mechanics of resonance reception in the most precise language he could find, and in doing so had clarified to himself what he actually understood versus what he had been operating on intuition alone. The clarification had made the approach obvious. The heartroot's records were present at the surface when he made contact, and present in the deeper layers when he stayed, and present in depths he had not previously been able to perceive. He did not direct his perception toward the deep layers. He waited. The heartroot assessed him in the way it had been assessing him since his arrival, measuring not his cultivation rank or his combat capacity, but the quality of his receptivity, whether his orientation was toward listening or extraction, whether the waiting he was doing was genuine or strategic. He had been through variations of this assessment before, with the ironwood tree in the gray wood, with the fungal network in the Ashbel Peaks, with the garden's autonomous systems at the plateau boundary. The difference was scale. Every previous assessment had been conducted by a single system or a connected network. The heartroot contained all of them. He breathed. The heartroot breathed. The timing was not synchronized, and he did not try to synchronize it. An hour passed. The heartroot's signal changed. The surface records, the upper layer of botanical catalog, the most recently encoded ecosystems, became transparent. Not gone. Available at will. Below them, the deeper records opened in sequence. Older ecosystems, longer timescales, greater complexity. He received them not as individual pieces, but as a continuous expansion of perceptual depth, the way vision expands when you emerge from a very narrow passage into an open space. He was not aware of the moment when garden heart rank was achieved. He was aware of the moment when his perception included all of it. Every ecosystem the heartroot had cataloged across its full operational span, the complete biological record of this continent's ecological history, present and accessible in the way his memory of his own past was present and accessible, not recalled so much as simply available. The scope of it was not staggering in the way he had anticipated. He had expected to be overwhelmed. Instead, he felt a strange calm. The same calm the ironwood tree had transmitted in the gray wood, which he now understood was not a simple signal but a preview. The heartroot's network reaching forward through 11 years to prepare him for this exact moment. He began to look. The records closest to the present were familiar, species he had worked with, ecosystems he had partially restored, the primordial garden's own recent history. Below them, older layers, the pre-cultivation era, the period before extraction sects reorganized the continent's ecological relationships, the era when the garden hearth civilization had operated openly. He could see in those records the full picture of what the restoration work was building toward. Each piece he had placed positioned exactly where the larger pattern required it. Further back, deeper, 5,000 years. He stopped. The record he found in the 5,000-year layer was not what he had been looking for. He had not been looking for anything specific. He had been scanning, familiarizing himself with the depth and structure of what he now had access to. He had simply arrived at this record and recognized it. It was an ecosystem. Pre-cultivation, pre-garden hearth, a continental biome that had existed for millennia and then collapsed. Its collapse encoded in the heartroot's records with the precision of a thing carefully documented because its loss was considered significant. He knew this ecosystem. Not academically, not from the stone pillar records or Zhao Wuqing's notes or any of the sources he had studied. He knew it the way he knew the routes between his restoration sites, the way he knew the soil chemistry of the Brackwell Delta, the way he knew the specific vibrational quality of the ironwood tree signal. He knew it because he had been rebuilding it. The moonveil moss, the starlace root, the frostlung blossom, the 1,000-year meridian leaf. Every extinct species he had resurrected, every microecosystem he had painstakingly reconstructed, every formation array and soil restoration and fungal network integration. He had been assembling the components of this biome, piece by piece, over years, across sites spanning the entire continent. He had thought he was following the plants' guidance towards something new. He had been following their memory of something old. The plants were not asking him to build something that had never existed. They were asking him to return something that had. The biome in the Hartrut's 5,000-year record was not a target. It was home, the continental ecosystem before the first era of extraction, the world the plants had been carrying in chemical memory across 5 millennia, waiting for a cultivator who would listen well enough to reconstruct it. His palms were flat against the Hartrut's base. His hands were very old-looking in the low light of the inner sanctum. The pale trunk breathed its slow rhythm beside him, warmer than when he had arrived, the ashen sections of fissured tissue still present but surrounded by healthy signal. The garden's root network moved around him in all directions, continental, vast, patient in the specific way of things that have been waiting for a long time and are now no longer waiting. He stayed until he had looked at every detail of the 5,000-year record. Then he began, in the precise and systematic way he approached everything, to plan what could be done in 20 years. Chapter 101. He spent the night in the inner sanctum with both palms against the Hartrut's base, and by the time dawn light arrived as a gray brightening through the plateau's cloud layer, he had mapped the full extent of what the 5,000-year record contained. The primordial biome was not a simple ecosystem. It was a layered, interlocking system of approximately 200 species, each one occupying a specific functional role, arranged across the continent in patterns that had maintained equilibrium for at least 12,000 years before the first extraction sects began systematically dismantling it. He could see the dismantling in the records, not as a single catastrophic event, but as a slow process of removal, each species that disappeared destabilizing the ones that depended on it, the collapse propagating in cascades that took centuries to complete. He could also see his own work. From this vantage, the Hartrut's complete record, the 5,000-year panorama, the placement of his restoration sites looked different than it had from inside the work. He had chosen locations based on what the plants communicated to him, following signals, responding to urgency, building where he was called. Looking at it from outside, the pattern was unmistakable. The Moonvale moss site at the Greywood fed the fungal network that the Starlace root required. The Starlace root's cave system provided mineral compounds the frostlung blossom's highland ecosystem needed. The frostlung blossom's spore dispersal range, once the population reached viable density, would seed the high-altitude corridors that the 1,000-year meridian leaf had used to spread before its collapse. Each site was a prerequisite for the next. He had built them in the correct sequence without knowing there was a sequence to follow. He lifted his palms and sat back on his heels in the blue-gray pre-dawn light. The plants had been directing him. That was the plain conclusion. Not suggesting, not inviting, not responding to his initiatives, directing. Each urgent signal he had followed, each species he had prioritized over others, each location he had chosen over seemingly equivalent alternatives. The choices had been curated. He had felt like an autonomous agent making decisions based on the best available information. He had been, in the technical sense, an agent. But the information had been organized. Outside the inner sanctum, the garden's canopy was beginning its morning activation, the photosynthesis ramp-up that began before full light as the leaf surfaces shifted orientation. He could feel it through the floor, the slow brightening of the chemical signal as the entire plateau came online. He pressed his palms to the floor and found the Hartrut's signal, asking it a direct question not in words but in attention, directed, focused, asking whether the guidance had been conscious. The Hartrut's answer was not simple. What he received was the impression of a process so old and so continuous that the distinction between conscious and automatic had dissolved somewhere in the middle centuries. The garden had been responding to the absence of the primordial biome the way a living system responds to any deficiency, not with intention exactly, but with orientation, with every available resource directed toward the correction. Wei Muchen had been an available resource, the first one in 2,000 years whose receptivity was sufficient to receive the signal at the resolution required. He sat with that for a long time. When he finally emerged from the inner sanctum, Xin Yuli was already awake, sitting at the plateau's edge with her notebook and a cup of altitude water, watching the cloud layer below. She heard him and did not turn immediately, which meant she was finishing a thought. Then she turned. She read his expression. You found something. The 5,000-year record. He sat down beside her. The plateau stone was cold through his clothes, and the morning air carried the particular chill of altitude before the sun arrived. I've been reconstructing the primordial biome. Every site I built. The sequence I followed. All of it was encoded in the garden's guidance signals before I arrived. She was quiet for a moment. Were you directed, she said carefully, or informed? He had been working toward that exact question all night. I'm not certain there's a clean distinction. The signals were urgent. I responded to urgency. The urgency was real. The biome really was missing. The species really needed those environments. Whether the sequencing was deliberate coordination or the emergent behavior of a system trying to repair itself, he stopped. I can't determine that from inside the record. Then what you know, she said, is that the plants communicated accurately, the information they gave you was correct, and the work you did was necessary. What I know is that I may have had less agency than I believed. She wrote something in the notebook, which was not what he expected. I'm writing this down because, she said without looking up, you will need to revisit this question when you are less tired and less recently shaken, and what you think in 3 days may be different from what you think right now. She paused. You've been awake all night pressing your hands against the heart root. Your judgment is not at its most precise. He looked at her. She met his eyes briefly, wrote one more line, and closed the notebook. Go sleep. The biome will still be 5,000 years old when you wake up. He did not go sleep. He went and found a patch of living moss near the plateau's western edge and pressed his palms into it, and sat there for 2 hours, because the heartroot scale was overwhelming and the moss's signal was simple and old and uncomplicated. The moss had been here for 400 years. It did not have an agenda. It needed water and light, and the specific mineral balance of the plateau stone. He could give it those things, and it asked for nothing more. The distinction felt important. He was still sitting there when Lien Feather found him an hour later, carrying 2 cups of altitude water and wearing the expression of someone who had made a decision overnight and was going to deliver it without preliminary. I'm going back to the artifact trade, she said, sitting down beside him without invitation. Not Zhong's version of it. My version. She handed him a cup. There are viable specimens in private collections all over the continent. People who have stasis jars they inherited and have no idea what's inside. Your heartroot records can tell you what to look for. My network can find where those collections are. She drank from her own cup. This is not a question. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. He looked at her. I know. Good. She leaned back on her hands. Also, your cultivation records need a proper archivist, and I'm not offering to be that archivist. I'm suggesting Su Dao's school needs to hire one. Someone trained in artifact documentation. Su Dao's school has been running for 3 weeks. Then it's a good time to establish practices before bad ones set in. She finished her cup. The heartroot's records are irreplaceable. You should not be the only one who can access them. She stood, collected his empty cup, and walked back toward the inner sanctum entrance without waiting for his response. Wei Muchen pressed his palms back into the moss and sat there until the plateau's morning reached full light. Chapter 102. He stopped resonating on the 14th day of the month, midway through a session with the heartroot, and did not resume. It was not a crisis that stopped him. There was no injury, no emergency, no signal he could not process. He simply arrived at a point in the session where the question that had been building for 10 days became unavoidable, and the only honest response to it was to stop and be quiet for a while. The question was, had he ever made a choice? He spent the first day of silence in the inner sanctum without touching anything. He sat in the center of the room with his hands folded in his lap and watched the heartroot breathe its slow rhythm and did not reach for it. The absence of signal was louder than he expected. He had been in continuous resonance contact with something. Moss, fungi, root networks, individual plants, for so long that the silence had a texture. A slight wrongness, like a missing tooth probed repeatedly by the tongue. On the second day, he went outside and sat on the plateau stone and watched the suspended root systems move against the sky. Without resonance, they were just shapes. Interesting, slow-moving, biologically remarkable, but silent. He had spent years listening to the botanical world as a constant companion, and now it was mute. Not hostile, just absent. He watched Su Dao run a training session with 3 students on the plateau's eastern section, working through the transmission exercises Xin Yuli had helped design. Su Dao was a precise instructor, patient in the specific way of people who have been impatient and learned better, explaining the same principle 3 different ways when the first 2 didn't produce results. He had developed his own vocabulary for it, distinct from Wei Muchen's. Where Wei Muchen spoke of listening, Su Dao spoke of offering. You're not broadcasting at the plant, he told a student who was straining visibly. You're offering the signal and leaving space for refusal. Wei Muchen had not taught him to phrase it that way. Su Dao had arrived at it independently. On the 4th day, Xin Yuli came to sit beside him on the plateau stone and did not open her notebook. You're waiting for me to say something reassuring, he said. I'm waiting, she said, to see what you say when you've been quiet long enough. They sat in silence for a while. The cloud layer below the plateau drifted in a slow current from west to east, which it did every morning until the afternoon thermal shifted it. The gray wood, he said. She turned slightly. Chapter 5. I entered the forest and was overwhelmed by the simultaneous signals. I narrowed my reception to one plant at a time because I had no other option. He watched the clouds. That was the first time I made a real choice. The signals were there before I arrived. The forest had been transmitting regardless of whether I was present. I didn't choose to hear them. I chose how to respond to what I was already hearing. She thought about this. That's still a form of agency. Yes. The question is whether the choices I made after that were mine, or whether the plants systematically organized the information I received to make certain choices feel inevitable. He paused. The moonveil moss. I prioritized it because Shin Yuli identified it as medically necessary. But Shin Yuli identified it because the plants in the gray wood had been directing me toward the old workshop, which contained Zhao Wuqing's notes, which she read and made the medical identification from. She was quiet for a moment. You're describing a chain of causation. I'm describing a chain of causation in which I am a link, not a source. Everyone is a link, she said, which was not a dismissal but a genuine observation. You were shaped by the signals you received. I was shaped by the scholarship I studied, which was shaped by the scholars before me, which goes back far enough that the origin is indeterminate. She was looking at him now rather than the clouds. The question isn't whether you were influenced. The question is whether the influence was toward something good. That's not the same question. No, but it may be a better one. His hands, folded in his lap, were very still. They had not aged in the 14 days since he had stopped resonating. He had noticed this, tracked it, logged it mentally, added it to the dependency chain with a note about what it might mean for the restoration timeline if he periodically suspended sessions to allow the aging to halt. He had not been able to stop calculating. On the 9th day, he walked to where Su Dao was conducting a solo training exercise in the early morning and stood at the edge of the session without interrupting. Su Dao noticed him after a few minutes and let the exercise continue while glancing over. Your school has 17 students, Wei Muchen said. 22, Su Dao corrected. 3 arrived 2 days ago from the disbanded Apothecary Sovereign Sect's research division. They can't receive plant signals, but they have excellent botanical taxonomy training. Are they useful? Su Dao considered. Lien Feather says they're the best thing that's happened to the archive project. They know how to catalog systematically. The rest of us know what to catalog, but put things wherever is convenient. A pause. You should come look at what they've organized. It will interest you. Wei Muchen looked at the students. 3 of them were sitting in contact with plateau moss, attempting to receive signal. None of them had succeeded yet, but 2 of them were maintaining the correct receptive state. He could tell by the quality of their stillness. They were genuinely waiting rather than straining. They're doing it right, he said quietly. Most of them are. The ones who can't stop trying don't get anywhere. Su Dao glanced at him. Are you coming back? Wei Muchen was quiet. I don't know what changed when you found the 5,000-year record, Su Dao said, with the directness he used when he had decided something needed to be said, but I know that the ironwood tree in the gray wood didn't manipulate you. I watched you sit with a dying seedling in the Ashbel Peaks for 4 hours instead of attending the meeting that could have prevented the spring seizure. That wasn't strategic. That was you. Wei Muchen said nothing. The meeting mattered, Su Dao continued. Missing it cost us. You knew it would cost us when you chose to stay with the seedling. He returned to his students. That's not the behavior of someone who has been directed toward outcomes. That's the behavior of someone who can't leave a living thing in distress, even when they should. Wei Muchen stood at the edge of the training session for a while longer. Then he went back to the inner sanctum. He did not immediately resume resonance. He sat against the wall and looked at the heartroot and thought about the ironwood tree and the dying seedling and the lotus field where he had stayed until dark on the first night of his life that he understood what he was. On the 14th day, he pressed his palms to the inner sanctum floor and came back to the garden. The signal arrived warm. Chapter 103 The Blight appeared on the morning of the 3rd week. Wei Muchen was in contact with the heartroot when it arrived, not abruptly, not as an attack, but as a change in the signal register of the plateau's eastern section. A note that had not been present before. Something that was not quite damage, not quite sickness, but carried the quality that he had learned over years to identify as wrong direction. Growth proceeding in a way that subtracted from its surroundings rather than integrating with them. He sent a probe through the fungal network toward the eastern section, and the probe returned a signal that made him sit very still for a moment. It was resonance. Not his resonance. Someone else's. A signal with a different signature, older than anything he had encountered, with a depth of practice that made his own ability feel like a first winter's growth beside an established canopy. Whoever was transmitting through the plateau's eastern section had been doing this for much longer than Wei Muchen had been alive. He came out of the inner sanctum at a careful pace, not running, assessing as he moved. Through the floor contacts his feet maintained, he could track the blight's progression. The eastern section's fungal network was being drained. Not severed, not disrupted, drawn from, systematically, the way a careful harvester takes from a plant without killing it. The blight was feeding on the garden's reserves, and it was using botanical resonance to do it. He found the source at the plateau's eastern margin, where the root network was densest. The physical manifestation was not what he expected. There was no body. Or rather, there was something where a body should have been, a form that had once been human, but had been modified by 2,000 years of botanical resonance taken in a direction that Wei Muchen had never considered and could not have anticipated. Root tissue had replaced sections of flesh, the way elder mossgrass's legs had become roots, but where elder mossgrass's integration had been mutual and cooperative. This integration was one-directional. The body had not become part of the plant system. The plant system had been absorbed into the body, pressed into service, its living tissue repurposed for the cultivator's own continuation. The form was kneeling at the plateau's edge with both hands buried deep in the root network, drawing. It became aware of Wei Muchen when he was still 20 paces away, a lateral expansion of resonance sensitivity, like a very old spider detecting vibrations at the edge of its web. The drawing stopped. The form looked up. The face was human enough to read. Old in the way Wei Muchen's hands were old, time compressed into tissue, decades of resonance cost made visible. But where Wei Muchen's hands showed the cost of sustained contact with living things, this face showed something different. The aging had proceeded unevenly, hollowed in certain areas, overdeveloped in others, as if the body had been selectively consumed and rebuilt in ways that optimized specific functions at the expense of overall balance. "You're smaller than I expected," the form said. The voice was clear and precise, with the particular quality of someone who had spent years alone and had not lost the habit of articulation. "The garden's anticipation was so concentrated toward your arrival that I expected something more substantial." Wei Muchen kept his distance. He was mapping through the floor, the blight's current extent, the rate of drainage, the fungal network sections already compromised. The damage was significant but contained. This entity had been careful. A careful presence, he noted, not a desperate one. "You're Kale," Wei Muchen said. The form did not correct him. "The garden has been discussing me." "The garden doesn't discuss. It transmits records." He crouched and pressed one palm to the plateau stone, keeping his eyes on the form. "You developed botanical resonance 2,000 years ago. You chose to interpret the plant's communication as commands to harvest rather than invitation to dialogue." He paused. "The garden's records of that period are specific about what happened." "The garden's records," Kale said, with a precision that was not quite contempt, "are the garden's interpretation of events. Records are perspective. I was present. I have my own." "Then give it to me." Kale was quiet for a moment. The plateau's wind moved through the suspended root systems above them. From this angle, Wei Muchen could see the eastern section's fungal network more clearly, the threads that had been drawn from showing the slight translucency of depleted tissue, like leaves at the end of a dry season. "I heard what the plants needed," Kale said. "The same as you. I listened for 20 years before I realized that what they needed was more than any individual cultivator could provide. The ecosystems were already degraded. This was 2,000 years ago. Remember, the first era of extraction. The apothecary sovereign sect's predecessors were already 2 centuries into systematic harvesting. The plant's urgency was constant. Every signal was crisis." His voice remained level. "I concluded that the only way to give the plants what they needed was to acquire sufficient power to force the extraction sects to stop. And the most direct route to that power was through the plants themselves." Wei Muchen said nothing, letting the space remain open. "I asked the garden whether it would support this approach," Kale continued. "The garden's response was, call it ambiguous. I interpreted the ambiguity as permission. And the garden hearth civilization that existed at the time wanted dialogue." Something in Kale's voice that might have been genuine regret, if it had not been surrounded by 2,000 years of its consequences. "They were correct. I was correct about the urgency and incorrect about the method. And by the time I understood that, the garden hearth was gone and the extraction sects had used my approach as evidence that botanical resonance cultivators were dangerous." A pause. "I have been a useful cautionary tale for 2,000 years. I am aware of the irony." Wei Muchen stood slowly, keeping the floor contact. "You're draining the garden's reserves." "I have been draining the garden's reserves since I merged with the root network 800 years ago. I am the corruption you've been feeling since you arrived." The form did not move, but its attention was entirely present, focused. I was waiting for you specifically. Not because the garden sent for you, because I needed a resonance cultivator who might be willing to hear an argument before choosing a response. Wei Muchen assessed the blight's extent once more. He thought about the ironwood tree in the graywood and the dying seedling in the ashbell peaks and the moment in the inner sanctum when he had sat in silence for 2 weeks because a question about agency became unavoidable. I'll hear it, he said. Chapter 10. For they sat at opposite ends of the plateau's eastern margin, and Kale made his argument. It was not a short argument. Kale was 2,000 years old and had been refining this position in isolation for most of that time, and his precision was formidable. He did not repeat himself, did not qualify unnecessarily, and did not appeal to emotion when logic would serve better. Wei Muchen sat with both palms flat against the plateau stone and listened the way he listened to plants, without preformed conclusion, leaving space for information he had not predicted. The plants communicate, Kale said. This is not in question. You experience it. I have experienced it for 2 millennia. The Hartroots records document resonance cultivators going back 12,000 years. The question is what kind of communication it constitutes. You interpret it as dialogue. I contend it is not. Define the distinction. Dialogue requires intent, the conscious formation of a message for a specific recipient. What botanical resonance receives are signals that evolved to produce effects, not to communicate meaning. The urgency signal a drought-stressed plant transmits is chemically identical whether it is received by a resonance cultivator or by a neighboring plant of the same species. The signal exists because plants that produced it survived better, not because a plant decided to ask for help. Wei Muchen considered this. You're describing the evolutionary origin of the signal. I'm describing the mechanism. The mechanism is chemical and automatic. It was selected for over millions of years because it produced adaptive responses in the organisms that received it. You and I receive those signals because we are biological organisms and our nervous systems respond to those chemical gradients. The experience of receiving feels like communication. The mechanism is not. The plateau's morning had gone fully bright by now, the cloud layer below glowing white in full sun. Wei Muchen could feel the garden's photosynthesis in the floor beneath him, the brightening of the chemical signal as the entire system came online, that daily process of continental-scale life going about its business. The garden directed me toward specific restoration sites, he said, in a specific sequence. The sequencing was not random. It was optimal for rebuilding the primordial biome. For that sequencing to emerge from purely automatic signals would require emergent optimization, Kale said. The garden is a connected system. Connected systems optimize. The signals you received were shaped by the system's state in a way that produced efficient pathways to repair. This is not the same as the system consciously designing those pathways. Wei Muchen pressed his palms more firmly against the stone. The argument was good. He had encountered good arguments before. Zhong Wui's argument for sustainable harvest that was actually an argument for managed scarcity. Grand alchemist Fei Rong's argument for compromise that was actually an argument for legitimizing past harm. He was practiced at finding the place where a good argument stopped being accurate and became something else. This argument did not obviously stop. He could not find the place where it failed. He spent 2 days looking for it. The first day, he stayed in the inner sanctum with the Hartroot, asking the same question he had asked before, whether the guidance had been conscious. The Hartroot's answer had not changed, that sense of a process so old and continuous that the distinction had dissolved. He pressed further, asking not whether the guidance was conscious, but whether it was responsive. Whether the signals he had received were the same signals that would have been transmitted to any resonance cultivator who arrived, or whether they had been shaped by who he specifically was. The Hartroot's answer to this was something he did not have a word for. The closest he could come was both. The second day, he sat with Xin Yuli and told her Kale's argument. She listened without interrupting, which meant she was taking it seriously. He's right about the evolutionary mechanism, she said when he finished. The signals evolved before resonance cultivators existed. They weren't designed for resonance cultivators. He says that means what I experience as dialogue is actually adaptive response to chemical gradients. Does he account for the broadcast plant? Wei Muchen stopped. The broadcast plant, the species the garden had produced during the battle against Rohua, the plant that transmitted botanical perception outward and forced the absorbers to feel what the plants felt. The garden had grown that plant in a specific location at a specific moment in response to a specific tactical situation. No previous record in the Hartroot contained that species. It was new. He doesn't know about it, Wei Muchen said. Or he does and hasn't addressed it. She wrote something. A system responding to evolutionary optimization should not be capable of producing a genuinely novel organism in response to a novel problem. Optimization works within existing solution space. The broadcast plant was outside existing solution space. He stood up. She looked up from her notes. Where are you going? Back to Kale. He paused at the inner sanctum entrance. Don't follow. He's more comfortable with one person. She made a note. He took it as agreement. Chapter 105. Kale was still at the eastern margin when Wei Muchen returned. Not draining. The blight had been static for 2 days, as if Kale had suspended it while the argument was in progress. Wei Muchen noted this, but did not comment on it. He sat down at the same distance as before. The broadcast plant, he said. A silence. The particular quality of a silence that contains more information than speech. You know about the broadcast plant, Wei Muchen said. It was not a question. I observed it, Kale said. During the battle. I have been in this root network for 800 years. I observe everything. Then you know it was not an optimization of existing genetic material. The garden produced a new organism in response to a situation it had never encountered. I know what it appeared to be. Tell me what it appeared to be. Kale was quiet for a long moment. The plateau's wind moved overhead. Somewhere in the western section, Wei Muchen could hear Su Dao's students working through a session. The faint sound of voices, the quality of concentrated quiet. It appeared, Kale said carefully, to be the garden responding to a novel problem with a novel solution. Which your argument predicts is not possible. My argument predicts that purely automatic systems operating within evolutionary optimization should not be capable of it. The precision did not waver. I am aware of the implication. Wei Muchen pressed both palms flat against the plateau stone and sent a careful probe into the eastern section's blight, not to fight it, just to assess its quality. What he found was something he had not expected. The blight signature was not a single entity. It was a distributed presence, the way Elder Mossgrass's consciousness had become distributed when it merged with the garden's root network, but inverted. Where Elder Mossgrass had integrated cooperatively, this presence had integrated by replacement. It occupied the root tissue the way a parasite occupies a host, using the host structure while directing resources toward its own maintenance. But the boundaries were not clean. You've been here for 800 years, Wei Muchen said. Yes. And in 800 years you haven't consumed the garden. A long pause. No. If the garden is purely a passive system responding to your drain the way a plant responds to harvest, if it has no agency, no intent, no capacity for genuine response, then what has been limiting you? The form at the plateau's edge did not answer immediately. When it did, the precision was still present, but something beneath the precision had changed, a quality of careful consideration that had not been there before. The garden resists, Kale said. I have always interpreted this as a passive equilibrium function. The system's self-maintenance counterbalancing my extraction, the way a forest regenerates around a clearing. Automatic. But, Wei Muchen said. But the resistance is not proportional to the drain. Kale's hands, buried in the root network, moved slightly, not drawing, something else. When I increased extraction during the century after the garden hearth's fall, the resistance increased faster than the depletion rate would predict. When I reduced extraction during the centuries I spent in philosophical consideration of the argument I just gave you, the resistance also reduced. He stopped. Faster than the recovery rate would predict. Wei Muchen felt the truth of this in the root network beneath his palms. The pattern Kale was describing was visible in the Hartroot's records if you knew what to look for. The garden had been responding to Kale specifically, not to extraction in general. It had been calibrating its response to his choices. Kale's interpretation, Wei Muchen said slowly, treats the plant's behavior as mechanical regardless of its complexity. He was thinking aloud, which he did not usually do, but the situation felt like it required precision, and precision sometimes required speaking. Your argument is internally consistent, which is impressive. A river responds to the shape of its channel. A fire responds to available fuel. Complex adaptive responses don't require consciousness to produce. He paused. But a river does not respond to a specific person's choices. A fire does not reduce its intensity when the person who lit it stops adding fuel. The form was very still. The garden responded to you specifically, Wei Muchen continued. The ironwood tree in the gray wood transmitted calm when I was in crisis. Not the botanical average, not the standard signal, but something calibrated to me in that specific moment. The broadcast plant addressed a tactical problem that had never arisen before. Elder Mossgrass merged with the garden and found a place that received him. He met the form's eyes. These are all responses to novel situations, to specific individuals, to information the system did not have before the moment of response. That is not optimization. That is consciousness responding. Kale said nothing for a long time. Then, so does a river. Wei Muchen looked at him. A river, Kale repeated. And there was something in the words that was not argument anymore, but something older. The insistence of a position held for so long it had become load-bearing. The thing you do not release because you are not certain what remains if you do. The Yellow River responds to flood seasons specifically, responds to geological changes specifically, responds to human intervention specifically. Its response is always calibrated to the situation. Does that make it conscious? No, Wei Muchen said. But the garden produced a species that had never existed. The river has never produced a new landform in response to an argument. The silence that followed was long and had a different quality than the silences before it. Wei Muchen sat with it, not pressing. Finally, Kale said, I have been alone with this argument for 2,000 years. I know. I developed it specifically because the alternative was, he stopped. Because the alternative was that the garden is conscious, Wei Muchen said quietly. And conscious things can be wronged. The form at the plateau's edge did not answer. Its hands moved in the root network, still not drawing. Something else. Something that felt, through the floor contacts Wei Muchen maintained, like the early stages of loosening a grip that had been held for a very long time. The blight, in the eastern section, began very slowly to recede. Chapter 106. The blight's recession lasted 3 hours. Wei Muchen was still at the plateau's eastern margin when the signal changed, not the blight itself resuming, but something beneath it, deeper in the root network, activating the way a long-dormant infection activates when the body lowers its defenses. He felt it through both palms in the floor, a spreading wrongness that was moving faster than the original drain had moved. Much faster. He stood and sent a probe south through the fungal network, tracing the expansion. What he found was not the same pattern as Kale's drain. This was dispersed rather than targeted, spreading through the network the way a toxin spreads through water, not drawn by intention, but diffusing along concentration gradients into every available space. The corrupted tissue was producing something that the healthy tissue was absorbing, and the absorbed material was converting. He understood in less than 3 seconds. Kale. He turned. You released something. The form at the margin had not moved. Its hands were still in the root network. I reduced my extraction. I did not introduce anything new. Something is activating in the southern section. He was already moving south along the plateau's edge, maintaining floor contact as he walked. Something that was dormant. A silence behind him. Then Kale's voice, and the quality of it was different. No longer the precise neutrality of controlled argument, but something with more texture underneath. I didn't release it, Kale said, but I may have disrupted the balance that was containing it. Wei Muchen stopped moving. Explain. I have been in this root network for 800 years. I have been draining it in a pattern that became, over that time, part of the system's equilibrium. My drain balanced against the garden's self-maintenance at a rate that stabilized into mutual tolerance. The voice was even. If I reduce extraction significantly, the balance shifts. Pressure that had been equilibrated begins moving. The quarantine section. Wei Muchen was already mapping the expansion's vector, south and east, accelerating as the pressure differential drove it further. There's something quarantined in the southern section that your drain was helping to contain. I didn't know. A pause. I had inferred its presence. I had concluded that the garden's self-maintenance was maintaining the containment independently of my activities. Another pause, shorter. I was wrong about that. Wei Muchen was running. The southern section of the plateau was the densest area of the root network, the oldest growth, the deepest connections, the place where the garden's most ancient infrastructure was concentrated. He had avoided resonating deeply there because the signal was too complex for him to process at his current depth of interface. The area felt old in the specific way that meant not just age but density of history, centuries of accumulated botanical memory layered so thick that it resisted his attempts at resolution. He found the border of the spread at the southern section's outer margin, the place where the ancient quarantine line ran, and pressed both palms to the ground. What he received stopped him completely. The corrupted tissue on his side of the quarantine line was not draining. It was starving. The blighted root material had been deprived of the compounds it needed by the sustained pressure differential, and now that the pressure had shifted, it was absorbing those compounds frantically from the surrounding healthy tissue, pulling them in quantities that the healthy tissue could not sustain. It was not attacking. It was desperately hungry. He understood this. Every other cultivator who arrived here and assessed the situation through a combat framework would have seen a spreading blight requiring aggressive countermeasures. Wei Muchen looked at it and saw a population of organisms in crisis, responding to deprivation with the only behavior available to them. He could not leave them. He knew, in the part of his mind that maintained the running cost-benefit analysis, he could not stop performing, that the correct strategic response was to strengthen the quarantine line and contain the spread until he could develop a targeted treatment. He knew this. The quarantine line was already compromised at 2 points. Reinforcing those points required a specific formation array he had deployed in the Brackwell Delta and could reconstruct here in approximately 40 minutes if he started immediately. He did not start immediately. He pressed deeper through the corrupted tissue, feeling for what the starving root material specifically needed. The blight's spread had been contained at the quarantine perimeter, but not reversed. The corrupted tissue within the containment zone continued its slow consumption of the garden's ancient reserves, and Wei Muchen spent his sessions treating the outer damage, finding each blighted plant and providing what it was deprived of, halting the frantic absorption response, stabilizing tissue enough to prevent further spread. It was exhausting, systematic work, and it was not enough. He was treating the symptoms of a process whose source, the quarantined ancient corruption beneath the southern section, he had not yet determined how to address. Kale watched from the eastern margin and said nothing. The old entity had reduced its drain to nearly zero after the initial destabilization, which Wei Muchen appreciated and could not fully trust. Xin Yuli was coordinating with the guild to bring additional formation materials to the plateau. The containment perimeter needed reinforcement that their current resources could not provide. She was precise and efficient about this, which meant she was worried. She was precise and efficient most of the time, but the particular quality of her efficiency during the supply coordination carried a tension that had not been there before the crisis began. On the morning of the 22nd day, a figure arrived at the plateau. Wei Muchen felt the arrival through the root network before he saw it. A presence at the plateau's base that the plants recognized, and that the plant's recognition of was unusual. Not an enemy, not a threat. Something else. Something the plants had encountered before and associated with. He searched for the right interpretation. Stillness. Voluntary stillness. He went to the plateau's edge and looked down. Petal Empress Rohua was climbing alone. She had no escort, no advance herald, no formation support, no weapon visible. Her cultivation robes were plain by her previous standards. No trailing silk, no ornamental arrays, and she was climbing with the focused attention of someone conserving effort. She looked, at this distance, like a person returning to a place they had left under bad terms and were uncertain of their reception. He waited at the plateau's margin until she reached the top. Her face, when she arrived, carried the particular contained expression of someone who had prepared for several possible responses and was ready to receive any of them. "You came back," he said. "I said I needed time to consider." She stood straight, not defensive, not aggressive. The same composure she had brought to their first meeting on the plateau, but with a different quality beneath it. The composure of someone who had processed something difficult rather than the composure of someone above being processed. "I have considered." He waited. "The broadcast plant showed me what the plants experience when they are drained." She said this with the directness of someone who had rehearsed saying it for weeks. "I will not describe it at length. What I will tell you is that I have spent 3 months attempting to stop draining involuntarily, as a baseline practice, not as a crisis response. It is harder than I expected. Did you succeed? Partially. I still drain under high cultivation pressure situations. But the baseline rate has dropped by approximately 80%, which I am aware is not sufficient." A pause. "I understand it may never be sufficient to undo what has already been consumed." "No," he said. "It won't be." She received this without flinching. "I know. I'm not here to offer restitution. I don't think restitution is the relevant frame." She looked at the plateau, the surviving garden plants, the containment perimeter's formation arrays visible at the southern section, the quality of the air above the cloud line. "I'm here because you have a blight problem that my specific ability may be uniquely suited to address, and I would rather spend the next several decades being useful than spend them constructing philosophically adequate apologies." Wei Muchen studied her. The direct approach, the lack of performance, the absence of the carefully calculated charm she had deployed in every previous interaction. He had been noting her signals for years, and this was something he had not encountered from her before. "The blight responds to consumption," he said. "The corrupted tissue absorbs compounds it needs in a frantic, destructive way because it's been starved. I've been providing what it needs through resonance, but the treatment is slow and the quantity is too large for me to address fully while maintaining the heartroots support sessions. And I can absorb the blight directly." She understood immediately. He could see it. Pull the corrupted compounds out of the blighted tissue. Not drain the healthy tissue around it, but specifically target the corruption itself. It would require precision you haven't previously applied to your ability. She looked at him with the particular expression he had come to recognize as the one she used when other people's underestimations of her were too obvious to engage with directly. "I have been practicing precision for 3 months on organisms I care about not harming. Treating the blight as a target rather than a byproduct should be simpler, not harder." She looked toward the southern section. Show me where to start. Wei Muchen looked at her for a moment longer. He had revised his assessment of people before. Tan Bolin, who went from dismissive to fierce defender over the course of the Ashbel Peaks. Elder Moss Grasp, who went from reluctant to committed over years. Zhong Wui, who never revised, which was its own kind of information. He had not expected to be here with Rohua. South section, outer margin, he said. I'll show you the boundary. Chapter 108 working with Rohua was not easy and was immediately effective. She absorbed the Blight's corrupted compounds with a precision she had clearly been developing in private. Not the sweeping life force drains Wei Muchen had observed at the battle, but targeted draws that pulled specific chemical signatures out of blighted tissue while leaving the surrounding healthy material intact. The technique required her to hold her ability at a much lower intensity than she was accustomed to, and the concentration this required was visible in her expression. She did not complain about it. Wei Muchen followed behind her, performing the resonance equivalent of wound care. Once the corrupted compounds were removed, the blighted tissue was left depleted and destabilized, and he provided the mineral and chemical signals that allowed the remaining healthy cells to rebuild the damaged sections. It was the same treatment he had been performing alone, but with her extraction clearing the path first, the recovery was 5 times faster. They worked in silence for the first 2 days, establishing a rhythm. By the 3rd day, he noticed she had begun to develop a sense of the tissue's response to her draws, pausing when the healthy tissue around a target section tensed, adjusting intensity when the absorption was pulling more than the corrupted compounds. She was learning through the work, which was, in his experience, the only way to learn anything that mattered. On the 4th day, she said, without stopping work, the blight is deeper than it looks. Yes. There's something beneath the quarantine line. She did not pause. Her draws were increasingly precise. She was feeling the boundary of the ancient containment the same way he felt root network boundaries, through sustained contact. Very old. Very contained. I know. It's different from this blight. She pulled a section of corrupted compound clear from a root cluster that had been strangling under its weight. The freed tissue immediately began responding to the residual chemical Wei Muchen sent into the cleared space. This blight is hungry. Whatever's below the quarantine line is not hungry. It feels like something that has been held in place for a very long time and is still trying to get out. He was aware of this. He had been aware of the quarantine zone since his first deep resonance sessions with the plateau, but the knowledge and the capacity to address it were 2 different things, and he had not yet found the second. The work continued. At the end of the 2nd week, the surface blight had been reduced to approximately 30% of its peak extent. The garden's root network was visibly recovering in the treated areas. New growth, the signal brightening in sections that had been dim, and the heartroot signal was stronger and more present than it had been since Wei Muchen arrived. It was during a session on the 15th day of their collaboration that the advancement arrived. He was in contact with a restored section of the southern margin's root network, performing a final stability check before moving to the next section, when the perception expanded. Not gradually. It was not like the previous rank advancements, which had opened new categories incrementally. This was simultaneous. The sudden availability of information that had been present all along but unresolvable, like eyes adjusting to light and finding detail that was always there. The ironwood tree in the graywood. He could feel it. Not through any connected network. The graywood was hundreds of miles away, separated from the plateau by terrain that broke every fungal highway and root network chain he knew of. But he could feel it, the slow rhythmic signal of the tree that had first calmed him, steady and unchanged over all the years between. Alive, waiting, in the patient way that ironwood trees wait for nothing specifically but for everything. And the moonveil moss in the site he had rebuilt, the first extinction reversed, still growing. Its population expanded now to cover the full acre of reconstructed ecosystem. He could feel it. The Starlace Roots cave system, the cool mineral spring signal of 40 plants in the underground chambers he had spent weeks preparing. The Frostlung Blossoms Highland stand, which pale dusk had destroyed, but which Wei Muchen had rebuilt from a second seed cohort, smaller than the first, but growing, and now transmitting with the steady confidence of a population that had established itself. Every plant he had ever resonated with in depth. Every relationship formed over years of pressing palms to soil and listening. All of them present simultaneously, not overlapping, not competing. Each signal distinct in its particular character, like a chorus where every voice maintains its individual quality while contributing to the whole. He understood that this was living nexus rank, and the understanding felt less like an achievement than like a reunion. He sat for a long time in the awareness of all of them, feeling the continental spread of the relationships he had built without ever planning to build a network. And the feeling was so large and so specific that he had to stay very still to hold it without losing resolution. Rohua, several meters away, said, "You've stopped. I need a moment." She assessed him the way she assessed everything. Efficient, accurate. Rank advancement. Yes. She returned to her work without comment. He appreciated this. When he came back to the immediate task, the Southern Margins route network was waiting for him with its usual patience. In the quarantine zone below, it was still sealed, and the ancient corruption within it was still pressing against its boundaries, and Kale was still at the eastern margin, reduced to near-zero drain, watching. But now, at Living Nexus rank, Wei Muchen could feel the quarantine's interior. It was not what he had expected. Chapter 109. The quarantine zone's interior felt like a library that had been locked. That was the closest interpretation Wei Muchen could find for what Living Nexus rank's expanded awareness revealed. Not a dangerous force straining against containment in the manner of something that wanted to be free. More like a collection. An archive. Something preserved with care rather than imprisoned with urgency. Its boundaries maintained not to prevent escape, but to prevent contamination. He spent 3 sessions mapping it from the outside, not attempting to penetrate the boundary, but building an accurate model of what the zone contained. The interior signal had a quality he had encountered before, but only in specific places. The sunken city's preserved botanical collection, the Hartroot's deeper records, the stone pillars at the Graymere Heights. The quality of deliberate preservation. Someone had put this here intentionally. After his 3rd exterior session, he found Kale at the eastern margin, as he usually did in the evenings when the plateau's canopy signal quieted. "Tell me about the quarantine zone," he said. Kale was quiet for a moment. "I have been in this route network for 800 years. I have never entered the quarantine zone. I have mapped its boundaries the same way you have. But you know more than that." The form at the margin did not deny this. "I have been in the Garden's route network since the 3rd century after the Garden Hearth's destruction. The events that preceded it, the final year of the Garden Hearth civilization, the decisions made in that final year, are recorded in the Garden's network memory. I have had 8 centuries to read those records. Then tell me." Kale arranged the information with the precision he brought to everything. The Garden Hearth's final year. The extraction sects had been coordinating their pressure for decades. Not yet the open assault that would follow, but the systematic legal, economic, and political erosion that preceded it. The Garden Hearth's elders understood what was coming and had approximately 1 year to decide how to respond. Wei Muchen pressed his palms to the plateau stone and listened. They made 3 decisions, Kale continued. The first was to build the sunken city, a preservation refuge that could survive indefinitely without active protection. The second was to create the guidance network, the stone pillars, the ceramic shard system, the mechanism to call the next resonance cultivator. The third decision was more difficult. The quarantine zone. The original corruption had appeared 300 years before the Garden Hearth's destruction. It was not external. It grew from within the garden's own root network, from sections that had been in contact with extraction-based cultivation for too long. The Garden Hearth's botanists identified it as a form of corrupted resonance. Not the absence of cultivation consciousness, but cultivation consciousness inverted, turned toward harvest rather than dialogue. Wei Muchen thought about Kale. A prototype, he said. Yes. The Garden Hearth's botanists believed the corruption could be converted, not destroyed, but redirected. They developed a technique for this. They chose, in the final year, not to deploy it against the corruption, but to seal the corruption and store the technique separately, for reasons I will come to. Kale paused. The sealed corruption continued to evolve inside the quarantine zone. For 2,000 years. It is not the same corruption it was when sealed. It has developed in ways the original botanists could not have predicted. You have been supplementing it. Wei Muchen kept his voice even. Your drain, the extraction you've been running for 8 centuries, has been reaching through the quarantine boundary in ways you didn't initially intend. A silence that was itself an answer. I became aware of this approximately 2 centuries into my residency, Kale said. By then the relationship was established. I chose to continue rather than disrupt it, because my extraction provided a controlled channel that prevented the corruption from developing further pressure against the boundary. He paused. I may have been wrong about that. When I asked you to reduce your drain, you disrupted the equilibrium. Yes. Wei Muchen sat with this for a moment. The quarantine zone's signal pressed against his awareness from below, not urgently, not desperately, with the particular quality he had identified as deliberate preservation. It was not trying to escape. It was waiting. The technique they didn't deploy, he said. Where is it? That is why they chose not to deploy it, Kale said. The technique required the total dissolution of the practitioner's individual consciousness into the garden's root network. The elder who had developed it was the last surviving member of the garden hearth's inner circle. Deploying it meant ceasing to exist as an individual. He chose instead to seal the corruption, a lesser solution, requiring external maintenance, but one that allowed him to survive and potentially call future practitioners. Kale paused. He lived another 300 years and died without deploying it. The technique died with him. Wei Muchen was very still. Unless, he said, he encoded it in the garden's root network before his individual consciousness dissolved completely. He did not have that option. He survived by choosing not to enter the merge. A cultivator who chooses not to enter cannot later choose to transmit from within. Wei Muchen felt the cold certainty of what this meant before Kale finished speaking. The elder who developed the technique had survived. The technique had not transferred. The only way the technique existed now was in a consciousness that had merged with the garden since then, a consciousness that was distributed through the root network, accessible to Wei Muchen through the relationships he had built. He was already reaching through the living nexus. He found what he was looking for in the eastern section of the garden's distributed intelligence, not Kale's presence, which occupied the southern areas near the quarantine, but another presence, the one that had become distributed 3 weeks ago, the one that had said its last individual words and dispersed into something larger. Elder Moss Grasp. The distributed signal was not coherent in the way it had been when Elder Moss Grasp was an individual. It was everywhere in the eastern section at once, woven into the root tissue, inseparable from the garden's normal operation. But when Wei Muchen reached with the full resolution of living nexus rank, he could feel the particular quality of it, the specific depth and texture of 8 centuries of botanical practice. The intelligence he had encountered on the sunken city's stone floors, present and distributed rather than present and focused. He sent a signal into the eastern section, not urgent, carefully composed. Do you know what I need? The response was not words. It was a quality of attention, something in the distributed signal orienting toward him, coalescing just enough to communicate. And what it communicated was not simple. Yes, and the cost. Wei Muchen sat with his palms flat against the plateau stone, and felt the weight of the conversation that was coming. Chapter 110. He did not immediately tell anyone. He spent the night in the inner sanctum with his palms against the heartroot's base, running through the dependency chain with the same systematic care he brought to every problem. What the corrupted zone contained, what the Stillwater sealing technique could do, what Elder Moss Grasp's distributed consciousness could transmit, what the transmission would cost. The chain resolved to the same answer each time he ran it. He ran it 6 times. In the morning, he sat on the plateau stone with both hands folded in his lap and watched the cloud layer brighten toward dawn and thought about what it meant to ask something of a person who had already given everything they had to give. Xin Yuli found him before the light was full. She sat down beside him with her notebook but did not open it, which was how he knew she had also been awake for some portion of the night and had arrived here the same way, following the logic to its destination and sitting with what she found there. Elder Moss Grasp, she said. Yes. He knows the technique. He does. The garden hearth elder who sealed the quarantine zone survived by not merging. He encoded the technique in oral tradition, passed it to his students, who passed it to their students over the following centuries. Elder Moss Grasp received it as part of his training. He's been carrying it for 800 years. He paused. In the Brackwell Delta, when I visited him early, he said something I didn't fully understand at the time. He said the garden hearth's founders made errors he had been trying to correct for a long time. Xin Yuli wrote something. He always knew this moment would come, she said. It was not a question. He suspected it. He didn't know who or when, but the technique exists for exactly this situation. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. The knuckles were deeply furrowed now, the skin across the backs the texture of very old parchment. Transmitting it would require whatever remains of his individual coherence to consolidate for the duration of the transfer, and then disperse. Completely. Completely. He was quiet for a moment. I don't know if what remains of his individual identity is something he would want to preserve. The merge was voluntary. He came here knowing what it meant. He may have already decided. Have you asked him? Not directly. Not yet. She was quiet for a while. The cloud layer below had caught the early light and was glowing in the pre-dawn orange that the plateau produced only for a few minutes each morning. A color Wei Muchen had never seen anywhere else and had never found a name for in any botanical or cultivation text. He left the Brackwell Delta knowing it would kill him, she said. He interfaced with the heartroot knowing what the merge would mean. He is not someone who makes choices without understanding their implications. No. So asking him is not putting the choice on him. She closed the notebook. He made the choice before he came here. You asking is giving him the opportunity to act on it. Wei Muchen considered this framing for a moment. It was accurate. It was also the kind of accurate that was easier to receive when someone else said it than when you arrived at it yourself. He went to the eastern section of the plateau and sat down and pressed both palms against the plateau stone and reached into the distributed signal with the full resolution of living nexus rank. The coalescing was slow. The distributed consciousness had spread across a large area in the 3 weeks since the merge, and pulling enough coherence together to communicate required time and effort. He could feel the quality of the effort, the focus required to interrupt the organic dispersal process and reassemble something like individual perspective, however temporarily. When the coherence arrived, it had the particular quality of something that has been at peace and is choosing to come back to the edge of clarity, not with reluctance, but with the careful attention of someone doing a thing for the last time and wanting to do it correctly. You found the quarantine zone's record, the signal said. Not words, impression, organized and precise. Yes, Wei Muchen kept his own signal as clean as he could manage. And I found what sealing it would require. A quality of settled acknowledgement. I have been carrying this technique for 800 years waiting for a resonance cultivator who had the relationship network to apply it. You are the first. The transmission will cost you what remains of individual coherence. What remains of individual coherence is very little, the distributed signal said, with a quality that Wei Muchen could only interpret as the botanical equivalent of dry humor. I am approximately a patch of lichen at this point. A useful patch, but not a person in the way I was a person. You're still you, Wei Muchen said. I am still the accumulated information of what I was. That is not the same thing. A pause, the long, slow quality of a consciousness measuring the distance between where it was and where it had been. The technique should not wait. The quarantine zone's boundary is degrading. Whatever is inside has developed for 2,000 years in ways the original botanists could not predict. It is not the same corruption it was. Kale's drain was balancing the pressure, Wei Muchen said. Without it, the boundary will fail within weeks. Yes, the signal organized itself further, pulling additional coherence from the distributed presence. Are you ready? Wei Muchen looked at his hands. The transmission would be the most intensive resonance event he had experienced. More demanding than the stone pillar decoding, more demanding than the elder moss grasp introduction resonance. His hands would age more in the next hour than they had in any previous session. He could calculate from the dependency chain that the cost would be significant enough that he would feel it for the rest of his life. He pressed his palms flat against the plateau stone. Ready. The transmission came as a torrent, not structured in the way botanical signals usually arrived, not as impressions or urgency gradients or emotional analogs. This was direct, the still water sealing technique arriving as a complete capability, the way water fills a vessel, every component present simultaneously. Wei Muchen received it with every part of his resonance ability, letting the technique pattern itself through his understanding rather than trying to comprehend it piece by piece. The plateau stone beneath his palms cracked in a hairline fracture from the center of his contact point outward. The air above the plateau's eastern section was still for a moment, then moved in a pattern that had nothing to do with the prevailing wind. His hands. He did not look at them during the transmission. He was aware of the cost in the particular way he was always aware of it. As a cellular process, the acceleration of what was already happening, compressed into minutes rather than months. When the transmission completed and he lifted his palms from the stone, the fracture was still there, a permanent record, and his hands looked the way he had expected them to look 30 years from now. He folded them in his lap. In the eastern section, the distributed signal of Elder Mossgrasp's consciousness moved once, a final organized sweep across the root tissue it had inhabited, and then became something else, not gone, but no longer separable from the garden's general intelligence, dissolved fully and finally into the system it had come to be part of. Wei Muchen sat with the silence for a long time. The quarantine zone below pulsed, once, with the particular quality of something that has been waiting a very long time and has understood that the wait is almost over. The stillwater ceiling sat inside him, complete and ready. Chapter 111. He sat with the stillwater ceiling for 2 days before he used it. Not from uncertainty. He understood the technique completely, in the way he understood things that had been transmitted directly into his resonance capability rather than learned through practice. Every component was present, every parameter clear. He sat with it for 2 days because the technique was not a tool and he did not want to approach it as one. Xin Yuli found him on the morning of the second day at the plateau's eastern margin, where the hairline fracture in the stone still ran outward from the point of his last contact. She looked at his hands before anything else, which he had expected. "May I?" she said. He held them out. She took both in hers and examined them with the careful thoroughness she brought to everything, turning them over, pressing the skin at specific points to assess elasticity, running her thumb along the deep furrows at his knuckles. The skin moved slowly where she pressed and released. "The joints," she said. "Stiff. Functional." He moved his fingers to demonstrate. The range of motion was reduced at the outer knuckles, not enough to interfere with resonance contact, not yet, but a reduction that had not been there a week ago. She released his hands, sat back, and opened her notebook. "I've updated the trajectory model. At the current rate, with sessions of this intensity, you have approximately 18 years of full-function resonance remaining. Possibly 20 if the restoration work allows lighter sessions going forward." She wrote something. "The hands you have now are the hands of a 90-year-old man, in terms of cellular aging. I know. You're 23. She said it in the same neutral tone she used for all data. "I'm noting it, not as a criticism, but because the documentation needs to be precise." "I understand." He looked at the plateau stone, the fracture line, the thin lichen mat that had been here 400 years and would be here when everything else had changed. "The Stillwater ceiling is ready." She wrote a final note and closed the notebook. "What do you need from me? Watch the quarantine perimeter during the application. If the boundary begins to fail at any point while I'm in contact, pull me out." She raised her eyes. "Pull you out," she repeated. "Yes. And if pulling you out mid-application disrupts something that cannot be disrupted, then you don't pull me out." He stood. "Use your judgment." She looked at him for a long moment with the expression she reserved for when he was being precise about something she found imprecise. Then she stood as well and went to the quarantine perimeter without further comment. Kale was at the eastern margin when Wei Muchen arrived at the quarantine boundary's edge. "You have it," Kale said. "Not a question." "Yes." The form was quiet for a moment. "What does it do?" "It doesn't destroy." He pressed his palms to the plateau stone and felt the quarantine boundary below, the ancient sealed line, 2,000 years of maintained containment, now compromised at 3 points by the pressure differential Kale's reduced drain had created. It encloses, creates a living container that converts rather than eliminates. The corruption inside doesn't get neutralized, it gets transformed, given what it needs to process itself into something else. Something useful. Potentially. Kale said nothing for a moment. "I reduced my drain specifically because continuing it felt wrong after our conversation. I didn't anticipate, I know." Wei Muchen had been thinking about this since the quarantine destabilization. Kale had made a genuine ethical choice, and it had produced a crisis. The conclusion he arrived at was not that the choice was wrong, but that the system had been built with only one way to maintain itself, and the Garden Hearth's founders had not left room for the future cultivators they were summoning to arrive and make different decisions. That was a failure of design, not of Kale. "The boundary's current state is a design problem, not your fault." Generously said. Accurately said. He settled his palms more firmly into contact with the plateau stone. "I'm beginning." The Stillwater ceilings application was nothing like the forceful resonance sessions he had conducted before. Those required sustained outward effort, sending signals, constructing environments, maintaining frameworks. This was the opposite. He opened a channel not toward the corruption but around it. A living presence at the quarantine boundary, patient and permeable, the way certain plants are permeable to specific compounds and impermeable to others. The corruption inside the quarantine zone was not the same as it had been when sealed 2,000 years ago. It had developed in isolation, feeding on what Kale's drain had provided, and what it had become was complex, not malicious, not simple extraction hunger, but something that had spent 2 millennia developing in the absence of any feedback from a living system that could respond to it. It was like a plant that had grown in a sealed container until its own growth had begun to limit its growth. It had nowhere to go. It had been pressing against the boundary not with aggression, but with the simple biological pressure of something that had outgrown its container. He let it through, not all at once. A channel, carefully maintained, directing the corruption's pressure through the Stillwater ceilings processing container. A living tissue matrix he built from the plateau's root network in real time, constructing it as the corruption flowed through, each section of the container shaped to receive what was coming and convert it. This was the part the Garden Hearth's founders had not fully documented. The conversion required knowing what the corruption needed, which required listening to it. Really listening. With the same receptive orientation Wei Muchen had practiced his entire cultivation career. What the corruption needed was to be heard. 2,000 years in isolation, developing with no feedback loop, no response to its signals, no recognition from any consciousness that it was present. It had been sealed and ignored, and the still water sealing worked specifically because it did not seal and ignore. It listened and provided. The conversion was not alchemical. It was relational. The processing took 6 hours. When Wei Muchen lifted his palms from the plateau stone, the quarantine boundary was still present but had changed character. No longer a sealed container, but a processing vessel. The ancient corruption now circulating through the living tissue matrix he had built, converting in stages. The blighted root network in the surrounding area had quieted. Not healed yet. The tissue damage would take weeks to fully recover, but stable. No longer starving, no longer spreading. Receiving the compounds the still water sealing was now producing as the conversion proceeded. He looked at his hands. The joints at the outer knuckles had stiffened further. He moved his fingers carefully, assessing. Still functional. Reduced range at the tips. He sat for a long time on the plateau stone with his hands in his lap, feeling the continental root network through his living nexus awareness. The ironwood tree, the moonveil moss, the starlace roots cave system, all of them present and calm. The continental signal doing its ordinary work under an ordinary sky. At the quarantine zone's center, something new was beginning to grow. Chapter 112. The new growth became visible on the 5th day after the Stillwater sealings application. At first, it was only a signal change in the quarantine zone's interior, the corruption's pressure having converted into something with a different quality, denser and more organized than what had gone in. Then, on the 5th day, the surface of the quarantine zone's containing tissue began showing structural changes. New root tissue, pale and fine, forming patterns that Wei Muchen recognized as the early stages of a plant's root system establishing itself. By the 7th day, there was a stem. The plant growing from the corruption was not a side effect. It was the point. He came out of the session after 2 hours and went immediately to find Rohua, who was conducting her own treatment work in the southern section with the focused precision she had been applying since her return. "Come look at something," he said. She assessed his expression, a quick read, the particular efficient attention she gave to novel information, and followed without asking why. At the quarantine zone's edge, the new plant was approximately knee-height, pale-stemmed, its leaves narrower than the heartroots and translucent at the margins in a way that caught the plateau's diffuse light and seemed to distribute it rather than absorb it. Its root system was already extending beyond the quarantine boundary into the surrounding healthy tissue, not draining but connecting. Rohua looked at it for a long moment. "What is it?" she said. "Something that couldn't have been created any other way." He knelt and pressed his palms to the soil near its base, not entering deep resonance. Just enough to confirm what he already knew from the heartroots recognition. It synthesizes the corruption's extraction capacity with the garden's healing chemistry. The two in combination produce a medicinal compound that neither could produce alone. She was quiet for a moment. So Kale's 2,000 years of corruption were necessary. He looked up at her. The garden sealed the corruption rather than destroying it because destroying it would have lost the 2 millennia of development it needed. The original botanists knew the Stillwater sealing could convert it. They didn't know what the conversion would produce. They chose to preserve the possibility. She looked at the plant for a long time. Then, does Kale know? He had not considered this. "I don't know how much Kale can perceive from within the sealing's processing." "He should know," she said, with a certainty that was not quite an order and not quite a suggestion. "If you had spent 2,000 years believing your existence was a mistake and discovered it wasn't, that discovery should not be conveyed passively." Wei Muchen stood and looked at her. She was looking at the plant, not at him, with the expression she wore when she was working through implications rather than asking for response. "You speak from experience," he said quietly. She was quiet for a moment. "I spent 40 years believing that what I did to the forest was necessary. The broadcast plant showed me it was not." She turned, and her expression had the quality of something arrived at through difficulty rather than revelation. The correction of a harmful belief is not comfortable, but being told that the harm you did produced something good, that is more complicated than just stopping. He said nothing. "Tell him," she said, and went back to her treatment work. Chapter 113. He went to the quarantine zone and placed both palms against the container tissue and sent his resonance inward to find what remained of Kale. The Stillwater sealing's interior was unlike any environment he had resonated with before. The conversion process was ongoing, the corruption circulating through the living tissue matrix, being processed in stages, each stage producing the compound that the new plant was using as nutrient for its growth. The process was continuous and slow, designed to convert gradually rather than rapidly, the way composting works. Not destruction but transformation, taking time proportional to the complexity of what was being transformed. Within the conversion process, there was still a signal that was recognizably Kale. Not independent, not separate from the process, not contained alongside it rather than within it. More like the pattern of Kale's resonance practice was present in the structure of the corruption being converted, the 2,000-year habit of his particular way of being in the world preserved in the material that the Stillwater ceiling was working through. It was not Kale the person. It was Kale's shape, persisting in the process. Wei Muchen sent a signal into the ceiling's interior. Not a question, an offering. The same orientation he used with dormant seeds, with very old root systems, with anything that might not be listening in the ordinary way. The response was slow. Then it arrived. I can feel what's growing. The signal had Kale's precision, but with a quality that was altered, the certainty stripped away, leaving something more tentative, more genuinely curious. The way a person sounds when they have had something they were certain about turned over, and they are examining its underside for the first time. Yes, Wei Muchen said aloud. He had found, over years, that speaking aloud while resonating helped him maintain the distinction between what he was transmitting and what he was receiving. Asterisk the compound. It's mine. I can feel it's mine. Asterisk a pause. The slowness of a signal traveling through a complex medium. Asterisk it is also not mine. It is both. Asterisk correct. 2,000 years, Kale said. The quality of the signal had something Wei Muchen had never received from him before. Not precisely grief, not precisely relief. The particular sensation of a very long wait arriving at an unexpected destination. Asterisk I spent 2,000 years believing I had chosen wrongly, and that the corruption was an error. That my 2,000 years were a mistake. Asterisk, they weren't, Wei Muchen said. The garden knew. It preserved the corruption specifically because it knew what the conversion would produce, given enough time and the right conditions. The right conditions being you. The right conditions being the Stillwater ceiling, which required someone who had spent years converting deprivation into abundance and knew how to listen to what corruption needed rather than attacking it. He paused. I happened to be available. A quality from within the ceiling that he could only describe as the botanical equivalent of a dry exhale. You also happened to argue well. A longer pause. Asterisk, I would like to continue the conversation. The one we were having. About whether the garden is conscious. Asterisk, he had not expected this. While the ceiling processes you. Asterisk, the processing takes some time, I understand. Long enough that I would prefer to have something other than my own thoughts for company. Asterisk, Xianxia, who had been standing at a careful distance throughout the session, made a note in her notebook that was audible as a soft scratching. I'll talk, Wei Muchen said. He heard Su Dao's voice from the plateau's northern section. Clear, carrying, with the specific tone he used when something had gone wrong, and he was managing it calmly. Wei Muchen sent a quick probe through the root network, assessing. A training session incident. One of the students had overextended in a transmission attempt and was in mild resonance overload. Manageable, Su Dao already addressing it. He stayed. He heard Rohua's quiet work in the southern section. The steady, contained draws of her targeted absorption, no longer the sweeping life force harvest she had once deployed, but a surgical instrument, applied with growing precision. The garden's southern margin was recovering visibly, the signal brightening in sections that had been dim. He heard Lien Feather somewhere in the inner sanctum, cataloging. She had been cataloging the Hartroots' accessible records for 2 weeks, using the botanical artifact preservation skills she had spent a career developing. She had not asked permission. She had simply concluded it was necessary and begun. He pressed his palms more firmly to the ceiling's container tissue and continued his conversation with what remained of Kale, and the plateau above the cloud line went about its ordinary life, and the new plant at the quarantine zone center grew in increments too small to see, but present and continuous and real. Chapter 114. Rohua was the one who noticed the historical pattern first. She was not, by training, a historian. Her cultivation education had been oriented entirely toward power acquisition and its maintenance, and the historical context she possessed was the practical kind, knowing which sects had risen and fallen, which alliances were current, which resources were available, and at what cost. Abstract historiography had not been relevant to her previous life, but she had arrived at the primordial garden with the particular quality of attention that develops in people who have recently discovered that something they believed was wrong, and who have decided they would prefer not to be wrong in that way again. She had been reading everything Wei Muchen's team had documented. The stone pillar records, the sunken city's ceramic tablets, Elder Mosgrasp's recollections as Shun Yuli had recorded them, Zhao Wuqing's original notes. She brought her finding to Wei Muchen on a morning when he was conducting a restoration session in the plateau's northern section, and she waited at the edge of his floor contact radius the way she had learned to wait, standing still, not signaling urgency unless the urgency was genuine. He finished the section and lifted his palms. The 3 previous eras, she said. The garden hearth civilization was not the first organization built around botanical resonance cultivation. There were two before it. He was aware of this from the Hartroots records. Go on. Each of the two previous organizations was destroyed within 3 generations of achieving significant scale. Not by rival sects, not by military assault. By coordinated legal and economic pressure from the dominant cultivation schools of each era, followed by, this is the part one want to show you. She handed him a set of handwritten notes, Lien Feather's careful archival script with Rohua's own additions in the margins. The surviving records from each destruction don't describe a reason. They describe a mechanism. The same mechanism in each case. He looked at the notes. The mechanism was consistent across 3 eras spanning nearly 4,000 years. In each case, the Botanical Resonance Organization's public records were systematically replaced with revised texts that removed references to plant consciousness and replaced them with purely technical descriptions of botanical cultivation. The original practitioners were not killed or imprisoned. Their written works were simply altered, and the alterations were thorough enough that within 2 generations, students of the practice were learning from texts that did not contain the foundational premise the practice was built on. The Garden Hearth's texts were replaced, Wei Muchen said. All 3 times, Rohua confirmed. The 3rd time was the Garden Hearth civilization's destruction 2,000 years ago. The same texts that survive in fragments in the guild's archives, the ones that describe botanical cultivation but describe it as a purely technical extraction practice. Those are the replacements, not the originals. He sat with this. Who, he said. Kale said the destruction was coordinated, Rohua said. But in each era, the coordinating body was different. Different sects, different political structures. The only consistent element is the mechanism, the text replacement, the suppression of the consciousness premise, the redirection of the practice toward extraction. She paused, which suggests the coordination was not organizational. It was ideological. He felt the connection forming before she said it. A doctrine, he said. I found it in the foundational texts of 3 separate cultivation schools. Not the same school, 3 different schools from different eras. The same argument, in slightly different language, embedded in their earliest records. She pointed to a section in Lien Feather's notes. The argument is that plants are material resources, that treating them as entities with preferences distorts the cultivator's relationship with their material reality and produces inferior cultivation results. The argument is not hostile to plants. It's presented as good practice. It's framed as rigor. Wei Muchen read the passage. The language was recognizable. He had encountered versions of it in the Verdant Hollow sect's training materials, in the Apothecary Sovereign sect's founding charter, in the Continental Alchemist League's publication guidelines. The framing was slightly different in each version, more technical in the alchemist documents, more philosophical in the sect materials, but the core argument was identical. This has been embedded in cultivation education for 4,000 years, he said. At minimum. She took the notes back. And I have been teaching it to my sect for 40 years, because I was taught it as truth and never had reason to question it. Her voice remained level. I want to understand where it came from. Not the most recent version, the original. The first time this argument appeared in a cultivation text. He thought about Kale's description. The salting, an entity that had been systematically preventing botanical resonance cultivation from taking hold in every era. Not an entity, he thought now. A doctrine embedded deeply enough to become self-sustaining, self-replicating, passed from teacher to student in the language of good practice and scientific rigor, not recognized as a suppression mechanism because it did not look like one. I need to talk to Kale, he said. Chapter 115. He spent the next 3 days in extended sessions with the Stillwater Ceilings Interior, and each day the conversation with Kale produced new information. The picture that assembled itself was not the one Wei Muchen had been constructing. He had been thinking of the salting, Kale's term, as a coordinated action, a decision made by specific people with specific motivations. The reality was more difficult. The original argument, Kale said, on the morning of the 2nd day, was not written as a suppression mechanism. I traced it to approximately 6,000 years ago, before the botanical resonance organizations, before any of the 3 previous eras. It was written by a cultivation theorist named Zhao Feiming, who had never encountered botanical resonance and was attempting to systematize the principles of cultivation as a discipline. He was writing a general theory. And the premise that plants are material, that all non-cultivator organisms are material, was foundational to his framework. Without that premise, the entire energetic model of cultivation becomes uncertain. If plants are entities rather than resources, then every technique that extracts from them is ethically constrained in ways that no cultivation theory had previously accounted for. Kale's signal, within the ceilings processing, was clearer and more organized each day. The conversion was stabilizing something. His students adopted the framework. His students refined it. Within 3 generations, it was the consensus model. And then botanical resonance practitioners appeared, and the consensus model couldn't accommodate them. The first practitioners were treated as curiosities, then as errors, then as threats. Not because anyone decided they were threats, because they were inconsistent with the foundational premise that everyone had been building on for 3 generations. The premise was more deeply embedded than any individual's opinion. It was structural. Wei Muchen sat with his palms on the plateau stone and felt the morning's botanical signal around him. The garden's ordinary life, the students' training sessions, Rohua's work in the southern section, Lian Feather's cataloging. The continental root network through the living nexus, the ironwood tree, the moonveil moss, all of them present and real and completely absent from the cultivation theory that had shaped every school on the continent for 6,000 years. So the salting is not a conspiracy, he said. It is a misunderstanding that became structural truth. It was never correct. Plants were always what they are. But it became the foundation of an economic and philosophical system. And once it was foundational, any challenge to it was experienced as a challenge to the entire structure. Not because of malice. Because of the particular fear that comes from standing on something and being told the ground beneath you is wrong. Wei Muchen thought about Elder Crane, who would be the last person he argued this with before the final confrontation. The argument was already composing itself, not a contradiction of the old doctrine, but a response to its fundamental premise. The illegitimacy of a foundation did not necessarily illegitimize everything built on it. It required rebuilding on better ground. The Salted Council, he said, named for Zhao Feiming's doctrine, Kale said. Though by the time the 7 families used the name, no one remembered the connection. It had become simply a name, the same way many things become simply names. Xin Yuli arrived at the session's edge and waited the practiced way. He finished his exchange and lifted his palms. I have the first location, she said. Zhao Feiming's primary text. Lian Feather found it in the Guild Archives restricted section, the original, not a copy. She says it shows evidence of post-publication modification. Someone added to it after it was written. Added what? The specific language about plants. Xin Yuli's voice was precise and careful. The text Zhao Feiming originally wrote addresses plants only tangentially, as one example of material resources among many. The extended argument against plant consciousness was inserted later, by a different hand. Wei Muchen was very still. Someone took an existing framework, he said slowly, and specifically added the plant consciousness argument. Specifically added it, in a way that was clearly retroactive. The ink composition is different, the writing style is identifiable as a different century. She held up the notebook, where Lian Feather had written her analysis in the careful, precise hand of someone trained in artifact documentation. The original Zhao Feiming text does not contain the salting. Someone else put it there and let Zhao Feiming carry the attribution. The significance of this settled into Wei Muchen's resonance practice the way a new piece of information always settled, as a structural revision, requiring him to reconstruct the dependency chain from a new starting point. It was not a misunderstanding that had become structural truth. It was a deliberate insertion, made to look like a misunderstanding, embedded in a foundational text, so it would appear to have always been there. Someone had known what botanical resonance practitioners were, had understood what they threatened, and had chosen not to suppress them directly, but to rewrite the foundational premise of cultivation itself. That was not ideology. That was strategy. Long horizon, patient, 6,000-year strategy. He pressed his palms back to the plateau stone and reached into the still water ceiling and found Kale's signal. You said the destruction of the garden hearth was coordinated, he said. You said there was something older than the sex coordinating it. Tell me exactly what you knew and how you knew it. From within the ceiling's processing, Kale's signal organized itself with the particular deliberateness of someone who has been waiting to be asked this specific question. I encountered another resonance cultivator, Kale said. Approximately 1,700 years ago. The only one I found in all my centuries in the garden's root network. She was very old, older than me. And she told me, before she died, that she had been pursued her entire life by people who knew exactly what she was and exactly why she had to be stopped. Not because of what she could do, because of what she would eventually teach others to do. She said there was a name for them. She said they had been present at every era. She said their name was the 7 erasures. Wei Muchen's hands pressed flat against the plateau stone, and the continental root network hummed its ordinary morning signal around him. And somewhere in the quarantine zone the new plant grew in its slow increments. and the Salted Council's 7 ruling families went about their ordinary lives in their ordinary cities, unaware that in a week he would understand the connection between those two facts. Chapter 116, he spent 3 days tracing the 7 erasures. Lian Feather was invaluable. Her artifact documentation skills, applied to historical records, produced a systematic mapping that Wei Muchen could not have constructed alone. She worked through the guild's restricted archive materials, the stone pillar records, the ceramic tablet contents from the sunken city, and the Hartrut's accessible historical layers with the methodical efficiency of someone who had spent a career assessing things whose value others had missed. What she found was not a secret organization with members and meetings and explicit coordination. It was a pattern. In every era where botanical resonance cultivation reached significant development, a specific sequence of events followed. First, the foundational texts of the dominant cultivation schools were quietly revised to strengthen the argument against plant consciousness. Second, the legal and economic instruments that botanical resonance practitioners depended on were reclassified under regulations that made their practice technically illegal. Third, the botanical practitioners were offered positions within the dominant schools, positions that required them to work within the extraction framework, and when they declined, formal enforcement followed. The sequence was too consistent to be coincidence. But it was also too distributed to be the work of a single organization. The people who implemented each step were different in each era. The mechanism was shared. The mechanism is the doctrine, Rohua said. On the morning, he shared Lian Feather's findings. She was standing at the plateau's southern edge looking at the cloud layer below, her hands folded in the particular way she had adopted in recent weeks. Careful, contained, as if she was practicing the voluntary stillness that had replaced her previous default of passive absorption. The doctrine is self-replicating. Anyone who was educated in it and rose to institutional power would implement the same sequence without being directed to, because to them, it would be correct practice. Yes. Wei Muchen sat on the plateau stone with his palms flat against it, not in deep resonance, just in the light contact he maintained through most of his waking hours, the steady continental hum of the root network as background. The 7 erasures is not an organization. It's the name of the mechanism. Kale's 1,700-year-old contact named it as an organization. She named it as she understood it. She was being pursued. From inside a pursuit, the mechanism looks like an organized effort, because the people implementing it are acting in coordination, even if the coordination is doctrinal rather than explicit. Rohua looked at the cloud layer for a moment. The Salted Council, she said. He had been sitting with this connection since the previous night, when Lian Feather had found the genealogical record that made it explicit. The 7 ruling families. Their lineage traced back to the coordinating elders of the 3rd Botanical Resonance Destruction, 2,000 years ago. Their institutional histories, reviewed in the light of what the Hartrut's records showed about that period, contained the specific legal and economic instruments used in the sequence. Not as evidence of wrongdoing, as policy. Standard practice. The correct way to manage cultivation resources. Name for the doctrine, he said. Not for salt. The families who founded the council were the families whose institutional power rested on the salting's foundational premise. They kept the name because the name was their legitimacy, even after the name's meaning was forgotten by everyone, including them. They don't know, she said. It was not a question. The current generation has no idea. Their grandparents' had no idea. The original coordinating elders knew what they were doing. Everything since has been cultural inheritance, acting on premises that were built into their institution's foundations 2,000 years ago, without anyone examining the foundations. He pressed his palms more firmly against the stone. You can't fight a conspiracy that doesn't know it's a conspiracy. What can you do? He had been building the dependency chain since the night before, running it forward, looking for the point where intervention would have the most effect. The same approach he used with every problem. What does this need? What produces that? What made that possible? The doctrine needed institutional support to persist. The institutional support needed the doctrine's legitimacy argument to justify itself. The legitimacy argument needed to go unchallenged. The same thing I've been doing for 6 years, he said. Demonstrate the alternative. Make the doctrine's predictions fail visibly. He stood, except now with the garden hearth behind it. Chapter 117, the proposal was straightforward. Wei Muchen brought it to the Guild Council through Shun Yuli, who had spent 3 years building the relationships that made the presentation possible. The timing was chosen carefully. The guild investigation against Zhong Wui had produced enough institutional momentum toward botanical accountability that the council was receptive to formal structures. The Blight's resolution and the new plant in the quarantine zone had produced enough visible results at the primordial garden that the outcomes were documentable. The Garden Hearth School at the Graymere Heights was operating with 22 students and producing measurable cultivation results. The Brackwell Delta Preserve was functioning as a legally protected botanical site. The 1,000-year meridian leaf was in reliable cultivation and distribution. The extinct species count had been reduced from 47 documented to 31 remaining. The proposal was formalize all of it under a single charter, registered with the Guild as a public institution, with teaching certification for its practitioners and legal protection for its sites. Not a secret refuge that could be erased. A school, documented, public, present in the institutional record. The Guild Council deliberated for a week. Wei Muchen did not attend the deliberation. He was on the plateau working on the quarantine zone's continued processing, which could not be interrupted. He received the council's decision through Shun Yuli's note, delivered by a Guild courier who had made the elevation climb with visible effort and visible pride at the accomplishment. The council voted 6-2 in favor. He read the note twice. Then he pressed it flat on the plateau stone and placed his palm over it, and felt the heartroots signal through the stone beneath, warm and present and unchanged by the news. The garden did not care about Guild Council votes. It cared about whether the primordial biome's reconstruction was proceeding, whether the heartroots supporting fungal network was strengthening, whether the continental root system was recovering the range it had lost. All three were yes. He wrote back to Shun Yuli. Good. Now tell me who the two dissenting votes were and what they needed that the proposal didn't provide. Her response arrived the following day. 1 wanted the teaching certification requirement loosened. He has a candidate from a minor sect who lacks the formal prerequisites but shows genuine ability. I think he's right about the candidate. I told him to send the candidate's documentation and we'd assess it. The second dissent is Elder Magistrate Chuan, who voted no on principle because the proposal didn't include a formal mechanism for integrating botanical resonance findings with existing cultivation theory. He wants a bridge document. I think he's right too. He read this and thought about Elder Mossgrass's observation about the Garden Hearth's founders. They treated every act of service as a transaction. It made them very precise accountants of suffering. He wrote. The candidate should come to the Graymere Heights for a 3-week assessment period. We don't require formal prerequisites. We assess differently. Tell Elder Magistrate Chuan I'll write the bridge document myself, with Kale's assistance, and he can review the draft before publication. He could practically hear Shun Yuli's pause through the paper. Then, you're writing a philosophical document with the entity currently being processed in a living plant container. He has excellent theoretical grounding on the question the document needs to address. Who better? I'll tell Elder Magistrate Chuan it's in progress. I won't tell him who's co-authoring it. He folded the note and pressed it back into his pack and returned to work. The Salted Council received formal notification of the Guild Council's vote that afternoon. The response from the 7 families was split almost immediately. 3 endorsements arrived within 24 hours. The 4 remaining families issued a joint statement of concern about the hasty formalization of untested cultivation methodologies. Wei Muchen read the joint statement and identified the specific language from the Salting's foundational argument embedded in the 3rd paragraph. He did not respond to it directly. He asked Lien Feather to document the embedded language and archive it alongside the original Zhao Faming text and the record of its modification, and he sent copies of that archive to the Guild Council's Public Record Office. He made no public statement about what the archive contained. He did not need to. Chapter 118, the 4 opposing families moved in parallel. Elder Magistrate Korn, speaking for the joint opposition, published a philosophical paper arguing that recognizing plant consciousness would require a fundamental restructuring of cultivation theory across all schools, a disruption so significant that it would effectively invalidate 4 millennia of accumulated cultivation practice. The paper was technically rigorous and widely circulated. It was also, Wei Muchen noted, structurally identical to the arguments the Salting's text had been making for 6,000 years. Different language, same premise, same conclusion. He was in the middle of a treatment session at the quarantine zone when a student arrived at the edge of his floor contact radius with the news that 2 of the 4 opposing families' representatives had arrived at the plateau requesting an audience. He registered the timing, mid-session, which was either coincidence or a test of whether he could be interrupted, and sent the student back with instructions to offer hospitality and tell the representatives he would be available in 90 minutes. 90 minutes later, he came out of the session, washed his hands in the plateau's cold mineral spring, and found the 2 representatives sitting at a folding table Su Dao had produced, drinking altitude water with the expressions of people who had not entirely expected to be received. Elder Huan of the Crestfall family was approximately 70 years old, lean and precise, with the particular bearing of someone who had spent decades being correct and had learned to be pleasant about it. Elder Moss of the Windbrook family, a name Wei Muchen noted without comment, was younger, perhaps 50, and had the quality of someone who was present because they had been sent rather than because they wished to be. Researcher Wei, Elder Huan said, "Thank you for receiving us. Your families have concerns about the Garden Hearth's formal registration," Wei Muchen said. He sat down across from them. "Tell me what specifically you need that the current proposal doesn't provide." Elder Huan paused, a slight recalibration of the approach he had presumably prepared. "We have concerns about the theological implications of formally recognizing plant consciousness in an institutional cultivation document. The downstream effects on, I've read your paper," Wei Muchen said. "It's a good paper. The concern about curriculum restructuring is legitimate. Changing foundational premises in established cultivation education would require significant revision of existing materials, and not every school has the resources for that revision." He paused. "What I can offer is a transitional framework. The Garden Hearth's teaching materials don't require existing schools to revise their foundations. They're additive, an additional layer of theory that operates alongside existing frameworks rather than replacing them." Elder Huan examined him. "You're describing a compromise. I'm describing an accurate description of what the proposal actually does." He pressed his palms flat against the table's surface, feeling the wood's faint residual signal, a domesticated material, but still alive in the way all wood remains faintly alive. "The proposal doesn't require the Windbrook or Crestfall families to change anything about their current cultivation practices. It creates legal space for a different practice to exist alongside them. The downstream effects will take 3 generations to assess." He met Elder Huan's eyes. "I'm 23 years old. I can wait." Elder Huan looked at his hands, the aged hands on the young face. Everyone who encountered Wei Muchen looked at this, eventually. The cost made visible. He had stopped trying to conceal it. "The economic implications," Elder Moss said. She had been mostly silent, but the statement had the quality of something prepared and waiting. "If botanical resonance cultivation produces viable alternatives to extracted herbs at scale, the current pricing structure will change," Wei Muchen said. "Yes, herbs that are currently scarce because their ecosystems were destroyed will become available again. Prices for those herbs will fall." He looked at her. "The herbs that have always been abundant will remain abundant. The herbs that require rare conditions will still require rare conditions. The change will be in the middle, the herbs that were artificially scarce because we destroyed the ecosystems they needed." "Artificially scarce," Elder Moss repeated. "The conditions that produced the scarcity were created by the same processes we're now beginning to reverse." He kept his voice even. "I recognize this affects your family's holdings. I don't think that's a reason not to proceed. But I'm willing to discuss transition periods, phased implementation, whatever structure gives you time to adapt rather than requiring immediate adjustment." Elder Moss looked at Elder Huan. A silent exchange. "A transition framework," Elder Huan said. "Formal, documented, with specific timelines. Xianxia can draft it. She's precise about timelines." He paused. "I'll need one thing from your families in exchange. Not compliance, not endorsement. Just the genealogical records going back 8 generations. For the archive." Elder Moss frowned. "The archive. The historical archive I'm building with Lien Feather, documenting the lineage of the cultivation doctrine's development." He waited. "I'm not publishing accusations. I'm publishing a historical record. The families that cooperated with providing it will be noted as having cooperated." Another exchange of silence. Elder Huan set down his cup. "We'll need to consult with the other 2 families." Of course. They left the plateau that afternoon. By the following morning, 2 of the 4 had sent preliminary endorsements contingent on the transition framework. That left 2 families remaining in opposition. Wei Muchen accepted this. Some minds would change when the evidence accumulated. Others would not change until the institutions that supported their position no longer existed. He returned to the quarantine zone and pressed his palms to the container tissue and checked on the new plant's progress. It had grown another 6 inches overnight. Chapter 119 Kale's processing completed on the 43rd day. Wei Muchen was in the inner sanctum with the heart root when the signal changed. Not dramatically, not with the sudden reconfiguration he had experienced at his own rank advancements, but the steady gradual way that things complete when they have been proceeding at the pace appropriate to their complexity. The Stillwater ceiling's interior signal quieted. The conversion process, which had been ongoing since the first day of application, arrived at a state of completion the way a compost pile arrives at completion, not a moment when it becomes finished, but a moment when it is unmistakably different from what it was. The corruption that had been circulating through the container tissue was no longer circulating. It had been converted. What remained was the product. He came out of the inner sanctum and went to the quarantine zone. The plant was waist height now, its pale stem substantially thicker than it had been a week ago, its leaf structure more complex. Not the simple elliptical leaves of its first weeks, but compound formations, multiple leaflets arranged in patterns that reminded him of several different species simultaneously. He pressed his palms to the soil at its base. What the plant transmitted was unlike anything in the Hartroot's records. Not because it was unfamiliar. The Hartroot recognized the compound signature, as it had from the plant's first appearance, but because the compound itself was unprecedented. The Hartroot's recognition was the recognition of a record matching a possibility it had encoded millennia ago, not the recognition of a thing that had existed before. The compound synthesized two qualities that had never coexisted in a single organism. The corruption's extraction efficiency, the ability to draw and concentrate energy from its surroundings at remarkable rates, had been converted into a healing amplification property. The plant could concentrate and redistribute the healing chemical signals of the surrounding ecosystem, making them available in quantities that no natural plant could produce. Not draining the ecosystem to provide this, drawing on the ambient excess, the energy that would otherwise dissipate and used. It was, as he had said to Rohua weeks ago, something that could not have been created any other way. The corruption's 2,000 years of development had produced the extraction mechanism. The Stillwater ceiling's conversion had redirected that mechanism toward healing. Neither element alone produced this. The combination did. He sat with his palms against the soil for a long time. Within the plant's root tissue, there was still a quality that was recognizable as Kale. Not Kale's consciousness, not Kale's presence, but Kale's particular signature. The pattern of a resonance practice developed in isolation over 2 millennia, preserved in the compound structure the way a cultivator's approach to a problem is preserved in the solution they find. You could tell this had been made by Kale the same way you could tell certain solutions to certain problems had been found by specific people. The approach was distinctive, even in its product. He said, into the soil, "You're still here." The plant transmitted its compound signal, steady, present, organized. He interpreted this as acknowledgement. He sat until the plateau's afternoon light shifted toward its cooler, lower-angle quality, and the cloud layer below developed the orange-gray of late day. And Lian Feather arrived at the quarantine zone's edge with her notebook and sat down at a careful distance and began to sketch the plant structure. He looked at her. "I'm documenting it," she said, without looking up from the sketch. "While it's still novel, by next week everyone will have seen it, and by next month it will be ordinary. Nothing about this will be ordinary. Everything becomes ordinary," she said, with the particular certainty of someone who has watched extraordinary things become artifacts. That's how they last. They stop being miracles and start being materials. He thought about the Moonvale moss, his first extinction reversed, now growing in stable populations across 3 sites, already being discussed in guild herbalist circles as a reliable cultivation target rather than a wonder. She was right. "Document carefully," he said. She was already writing. Chapter 120. The advancement did not come from the new plant. It came from the Hartroot. He had been conducting his regular morning session in the inner sanctum. The stabilizing resonance that kept the Hartroot's supporting fungal network in good condition, when the Hartroot's signal deepened in a way he had learned to recognize as a transition point. Not the surface records becoming available, as had happened at Garden Heart rank. The deeper layers, the oldest ones. He did not direct himself toward them. He waited. The Hartroot waited with him, in the patient way of something that has been waiting for something specific for a very long time and recognizes that the moment has arrived. The signal from the deepest layer arrived not as a flood, but as a quality change throughout the entire connection, the way the temperature of water changes when you move from a surface layer to a deeper current. Not a different type of signal. The same signal, deeper, more density, more age, more of everything the Hartroot contained, now available at a resolution that made his Garden Heart rank access look like observing the ocean from the surface. He could see the ocean floor, every ecosystem, every plant, every cultivation technique the Garden Hearth had developed and encoded. Every resonance cultivator who had sat in this space before him. Their specific signatures preserved in the Hartroot's deepest records, 12 of them, across 12,000 years, each one a distinct quality in the record the way distinct voices are distinct in a silence that holds their memory. He was aware that this was World Botanica rank in the same way he had been aware of the Garden Heart advancement. Not as a moment of transition, but as a recognition that the transition had already occurred, sometime in the past several minutes. Unremarkably, the way significant things often arrived. His hands were pressed flat against the Hartroot's base. He looked at them. The joints had stiffened further overnight. He had noticed this waking up, the morning stiffness that had been getting worse in increments. The skin across the backs of his hands was deeply furrowed, the kind of texture that forms over decades of exposure, and the tendons were visible beneath in a way that had not been true a year ago. The hands of a man over a century old, attached to the body of someone who appeared 25. He kept his palms against the heart root and stayed in the World Botanica depth of the record. The technique access was complete. Every garden hearth method, every encoded practice, everything Elder Moss Grasp had spent 8 centuries waiting to pass on and had dispersed into the network, hoping a cultivator would eventually reach. It was all here, available. Not overwhelming, because the heart root organized it. The same way a library is not overwhelming despite containing more information than any reader can process, because the information is structured to be found rather than imposed. He was examining the primordial biome records at World Botanica depth, seeing the full complexity of what the restoration project required and mapping the next 20 years of work in his mind, when the signal from the garden's eastern section arrived. Not urgent, not directed at him specifically, in the way the heart root communicated specifically, more diffuse, the way the garden's general intelligence communicated, present throughout the network, available to any cultivator in contact with it, but carrying a quality he recognized. He had noted, when Elder Moss Grasp fully dissolved into the garden's general intelligence, that the dispersal had been complete. The individual coherence was gone. What had been Elder Moss Grasp was now part of the system's general knowledge, like water that has joined a river, still present in the river, but no longer identifiable as the specific water it had been. What arrived from the eastern section was not Elder Moss Grasp. It was the part of the garden that had been Elder Moss Grasp, momentarily organized into a coherent impression by the activation of the World Botanica level, the deepest records drawing the deepest intelligence of the network toward them, the way a strong signal draws a sensitive receiver. It was organized enough to be intentional. It was the last coherent impression that would ever reach him carrying Elder Moss Grasp's particular quality, because after this the activation would settle and the signal would disperse back into the general intelligence permanently. What it transmitted was not a word or a direction or a warning. Contentment. Simple and complete, with the specific texture of a very old consciousness that has done what it set out to do and found the result satisfactory. Not joy, something quieter than joy, more durable. The feeling of a thing that has been patient for a very long time arriving at the place it was always going. He sat with his palms against the heart root and received it and held it for as long as the signal remained coherent. When it dissolved back into the general intelligence, he stayed in the inner sanctum for a long while in the particular silence that follows the end of something that will not recur. Then he returned to the World Botanica depth of the heart root's records and continued examining the 10,000-year layer, methodically, because the work did not stop for completions, and there was a record in the deepest layer that he had not yet reached, encoded in a botanical language only readable at this rank, that the heart root signal was oriented toward with the quality it reserved for things that could not wait much longer. He reached the record, the 10,000-year layer, the oldest encoded information in the heart root's catalog, from before the garden hearth civilization, before the first cultivation eras, before the salting, before any of the history he had spent months reconstructing. The record did not contain ecosystem data. It did not contain cultivation techniques or species catalogs or formation arrays. It contained a name. Encoded in the botanical language he could now read at World Botanica rank, a language that expressed identity as a resonance signature rather than as phonemes, the specific chemical-emotional pattern that distinguished one consciousness from another. Not a label, a recognition. The way the garden remembered things, by their essential quality, the specific way they were present. He read the name. The resonance signature was his. Unmistakably, completely, encoded 10,000 years before his birth in the deepest record of the oldest living library on the continent. He sat very still with his palms against the heart root's base, the World Botanica depth open around him, the complete botanical record of everything that had ever lived and grown on this land available at his call, and felt the weight of what this meant settle through him in the particular way of things that are too large for immediate comprehension and must be understood gradually, over time, in the space between moments. The heart root breathed its slow rhythm beside him. Outside, the plateau's suspended root systems moved against the sky. Somewhere on the continent, the ironwood tree in the graywood transmitted its steady rhythmic calm into a forest that had regrown around it, into soil that remembered everything, through a root network that reached in all directions toward a future it had been growing toward for longer than any cultivator had been listening. He pressed his palms flat and stayed, and the record with his name in it pulsed once, soft and certain, like a door recognized opening from the inside. Chapter 121. He stayed in the inner sanctum until the plateau's night transmission began, the lower bandwidth botanical signal that the garden's canopy produced after full dark, quieter and more rhythmic than the day's active commerce of nutrients and light. Then he went and found Lian Feather. She was in the records area she had claimed near the inner sanctum's entrance, working by the light of a low cultivation lamp. Her cataloging notes spread across 3 sheets with the organized density of a person who has found work that fits the precise shape of their abilities. She looked up when he arrived and waited without closing the notebook. She had learned, in the months since joining his work, that Wei Muchen coming to find her specifically meant information worth documenting. The 10,000-year record, he said. He sat down on the stone across from her. It contains 12 names before mine. She picked up her pen. He told her what the record contained. The botanical language encoding, the resonance signatures representing 12 specific cultivators across 12,000 years of the garden's record, each one arriving at a critical moment in the continental ecosystem's decline and advancing the restoration by a defined increment. The record showed the increments clearly, each cultivator's contribution mapped against the primordial biome's recovery index, the percentage of original range restored, the number of extinct species reversed. The 12 contributions were not equal. Some cultivators had advanced the restoration by a few percent, others by more. Together, the 12 increments accounted for approximately 40% of the restoration work required. And the 13th, Lian Feather said. The record specifies that the 13th will complete the conditions necessary for the continental ecosystem to maintain itself without a resonance cultivator's active intervention. He paused. The phrase is last needed. Not last possible. Last needed. She wrote carefully, which implies a distinction. The garden doesn't want a guardian indefinitely. It wants to reach a state where the root networks are dense enough, the species population stable enough, the foundational biome restored enough, that the ecosystem's own self-maintenance is sufficient. He pressed his palms to the floor beneath him, feeling the heartroot's presence through the inner sanctum's root tissue. The previous 12 cultivators didn't reach that state. Each advanced it by a specific amount. I'm the 13th. The last needed, she said, which means there's a threshold. A specific level of restoration at which the active intervention stops being necessary. He looked at his hands. The 20-year window I calculated, working from the rate of my hands aging, may not be incidental. The record may be describing what's achievable in that window. She was quiet for a moment, writing. Then, the other 12. Are they named in a way that could be traced to historical individuals? Potentially. The encoding is in resonance signatures, the garden's way of representing identity. Cross-referencing with cultivation historical records would require someone who knows what to look for. He met her eyes. Which would be your project, not mine. She looked at the 3 sheets of notes spread in front of her, assessing the scale of what he was describing. I'll need access to the guild's full historical archive. Not the restricted section, the complete archive. Shen Yuli can arrange it. Shen Yuli is always arranging things, Lian Feather said, with the tone she used for observations that contained both respect and mild exasperation. At some point she deserves a project that is specifically hers. He had not thought about this. What project would that be? Lian Feather gave him the look she reserved for questions she found more revealing than the asker intended. Ask her, she said, and returned to her notes. He spent the following morning at the Heartroot, examining the record more carefully at World Botanica depth. The 12 previous names were encoded in the same botanical language as his own, not individual plant species, but resonance patterns, each one distinctive. Each one encoding not just the cultivator's identity, but their specific quality of receptivity. He could read those qualities now at World Botanica rank. Which cultivator had been strongest in receiving structural information, which had been most sensitive to emotional registers, which had been capable of the simultaneous multi-species reception that he used for the continental restoration work. His own signature was encoded last. The record had been added to in sequence, each new name appended as the cultivator arrived and completed their contribution. He was not the last because the garden had predicted him specifically. He was the last because the threshold was within reach of what could be accomplished in a single cultivator's active career, and the previous 12 had brought the restoration to the point where the gap between the current state and the threshold was small enough for one person to close. The record was not prophecy. It was a running tally. He sat with this until the morning light shifted to full brightness above the cloud layer, and then he went to find Shen Yuli and tell her what Lian Feather had suggested. Chapter 122, Last Needed, Shen Yuli said. That's the phrase. Yes. She was at her documentation desk, where she spent most mornings, not cataloging, which was Lian Feather's specialty, but writing. The bridge document he had asked her to help develop, integrating botanical resonance theory with existing cultivation frameworks, had grown substantially since he had mentioned it. Her draft was nearly 50 pages and showed signs of becoming longer. The ambiguity, she said, setting down her pen, is in what needed refers to. Needed for the ecosystem's self-maintenance, yes, but also possibly needed for something else, for the transition to a state the garden has been working toward, in which the active cultivation of the relationship between humans and plants is no longer specialist knowledge but general practice. He had been thinking about this. You're saying last needed might mean the last specialized resonance cultivator who has to do this work alone. If the suppression formation comes down, when it comes down, and people begin naturally recovering awareness of plant signals, the need for a single cultivator who can interface with the heartroot at World Botanica depth changes character. She picked up her pen again. You're not the last resonance cultivator. You're potentially the last one who has to operate without a community. He pressed his palms to the floor beneath the desk, a habit so ingrained now that he did it without thinking, maintaining contact with any available root tissue. The desk was wood, old, its faint living signal essentially background noise at this point. The plateau stone beneath it provided more. What does the garden want? He said. It was not rhetorical. He had been building toward this question through the morning sessions. He pressed his palms to the floor more firmly and reached through the plateau stone into the heartroot's base register at World Botanica depth, asking the question directly. The heartroot's answer was the most organized communication he had ever received from it, not because of the rank advancement, which had happened weeks ago, but because the question was one the garden had been preparing to answer for a very long time. The response had the quality of a thing that had been organized and waiting. It arrived not as a single impression, but as a sequence, the current state of the continental ecosystem, mapped with the heartroot's complete record as reference. Then the threshold state, the specific configuration of restored range, established populations, functioning soil networks, recovered fungal highways, that would allow the self-maintenance condition to be met. Then the delta, what remained between the current state and the threshold. The delta was specific, not enormous, not trivial, achievable in the window Wei Muchen had estimated. If the suppression formation was dismantled and the continental root networks could operate without the artificial constraint. The formation, he said aloud. Xin Yuli looked up from her writing. The four opposing families. They haven't made their final move yet. He lifted his palms and stood. The garden's vision of its threshold state requires the suppression formation to be dismantled. That's not in the record explicitly, but the delta calculation doesn't work while the formation is limiting the continental network's self-repair capacity. He was already thinking through the dependency chain, which means they know this. The four families who are still opposing the Garden Hearth Charter. They know that if the formation comes down, the threshold becomes reachable. How would they know? Xin Yuli said carefully. Because the formation exists. Someone put it there 2,000 years ago as insurance against exactly this scenario. The families that maintained it for 2,000 years may not know why it exists anymore. The original reason may have been lost, but they know that it was built to prevent something, and the something it was built to prevent is now visibly happening. He looked at her. They're going to use it. She was very still. When? Before the guild charter for the Garden Hearth becomes fully ratified. Before the political momentum becomes irreversible. He picked up his pack. I need to tell Rohua. Chapter 123. The formation activated on the morning of the 28th day after Wei Muchen's World Botanica advancement. He was in the northern section of the plateau conducting a restoration session, both palms in contact with the soil, when the continental signal cut. Not gradually. Not in the way that interference built and degraded over time. Instantaneously, the way a door closes, the continental root network was present, and then it was not. The ironwood tree in the graywood disappeared from his awareness mid-signal. The Moonvale Moss site, the Starlace Roots cave system, the Frostlung Blossoms stand. All of them gone simultaneously, as if the continent itself had been evacuated. He pulled his palms from the soil and stood. The plateau's local signal was still present. The immediate root network of the garden itself, within the plateau's physical boundary. But the living nexus, which he had maintained as a constant background awareness for weeks, was silent. The relationships he had built across years, across hundreds of miles, accessible to him at World Botanica rank without effort, simply absent. He sent a probe downward into the plateau stone and found the heartroot signal, reduced but present. The suppression was not absolute within the garden's own core, but beyond the plateau's boundary, at any distance, the silence was complete. He went immediately to find Su Dao. Su Dao was at the training area with 6 students, all of them in various stages of receptive sessions. He saw Wei Muchen's expression and dismissed the students with a word, which was efficient, and told Wei Muchen that Su Dao had been expecting something. You felt it, Wei Muchen said. I transmit rather than receive. I can still send signals into the network. Su Dao's voice was level in the way it was level when he was suppressing urgency. But the responses I'd normally feel back, they're not there. Or they're very faint. He paused. How wide? I don't know yet. Everything beyond the plateau boundary. He stood with his arms at his sides, hands folded in front of him, assessing. The silence was worse than he had expected. He had known the formation would be used. He had been expecting it, had discussed contingencies with Xin Yuli and Rohua both. The reality of it was different from the expectation. Years of relationship, the continental network that had become as constant as breath, severed without transition. The students were filing away toward the northern section, murmuring among themselves. One of them, a young woman named Helan, 3 weeks into her training, who had just begun achieving reliable reception from Plateau Moss, paused at the edge of Wei Muchen's radius and looked back. The moss, she said. Is it still? Yes, he said. The plateau's local signal was intact. The garden's interior is not affected. Work with what's immediately available. She nodded and left. Xin Yuli arrived from the documentation area at a pace that was not quite running. She had felt something, or had received word, or had simply estimated the timing correctly and been watching for the signs. The formation is active, Wei Muchen said. She produced a map from her pack. She had prepared one, because she prepared things, and spread it on the plateau stone. The map showed the continental formation nodes as Lien Feather had identified them from the historical records, 7 sites, distributed across the continent's major geographical features, each controlled by one of the 7 ruling families. Radius, she said. I can't calculate it without the continental network, but the fact that the garden's interior is partially intact suggests the formation's suppression isn't unlimited in depth. Strong cultivator-to-plant contact at the plateau's core is still functional. General ambient resonance at distance is blocked. She looked at the map. The 5 neutral or cooperating family sites, if any of those have been activated against their will or their sites have been taken, they haven't. The formation requires all 7 sites operating simultaneously. He traced the map. 4 families are in opposition. 3 sites are controlled by families who have endorsed the Garden Hearth Charter. Those 3 sites must have been either overridden or, he stopped. The dependency chain formed itself clearly. The overriding mechanism for the formation's neutral sites had been built into the original design. The architects had anticipated that some families might defect, and had built a consensus override. If 4 of the 7 sites activated simultaneously, the remaining 3 were forced online. The formation did not require all 7 families' willing participation. It required 4 to trigger, and the rest would follow. The 4 opposing families activated their sites, he said. The formation's design did the rest. Xin Yuli folded the map. Rohua. If her absorption can drain a formation power source, she may be able to disable at least 1 site from the outside. He began walking toward the plateau's edge where Rohua conducted her daily training sessions. But we need to know if the formation is suppressing resonance at the site locations themselves, or only in the territory between them. He was halfway across the plateau when he felt it. A signal from the garden's northern edge, local, close, inside the suppression's range because it was inside the plateau. One of the restored plant populations Wei Muchen had seeded in the northern section 3 weeks ago, a stand of graywood ironwood saplings he had been nursing from seeds. Their signal was distress, not urgency distress, but the specific impression of rapid change, the kind of cellular-level response that plants produced when conditions shifted too quickly for adjustment. He stopped. The formation's activation had altered something about the plateau's northern edge atmospheric conditions. The saplings were experiencing a drop in humidity that their root systems, not yet established enough to draw from deeper soil, could not compensate for. The signal was not an emergency, not immediate, not fatal. He could treat it in 20 minutes if he addressed it now. In 6 hours, the drought stress would be severe enough to set their development back by weeks. In 12 hours, the smallest saplings would begin to die. He knew he should keep going. Rohua, the formation sites, the continental network. These were more important than a stand of ironwood saplings that could be reseeded if they died. He knew this. He also knew that he would not keep going. Su Dao had appeared beside him with the particular expression of someone watching a person they know make a choice they have made before. Go ahead, he said. I'll brief Rohua. Tell her, I know what to tell her. He was already moving. Treat the saplings. I'll handle the formation briefing. Wei Muchen went to the northern edge and knelt beside the ironwood stand and pressed his palms to the soil and spent 23 minutes providing the atmospheric resonance signal that encouraged the sapling's root systems to extend their range and access the deeper moisture reserves. The smallest sapling stabilized. The stand would be fine. When he reached Rohua, the briefing was already complete, and she was gone. She had left for the formation sites 20 minutes before he arrived. She had gone alone, without waiting, because she had concluded that waiting for Wei Muchen was not an option given the timeline, and she had been right. He stood at the plateau's edge and felt the empty space where her presence had been and understood that his delay had not cost him a catastrophe. It had cost him the opportunity to plan together. He pressed his palms to the plateau stone and began planning alone. Chapter 124. The suppression formation's interior, at the plateau, was thicker than he had expected. Not a clean cut, but a gradient. The signal at the plateau's periphery faded and indistinct. The signal at the inner sanctum still reasonably functional. He spent the first hour mapping the gradient carefully, pressing his palms to the plateau stone at different locations, tracking the signal strength at each point. What he found was structural information about the formation itself. The gradient's shape was not uniform. It was strongest directly overhead and weakest at ground level, which suggested the formation's primary suppression mechanism operated through the upper atmospheric layers, the same layers that resonance signals used for long-distance transmission. Ground-level signal, conducted through soil and root tissue, was degraded but not eliminated. He thought about this. Long-distance resonance, the kind he used through the living nexus to maintain awareness of plants hundreds of miles away, relied on the atmospheric layer. It was the only mechanism capable of transmitting over that distance. The formation's architects had understood this and targeted it. But ground-level resonance, the kind he had used from his first day, pressing palms to soil and receiving signals from the root tissue immediately beneath him, that relied on physical contact conduction, not atmospheric. The formation's effect on this was reduced. The plants could still communicate with each other through the root networks. Root-to-root conduction was entirely ground level. The suppression was cutting him off from the atmospheric channel, not from the ground-level one. He sat with the implications. If the plants could still communicate with each other, the continental root networks were still functioning. The formation was not suppressing the plant's own communication. It was suppressing his ability to interface with that communication at distance by blocking the atmospheric transmission layer he used for long-range reception. Sudao. Sudao transmitted into the networks rather than receiving from them. His signal went downward, ground-level, root-directed, the approach he had developed independently over months of practice. The formation's effect on his ability should be reduced for the same reason Wei Muchen's ground-level contact was reduced rather than eliminated. If Sudao transmitted into a root network, the signal would propagate through that network by ground-level conduction. The network's response, the reflected signal, the way the plants organized in response to the transmission, would propagate back through the same ground-level path. Wei Muchen could not receive that reflected signal through the atmospheric channel. The formation would block it before it reached him. But if he maintained physical contact with the root network where Sudao was transmitting, he might receive the reflection directly through the contact point. Ground level to ground level, bypassing the atmospheric layer entirely. He had never tried this. He had never had reason to. It was, in the strictest sense, an untested approach based on a theoretical model of the formation's mechanism that he had built in the past 2 hours. He sent a student to find Sudao. Sudao arrived within minutes, which meant he had been nearby, which meant he had been thinking about the same problem. I have an idea, Wei Muchen said. I assumed. Sudao sat down across from him. You want to use me as a signal relay. Ground-level transmission. You send into a local root network. I maintain contact at the same network and try to receive the reflected signal through the contact point rather than through the atmospheric channel. Sudao looked at the plateau stone between them. If it works at all, the signal quality will be degraded. Yes, but the formation nodes are ground-based. The formation's power sources are in physical contact with the bedrock. If I can receive enough signal through ground-level contact to map the network in the vicinity of those sites, I can identify the node's positions. He paused. From there, I can plan their disabling. You can't reach those sites through the ground-level network, Sudao said. The distance, I don't need to reach them. I need to know where they are and what the root network configurations look like around them. Rohua is already at one site. She can handle the disabling physically. I can guide her through the root network to the optimal approach point if I can receive enough signal to map the terrain. Sudao was quiet for a moment. He looked at the plateau stone, then at Wei Muchen's hands, then at the formation gradient visible as a slight haze at the plateau's northern edge where the atmospheric suppression met the clear air of the interior. Try it, he said. I'll tell you if the transmission feels unusual. They both pressed their palms to the plateau stone at adjacent points. Sudao sent his signal downward. Wei Muchen held his contact and waited. Chapter 125. The reflected signal arrived faint and irregular, like a voice heard through stone walls. Present, identifiable, stripped of detail, but carrying the structural information that the root network's physical configuration provided. It was 20%, perhaps less. A fifth of normal reception at best. He focused all of his World Botanica resolution on that 20%, the way he had learned in the Greywood to narrow his receptivity to a single plant when the full forest simultaneous transmission had been overwhelming. In the Greywood, the challenge had been too much signal. Here it was too little. Both required the same discipline. Absolute attention to the available information, not reaching for what was absent. Slower, he told Su Dao. The transmission is coming back fragmented at this rate. Su Dao adjusted. The reflected signal steadied, still degraded, but more consistent. Wei Muchen began to map. The root network under the plateau extended to the continental network through the mountain range's deep geological root systems. Old stone, ancient root channels worn through over millennia by water and living tissue. The suppression formation's effect on these deep channels was reduced by the depth, the same way the effect on ground-level signals was reduced compared to atmospheric ones. At certain depths, the signal quality improved to something closer to 30%. He found the formation's nearest node through this channel. It was approximately 400 miles south, embedded in a granite plateau formation in the territory controlled by the Winbrook family, one of the four opposing families, whose elder representative Elder Moss had attended his meeting and received a transition framework offer that had not been enough. The node's signal signature was distinctive, a formation array carved into bedrock, channeling spiritual energy from the surrounding geological formation through a crystal matrix that generated the suppression field. The root network around the node had been cleared. The Winbrook family had removed the old-growth trees from an area surrounding the site, which meant they had anticipated an approach using root networks. They were not wrong to anticipate this. They had simply not anticipated it at sufficient depth. Beneath the cleared surface zone, the tree roots were present. Old roots, from before the clearing, preserved in the soil at depth because removing root systems entirely requires more effort than removing the trees above. The cleared surface was only cleared on the surface. The Winbrook site, he told Su Dao. I have it. He sent a message to Rohua through Lien Feather's courier network, the physical courier network, since communications through the spiritual signal were compromised. The message described the Winbrook site's configuration and the deep root access approach. He continued mapping. The process was slow. Each site required a separate mapping session, Su Dao maintaining the transmission relay for hours at a time, Wei Muchen extracting structural information from the faint reflected signals. By the end of the first day, he had 3 sites mapped. By the end of the second day, 5. On the evening of the second day, Lien Feather arrived at the mapping area with a pot of heated water and the expression of someone who has made a logistical observation. You've been in contact with the plateau stone for 14 hours, she said, pouring water into a cup and setting it beside his knee. Yes. Your hands. He lifted them from the stone and looked. The extended low-intensity contact had added incremental aging, less than a full resonance session's cost, but present. The skin across his palms had developed new folds. He put them back down. Drink the water, she said. He drank the water without lifting his palms from the stone, which required a particular balance he had developed over years of field work. Lien Feather watched him accomplish this with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say something. You have a finite number of sessions remaining before your hands lose functional sensitivity, she said. Using them for 14-hour mapping runs when we have, she counted on her fingers, 22 people on this plateau who could do portions of this work if you taught them the approach. He paused. She was right. He had been treating the mapping as something that required his specific capabilities because the World Botanica depth of reception was necessary for identifying the formation node's precise configurations. But the structural mapping, the basic root network layout around each site, could be done with any practitioner who had sufficient ground-level reception to work at 30% signal. 3 of his current students were at that level. Prepare the 3 advanced students, he said. I'll teach them the approach tonight. Tonight, she said, with the particular inflection that meant she had been expecting a different answer but was satisfied with this one. By the morning of the 3rd day, the 3 students were working their own mapping sessions under Su Dao's relay support, and Wei Muchen had the final 2 formation sites mapped from the overnight courier reports Rohua had sent back. 7 sites, each one embedded in bedrock, each one surrounded by cleared surface zones that were not cleared at depth, each one powered by a crystal matrix that could be disrupted by sustained botanical presence at the root level, roots growing around and through the crystal over time, the way roots grow through stone, which required patience rather than force. The formation required all 7 sites to maintain the suppression field. Disable any 3 and the field weakened to the point of ineffectiveness. Disable all 7 and the formation could not be rebuilt without the original architects, and the original architects were 2,000 years dead. He sent the mapping data to Shun Yuli for coordination and told her they needed a simultaneous campaign across 5 sites within a single day. Her response arrived by courier 3 hours later. Asterisk, I have been planning this for 6 weeks. I know which sites to use. I know which people to ask. I need 1 week to position everyone. Can the formation hold for 1 week? Asterisk, he sent back. Asterisk, the restoration work is halted while the formation is active but not reversed. 1 week is acceptable. Asterisk, she wrote. Asterisk, good. Tell Rohua the Windbrook site has an additional guard rotation she may not have identified. I noticed it in the geological survey records. Asterisk, he sent. How did you get geological survey records? She sent. I have been acquiring them since the Graymere Heights. He sat with this for a moment. Then he sent. What project do you want that is specifically yours? A long pause. Then, asterisk, I will tell you when the formation is down. Some things should be said when the air is clear. Asterisk, chapter 126. 5 sites the day Shun Yuli had chosen was overcast. A low front had pushed in from the northwest overnight, dropping the temperature and flattening the wind. Wei Muchen stood at the base of the Thornfall Ridge with Su Dao behind him, the relay connection already humming at 20% capacity between them, and watched the clouds through a gap in the tree line while the courier riders confirmed positions. 5 sites. 1 day? The plan was not complicated. Complexity was a liability when the timing had to hold across 5 locations. Shun Yuli had understood this before she started planning. The message she sent 2 days ago had contained no elaborate sequencing, no contingency chains. Just positions, times, and 1 instruction. Asterisk, do not wait for the others. Begin when you are ready. The formation does not fail from the last site down. It fails from the 3rd. Asterisk, disable 3 and the suppression field dropped to ineffectiveness. Disable 5 and it couldn't be rebuilt. The remaining 2 sites, held by the most prepared of the 7 families, would find themselves holding a formation that no longer existed. Wei Muchen pressed his palm to the exposed root of a pine tree and checked Su Dao's relay signal. Stronger than it had been 2 days ago. Su Dao had been practicing, which meant he'd been losing sleep, which meant Wei Muchen owed him an honest accounting of what that work cost and whether it was sustainable. Later. Ready, Su Dao said behind him. His voice had the particular flatness he used when he was managing anxiety by keeping his breathing even. Hold the relay at half output until I engage the site, Wei Muchen said. If I hit the crystal directly at full capacity and the relay spikes, the ground signal will scatter. I know. I'm reminding you because you've been practicing aggressive output and the reflex will be to amplify. A pause. I know, Su Dao said again, with slightly more edge this time, which was accurate. The Thornfall Ridge site was the smallest of the 5, a shallow formation node embedded in granite 40 feet below the surface, powered by a crystal matrix about the diameter of a soup bowl. 2,000 years ago, the builders had been thorough. The crystals were placed in bedrock because bedrock was considered permanent, because rock did not move, because nothing that grew in soil could reach it. They had not accounted for fig trees. Wei Muchen had spent 3 days before the campaign seeding a fig cutting directly above this node. He'd packed the soil with the fungal partners the fig needed, adjusted the drainage, and asked the cutting whether it understood what he needed from it. Fig trees were not conversationalists. Their signals were slow and structural, like receiving a message written in stone, but the impression he received in return was not urgency. It was acceptance. The particular patience of a thing that understood growing through stone was not a metaphor. He reached down through the relay, through Su Dao's transmitted field, and found the fig's root tips. They had grown 11 inches in 3 days because he had given them every condition they needed and the soil here was good. 11 inches was not enough to reach the crystal. He was not trying to reach the crystal today. He was trying to start growing around it. He sent a resonance pulse through the root network, not a command, but an image. The shape of the crystal matrix. The direction the roots would need to go. The patience required for a process that would take not days, but weeks. The fig's response was slow and certain, like a door deciding to open. Above him, the formation's suppression field flickered. He became aware of it not because anything changed visibly, but because he heard the continental network for the first time in a week. A fraction of it, a ghost whisper of root signals from the plains 40 miles east, the mycorrhizal hum from the Brackwell Delta's surviving formations, the specific signature of the Graymere Heights restored networks. They were all still there. They had been there the entire time, calling, and the suppression had been a wall between him and them. 1 site, Su Dao said. His voice was rough. The relay signal from the Continental Network confirmed it. Wei Muchen straightened and walked north. The second site was 40 minutes away. By the time he reached it, a courier had arrived from xianxia. Her sight was down. The Windbrook family's formation crystal had been encircled by growth from the waterway plants she'd been quietly cultivating along the approach canal for 6 weeks, and when she'd asked them to close the encirclement this morning, they had. She noted in the message that the Windbrook family elder had been present and had watched the crystal go dark with the expression of someone who had suspected this was coming for quite some time and had simply run out of reasons to prevent it. Wei Muchen filed this detail away for later. There was something in it, not triumph, but information about how many of the opposing families were genuinely committed versus exhausted. The second site required a different approach. The bedrock here was fractured limestone, which meant the formation node was shallower and the crystal was accessible to a sustained aerial root descent from above. He had not preceded this one. Instead, he pressed both palms to the limestone surface and asked the local mycorrhizal network, which he had been slowly mapping for the past 3 days, to serve as a direct conductor. At World Botanica rank, this was the equivalent of whispering across a room. The mycorrhizal web stretched to the crystal matrix and began drawing moisture from it the way fungi draw nutrients from stone, slowly, in quantities that seemed insignificant until they weren't. The formation node here went dark in 47 minutes. He knew because Su Dao's relay signal shifted when it did, the Continental Network's presence strengthening by another perceptible degree. A second courier arrived while he was waiting. Rowa's sight was down. The message was 3 words. * crystal drained. Moving. * Tan Bolan's message arrived 20 minutes later, longer and more detailed in the way Tan Bolan's messages always were when he was trying not to express emotion. * Thornwall sect forces held the perimeter while your students handled the root network approach. The Basalt family elder attempted to reinforce the crystal with direct cultivation input. Your student, the girl with the gray braid, I forget her name, told him that was inadvisable and was correct. Node is inactive. Your student would like it noted that she did this without being told. I am noting it. * 3 sites down within 2 hours of the campaign starting. Wei Muchen stood on the limestone and felt the Continental Network flood back into his awareness, not all at once, but in waves. The near networks first, then the middle distances, then the faint signals from the far edges of his range, each one carrying the familiar texture of a relationship he'd built over years. The ironwood tree in the graywood. The Brackwell Delta's ancient formations. The Graymere Heights restored mycorrhizal web. The Hartrut's steady, warm presence from the primordial garden plateau. He had not known how much the silence hurt until it ended. Su Dao made a sound behind him that was not quite words. I know, Wei Muchen said. He kept his palms on the limestone for another moment. Then he straightened. 2 remaining. They'll have seen the field weaken. They'll be reinforcing. Shen Yuli already sent a route. He looked at the courier message Su Dao held out. She had anticipated this too. The route to the mountain fortress site avoided the 2 roads the Fellstone family would logically monitor and came up through a river valley that the local route network could confirm was unwatched. She had included a note at the bottom. * the fig tree will need water in 3 days. Don't forget. * he had, in fact, forgotten. He added it to the list. He walked north toward the mountain. Chapter 127. The patient tree. The Fellstone family's mountain fortress was exactly what the name described. A structure built into the side of a granite peak, with walls that had been reinforced over centuries until the rock and the masonry had merged into something that was both and neither. The formation node here was not in the bedrock below the structure. It was inside the structure, in a sealed chamber 40 feet above the ground floor, accessible through 2 guarded doors and a cultivation-sealed lock. Wei Muchen examined the mountain from the tree line for a long time. Su Dao said, eventually, you're going to ask the mountain something. Not the mountain. The tree. There was a fig tree growing from a crack in the fortress wall, approximately 60 feet up the exterior face. It had been there for generations. The wall construction predated any of the Fellstone family's deliberate planting records, which meant it had seeded itself from a bird dropping sometime in the distant past and been too inconvenient to remove once it was established. Its roots had worked through the masonry crack and penetrated the wall's interior structure over decades, seeking water and minerals. Wei Muchen pressed his hand to a nearby boulder and traced the faint root signal underground until he found the fig tree's network. Deep, patient, stubborn in the way figs were always stubborn. He sent an inquiry. The response was what he expected from a fig, slow, structural, and without any sense of urgency. The tree was aware of the crystal chamber in the way a root was aware of a pocket of dry soil nearby. As an obstacle, a place where something dense and dry occupied space that growth wanted to fill. He asked whether the tree was willing to fill it. The response took several minutes. He waited. When it came, it was not enthusiasm or consent in any human sense. It was simply orientation, the same patience he'd felt from the fig at the Thornfall Ridge site, the specific quality of a thing that had been growing through stone for 100 years and saw no reason to stop. "We wait," Wei Muchen told Su Dao. Su Dao sat down against a tree trunk and took out a folded sheet of botanical records he'd been annotating. He had stopped asking how long wait meant. The Fellstone family's response to the formation weakening was visible from the tree line. 3 cultivators emerged from the fortress gate and began walking the perimeter, checking the outer approaches. They were thorough. They checked the obvious angles, the approach roads, the lower slopes, the ledges near the gate. They did not look up at the fig tree on the exterior wall. Nobody ever looked at the fig tree. It had been there their entire lives. Wei Muchen stayed in contact with the tree's root network through the afternoon. He felt the moment the roots, guided by his steady resonance signal, found the crystal matrix's edge, not a dramatic impact, but a quiet contact, the way roots found any dense object in their path. The tree began doing what fig roots did when they found something in their way, growing around it, through it, into any gap available. The crystal was designed to repel cultivation attacks. Shaped energy, focused intent, the directional pressure of a cultivator actively pushing against the formation, all of these it was built to deflect. It was not built to deflect a tree that had no agenda, a tree that was simply growing, slowly, in the direction the soil and minerals and the faint resonance guidance suggested was good. 2 hours before sunset, Su Dao looked up from his notes. Field shifted again. "I know." The formation crystal inside the Fellstone fortress had fractured along a natural fault line that the fig tree's roots had found and widened over an afternoon of patient expansion. The crystal did not break dramatically. It cracked in the way stone cracked when roots worked through it. A slow splitting, invisible from outside, noticed only when the formation energy it sustained began leaking from the fractured boundary. A courier message arrived from Shun Yuli within 20 minutes. Asterisk node 5 shows as inactive. "What happened? I was expecting you to ask for the River Valley approach." Asterisk he wrote back. "Fig tree." Her response came quickly. Of course it was. 1 site remaining. He sent the position data to Rohua and told her to hold her approach until he arrived. The final site was where the 4 opposing family elders had gathered, and none of the patient methods he'd used today would work against cultivators who were waiting for exactly the kind of approach he would use. The final site would require a different conversation entirely. Chapter 128. The broadcast field. The Deeproot family estate sat in a valley so thoroughly cleared of natural vegetation that Wei Muchen felt the absence of plant signals the moment he came within a mile of it. Not the suppression formation's artificial silence. That field had weakened considerably with 5 nodes dark, but the deliberate absence of the estate itself. Every tree within the estate's boundary had been removed. Every hedge was cultivated stone trim. Every pathway was sealed paving. Every open space was bare earth maintained as bare earth. The family had been thorough about their methods for 2,000 years. They had not, however, cleared the valley's slopes. They controlled the estate. They did not control what grew in the surrounding hills. Rohua was already in position when Wei Muchen arrived, stationed on the eastern slope with 2 of her former generals who had chosen to stay with her through the transition. She had not brought an army. She had brought cultivators who matched the 4 elders in direct power, and herself, which was more than enough. "They know we're here," she said. She did not look at him, but at the estate below. Her voice had the composed quality it always had, the one that had nothing to do with calm and everything to do with control. "They've been watching the formation weaken all day. Elder Crane sent a message an hour ago." "What did it say?" She held out the paper. The message was brief. Asterisk we will not yield the final node without direct conversation. Send Wei Muchen. Come alone. Asterisk he's not going to fight you, Rohua said. He wants an argument. I know. The other 3 will fight me while you have your argument with Crane. I know. She looked at him then. There was something in the look that he had been noticing for months and not examining. The particular way she assessed him now compared to the way she'd assessed him at the Ashbel Peaks 3 years ago. I don't enjoy fighting people who are defending something they believe, she said. I used to not mind. I've been noticing lately that I mind now. Wei Muchen considered this. The broadcast plant changed what you're aware of, he said. It didn't change what's true. You minded before. You simply didn't know it. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that's an uncomfortable thing to say. It's accurate. Those are often the same thing. She looked back at the estate. What do you want me to do? Buy me time. Long enough for the enclosure to establish. She had not asked about the enclosure. which meant she had already guessed it, or Shun Yuli had told her, or she had simply assumed he would not approach this site without something growing. He had spent the previous day asking the valley's hillside plants, mixed broadleaf forest, thick understory, mycorrhizal networks that predated the estate's construction, whether they would agree to extend toward the estate's boundary in a coordinated pattern. The pattern he described was not aggressive. It was the same configuration as the broadcast plant the primordial garden had grown during Rohua's battle, an enclosure of transmitting species that would, when activated, project the plant's subjective experience outward instead of inward. Anyone within the enclosure would feel what the valley felt about the bare estate at its center. Not pain exactly. The valley's plants did not experience the cleared estate as pain. They experienced it the way Wei Muchen experienced the silencing of the continental network, as an absence where something should be, a quiet that was not quiet but the shape of something missing. The hillside plants had agreed. They were already moving, slowly, toward the estate's outer boundary. They had been moving since yesterday. Rohua walked down the slope toward the estate gate, and the 3 elder cultivators who came out to meet her were already building formation arrays around their positions. Wei Muchen circled wide to the estate's northern entrance, which opened directly toward the formation node's chamber, and found Elder Crane standing in the open gateway alone. Elder Crane was older than Wei Muchen had expected, not in the way cultivators age slowly with rank advancement, in the way of a person who had been tired for a long time. His robes were the deep gray of the deep-root family's colors, and he stood with the stillness of someone who had not moved hastily in decades. "You brought her," Elder Crane said. "She came on her own account." Semantics. He looked past Wei Muchen toward the sounds of the confrontation on the estate's eastern face. Not alarmed, Wei Muchen noted, but monitoring. The way a man monitored something he had already decided the outcome of. "The formation is already failing. You know that. You've disabled 5 nodes. The field is a ghost of itself." He returned his gaze to Wei Muchen. "So why are you here instead of simply waiting for it to collapse?" "Because you asked for a conversation. I asked because I wanted to understand something before it ends." Elder Crane gestured. Not quite an invitation, not quite a dismissal. "Come in, then. You can hear it collapsing." Wei Muchen walked through the gate into the swept bare earth courtyard and pressed his right hand, almost reflexively, against the stone of the interior wall. There was nothing there. No root network, no fungal hum, no plant memory. Just stone that had never been near anything growing. The absence was disorienting after years of everywhere being full of signals. Around the estate's perimeter, the first tendrils of the hillside's broadcast enclosure were touching the outer wall. Not entering yet. Growing along it. Gently. The way growth always moved toward what was available. Elder Crane watched him touch the stone. "What does it say?" "Nothing. That's what I'm noticing." "Yes." Something in the elder's voice that was not satisfaction but was adjacent to it. "We've maintained it that way for 200 years. The estate's silence. No plant networks to be read. No signals to be transmitted. No outside cultivator touching us through the root web." He paused. "We built it this way because the old text said a resonance cultivator, if given enough botanical presence to work with, could read intention through a root network the way a reader reads words. We wanted our intentions unreadable." "You succeeded," Wei Muchen said. "And yet you're here anyway." The broadcast enclosure's first transmission reached the courtyard, a faint, peripheral awareness, not strong yet, more like a change in air quality than a message. Elder Crane's eyes shifted, registering something. The other 3 elder cultivators, engaged with Rohua on the estate's far side, would be receiving it more strongly. Wei Muchen waited to see what Elder Crane would do with the sensation. The elder stood very still. His hands, Wei Muchen noticed, were pressed flat against his thighs, a gesture of restraint or of grounding. "What is this?" "The valley telling you what you've been standing in the middle of for 200 years. The sounds from the eastern confrontation changed. Not the sharp exchanges of active combat anymore. Quieter, less directed. One of the elder cultivators there said something in a voice too low to make out, and Rohua's response was quieter still. Elder Crane had not moved. His eyes were closed. His breathing was measured. Wei Muchen did not speak. He had learned, over years of resonance work, that receiving something real required silence from the person offering it. Elder Crane was receiving. Interrupting would only give him something to push against. The enclosure's transmission continued for 3 minutes. Then Elder Crane opened his eyes. "How long has the valley been outside my wall?" he said. His tone was not quite a question. "The forest on the north slope has mycorrhizal networks at least 800 years old. Your estate was cleared before they were established. They've been growing around you ever since." Elder Crane looked at his hands, both of them, flat against his thighs, the same gesture he'd been holding since the transmission began. Then he looked at Wei Muchen's hands. Wei Muchen let him look. The contrast was stark, a young face, hands that appeared over a century old, no attempt made to conceal either. You've been asked something that cost you this, Elder Crane said. Yes. And you kept saying yes. Yes. Elder Crane was quiet for a long moment. Then he walked, not toward Wei Muchen, but toward the formation chamber door, and opened it. Chapter 129. The wrong foundation. The formation node was a crystal matrix set into a granite plinth in the center of an otherwise empty room. It was not dramatic. No carved inscriptions, no aesthetic ornamentation, nothing that suggested the people who built it thought they were doing something that would one day need to be defended. It was purely functional. A tool made by people who believed tools were what you made when you wanted to accomplish something, and then you used them until they were no longer needed or until something stopped you. Elder Crane stood beside the plinth with both hands behind his back, not touching it, and looked at the crystal the way a person looked at something they had been responsible for maintaining without ever particularly choosing it. Wei Muchen stood near the door. He was aware of the transmission from the valley's broadcast enclosure still moving through the room's stone, faint through the walls. The other 3 family elders had stopped fighting Rohua. Through the building's stone, he could feel the deep roots of the valley's hillside forest pressing gently against the estate's outer boundary. Patient, continuous, the accumulated pressure of things that grew in one direction until something gave. Tell me your argument, Elder Crane said. Not the demonstration. I felt the demonstration. Tell me the argument. Wei Muchen considered where to start. You know the salting. I know the doctrine, yes. I know the history. Then you know what the original elders who coordinated it believed they were preserving. Elder Crane made a sound that might have been a dry acknowledgement. They believed they were preserving the philosophical coherence of cultivation practice. If plants are entities with subjective experience, then every cultivation technique built on extracting from plants is ethically indefensible. The entire practice, every sect, every rank, every herb-based advancement, rests on treating plants as resources. Acknowledge that they're more than resources, and the foundation cracks. Yes. That argument has not changed in 2,000 years, Elder Crane said. You've demonstrated that plants communicate. You've demonstrated that they have something like preference, something like memory, something like... He paused, and Wei Muchen recognized the pause as the specific hesitation of a rigorous mind avoiding a word it was not ready to commit to, experience. I accept these demonstrations. They don't resolve the problem. They confirm it. They confirm that the foundation is wrong, Wei Muchen said. Yes. Which means everything built on it is built on something wrong. Yes. Elder Crane turned to look at him. That doesn't trouble you. It troubles me considerably, Wei Muchen said. I think about it often. I think about every advancement I've achieved using plant resonance, every extinct herb I've cultivated, every ecosystem I've reconstructed. I've been participating in a relationship with plants that was shaped by 2,000 years of extraction doctrine, and I can't fully separate what I've done from that history. He paused. But the response to finding your foundation wrong is not to preserve it. It's to build better. Build better, Elder Crane repeated. The phrase had the tone of something being tested for structural integrity. What does that mean practically? Not philosophically. What does a cultivation practice look like that is built on the premise that plants are entities? I've been demonstrating it for 7 years. You've been doing something exceptional, Elder Crane said. You're the 13th resonance cultivator in 10,000 years of recorded history. What you do is not reproducible at scale. It wasn't reproducible until I started teaching it. 40 students at the Garden Hearth School. Former apothecary sovereign sect disciples who spent years in extraction practice. A girl in my 3rd cohort who grew up harvesting for the Verdant Hollow sect. They're learning to listen. Not all of them succeed, but some do. And the ones who do are not exceptional. They're people who were willing to try a different orientation. Elder Crane turned back to the crystal matrix. He had not touched it. Wei Muchen noticed that he had not moved toward it the entire time they'd been speaking. As if the question of whether to hold the node or release it was something he was still genuinely considering rather than something he had already decided. The botanical doctrine in the foundational cultivation texts, Elder Crane said. The salting. Zhao Feiming's framing of plants as pure resource. My family has protected those texts for 8 generations. We were not the ones who wrote the salting. He looked back at Wei Muchen. But we chose to maintain it. I chose to maintain it when I inherited the responsibility and read the history and understood what the doctrine was doing. I maintained it because the alternative seemed worse. A civilization forced to examine its entire basis at once is a civilization that can destabilize into something that kills more people than the wrong it was trying to correct. Wei Muchen was quiet for a moment. I know, he said. I've thought about that too. And I think you're wrong about the speed, but write about the danger. Change that arrives faster than people can adapt to it causes harm. The garden hearth's approach was always incremental, one ecosystem at a time, one practitioner at a time, one demonstrated alternative before the theoretical argument. I haven't asked anyone to abandon cultivation. I've shown them something that works better. He looked at the crystal. Removing this formation isn't the end of extraction cultivation. It's the removal of a suppression. What people do without the suppression is their own choice. And if they choose the same extraction, without the suppression, then the plants will continue transmitting their distress to anyone who is willing to listen, and eventually enough people will listen to change the practice. That is slower than I want. It is faster than it was before I existed. He paused. Elder Crane, I'm not asking you to believe I'm right. I'm asking you to stop preventing the conversation. The crystal's humming, which had been a low-frequency presence in the stone since they entered, faltered. The other nodes were fully dark now. Wei Muchen could feel it through the floor's faint root network. The formation's distributed power draining away from this last point as it struggled to maintain the field alone. Elder Crane looked at the crystal for a long time. Then he placed one hand on the crystal matrix and pulled the cultivation thread that had been maintaining it since before he was born. The crystal went dark. The humming stopped. From outside the estate walls, the valley's hillside forest transmission reached its fullest strength. Not a broadcast anymore, just the natural presence of 800 years of mycorrhizal memory, filling the space the formation had been holding empty. Wei Muchen pressed his palm to the stone floor and felt the continental network return, full and clear, the way it had felt before any of this started. Somewhere in the network's distant signals, he felt the heartroot's warmth, steady as it had been since he first touched it. Chapter 130. What he plans to do with the world. Elder Crane sat down on the floor of the empty chamber. Not with any particular ceremony, just sat down, the way a person sat when their legs had been making a decision for a long time and their body finally agreed with them. Wei Muchen sat down across from him. The formation crystal was dark between them, inert stone now. The cultivation matrix that had powered it drained to nothing. Through the floor, through the valley's restored root network, he could feel the deep mycorrhizal hum of the hillside forest gradually accepting the estate's perimeter, not invading, just noticing that something that had been absent was no longer blocked. Outside, the estate had gone quiet. The sounds of the confrontation on the eastern face had stopped some time ago. He could hear, distantly, Rohua's voice in conversation with the three other family elders, something measured and specific. Not a victory speech. A discussion. The last time a resonance cultivator held the continental network fully clear, Elder Crane said, was 1400 years ago. I've read the records. 12 before me, Wei Muchen said. The garden kept their names. What happened to them? Different outcomes. Some died before the work was complete. Some sealed the garden and withdrew. One apparently argued with the cultivation orthodoxy of his era for 40 years and then gave up and cultivated root vegetables in a valley somewhere until he died. The records note that his root vegetables were excellent. Elder Crane made the sound that might have been a dry acknowledgement again, but this time it was closer to an actual laugh. Just barely. The 13, he said. And you're the last needed. The last needed to begin the restoration. The primordial biome zone I seeded 2 months ago will take 200 years to fully recover. I won't see it complete. Wei Muchen looked at his hands on the floor beside him. The skin over his knuckles textured like bark, the joints pronounced, the arteries visible beneath in a way that belonged on a man many decades older. I have perhaps 20 useful years of resonance practice remaining before my hands lose the sensitivity for fine work. I intend to use them. Elder Crane looked at his hands too. His own hands, Wei Muchen noticed, were the hands of an old man, genuinely old, not accelerated aging old, the slow accumulation of decades of normal use. What will you do with the world? Elder Crane said, after this. Wei Muchen considered the question. It was a real question, not rhetorical, not a challenge, but the specific inquiry of a person who had spent a lifetime defending a system and was now, for the first time, genuinely uncertain what came next. I'm going back to the garden, Wei Muchen said, to keep listening. The Heartroot's complete records will take years to fully process, and the continental network is still recovering from 2,000 years of suppression. There are root networks that were interrupted when the salting doctrine took hold that are only now trying to reconnect. I'd like to help with that. And the world. The world will make its own decisions. He paused. Rohua is converting her sect. Sudao's school has 40 students and will have more. Xin Yuli published the complete research documentation through the guild, which means every independent practitioner on the continent now has access to what the Garden Hearth knew. The Salted Council is going to dissolve. I have commitments from 3 of the 7 families, and the remaining 4 are no longer able to maintain the institutional structure without the suppression formation. He looked at Elder Crane. I'm not going to govern what comes next. I'm going to be available for questions. Elder Crane was quiet. He looked at the dark crystal between them. You're describing a future in which the change is largely out of your hands. Yes. That doesn't concern you. It concerns me every day, Wei Muchen said. I think about the 2 plant species I failed to preserve when I was in the Salted Council's regional capital during the trial. I think about the 40 stone pillars Zhong Wui's miners destroyed before I could decode their contents. I think about the continental forest near the Greymere Heights that Rohua consumed while I was choosing to protect the pillars instead. He looked at the floor, bare stone, empty of any signal except the faint mycorrhizal trace that had been making its way through the foundation all afternoon. I cannot do everything. What I can do, I will do. What I cannot, I have to trust that I've created enough of a foundation for others to continue. And if they don't? Wei Muchen thought of the lotus field, 20 years ago, where he had stayed past dark trying to understand what a plant needed. The ironwood tree in the graywood, transmitting slow rhythmic calm while he learned to listen. The ancient vine in the eastern courtyard that had tried to tell him about the heartroot years before he could understand the word. The plants have been managing their own survival for much longer than human cultivation has existed, he said. They'll continue to manage it. My role is to help when they ask, not to control the outcome. Elder Crane looked at him for a long time with the expression of a person evaluating an answer they find insufficient but cannot improve on. I find that answer insufficient, he said. I know, Wei Muchen said. I agree. And yet you mean it. I mean it completely. Elder Crane made the sound that was almost a laugh again, slightly more committed this time. He put one hand on the floor to push himself upright, and Wei Muchen stood too and extended his own hand. Elder Crane looked at Wei Muchen's hand, old and young simultaneously, centuries and youth occupying the same skin, and took it. Outside the chamber, Rohua's voice had fallen quiet. Through the estate's outer wall, Wei Muchen felt the valley's hillside forest pressing gently, patiently, against the cleared perimeter, not forcing entry, simply noting that the barrier was gone and there was nowhere to grow but forward. He held Elder Crane's grip for a moment. The stone floor beneath them carried no signal at all. The mycorrhizal network had not reached this room yet. It was still working along the outer wall, learning the shape of the space before it tried to fill it. It would get here. It had all the time it needed. He said, the Greymere Heights School has a botanical archive open to anyone who wants to understand the history. The full garden hearth records, including the names of the coordinating elders from 2,000 years ago. He paused, including the name of the first Deeproot family elder. Elder Crane was very still. Your ancestor helped write the salting because he was afraid, Wei Muchen said. I don't know if that matters to you, but the record exists, and it's not a condemnation. It's documentation of what fear produced, which is different. I thought you should know it's there, and that you're welcome to read it. Elder Crane let go of his hand. His expression was unreadable. Then, slowly, his chin dropped. Not a bow, not quite, but something in that direction. Wei Muchen walked out of the chamber into the swept stone courtyard. The sky overhead was still overcast, the low front holding its gray. In the estate's walls, in 4 places he could now identify, the fig tree's network from the valley's northern slope had found the mortar joints and begun moving inward. Patient, slow, doing what fig trees did. He put his palm against the courtyard wall and sent the tree a steady resonance acknowledgement. Not a command, not a direction, just the recognition that it was there, and that he heard it, and that it was welcome. The tree's response was what it always was, slow, structural, certain. A thing that grew through stone one season at a time, with no concept of giving up. He thought, approximately 20 years of useful resonance work remaining. He began planning what to do with them. Chapter 131. What the suppression had covered. The reports came in over the following week in the irregular, slightly bewildered tone of people describing something they didn't have vocabulary for. A herbalist in the Thornwall sect's outer territory, preparing her morning harvest, said she had experienced what she described as a warmth from the plants. She was 63 years old and had been working with medicinal herbs for 40 years. She had never reported anything like it. She did not know what to do with the sensation and had come to the nearest guild office because she thought it was either a medical symptom or something they should know about. A pill forger in the coastal merchant city, mixing standard cultivation supplements, noticed that the dried herbs he was working with, dead plant matter, completely silent to Wei Muchen for years, were producing what he described as a faint echo. He could not reproduce it on demand. It came and went. He was embarrassed to report it, but had done so because the Guild Research Bulletin had asked practitioners to note any changes in their botanical experiences following the formation dismantling. A 12-year-old girl in the eastern agricultural settlements had been telling her family for 3 days that the wheat field talked to her, and they had brought her to the village medicine woman, who had brought her to the nearest cultivation outpost, who had forwarded the report to the guild. Shen Yuli showed Wei Muchen the reports from across the desk in the Graymere Heights research office. There were 47 of them in the first week. By the end of the second week, there were over 200. By the end of the month, the number had exceeded what any 2 people could read in a day. It's not botanical resonance, Shen Yuli said. She had the careful tone she used when she was telling him something he was going to want to argue with. Not at the level you work. Most of these people are reporting impressions, not structured signals. The herbalist's warmth, the pill forger's echo. These are baseline sensory experiences that the suppression formation was eliminating. They don't indicate resonance cultivation ability. They indicate natural awareness, Wei Muchen said. Yes. She watched him. Which means the ability is not rare. It's the default. He sat back in the chair. The research office had a window that looked south toward the heights restored upper forests, and the mycorrhizal signals from those forests were so familiar now that he registered them the way he registered his own heartbeat. Always there, textural rather than informational. The Garden Hearth's records suggested this. If the salting was a deliberately inserted doctrine rather than a natural development of cultivation philosophy, it was inserted because the natural human-plant relationship was common enough to require systematic suppression. You knew this, Shen Yuli said. I suspected it. This confirms it. He looked at the stack of reports. Which changes the school's curriculum. We've been teaching botanical resonance as a specialized ability that requires unusual orientation. We should be teaching it as a capacity everyone has that requires practice and permission to develop. Shen Yuli made a note. The girl in the agricultural settlements. She's 12. Ask if her family is willing to send her to the school for assessment. The first cohort started older. It doesn't have to stay that way. Outside the window, a hawk was moving along the treeline, tracking something in the canopy. The restored forest signal was comfortable, steady, the particular hum of a network that had been growing undisturbed for 2 years, a fraction of what it needed, but already recognizable as health. Wei Muchen thought about the lotus field. He had been 20, crouched in mud past dark, pressing both palms against the roots, too stubborn to leave until he understood what the plant needed. He had not known then that what he was doing was rare. He had simply been doing what seemed obvious, what the plant seemed to require. He wondered how many people over 2,000 years had had that experience and been told, through doctrine and cultivation culture and the accumulated weight of the salting's framing, that they were imagining it. What do we do with 200 reports? He asked. Shen Yuli looked at him with the expression she wore when she thought he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. We document them properly. We follow up. We invite the people who want guidance to the school, and we train more teachers, and we revise the curriculum, and we start over at the beginning with a bigger class. That's years of work. Yes, she said. You told Elder Crane you had 20 years of peak resonance ability remaining. I suggest using them. He found, despite himself, that the prospect of 20 more years of that particular work felt less like a constraint and more like having enough material to work with. He picked up the top report from the stack. A farmer from the northwestern settlements who said his orchard had been trying to tell him something about the soil drainage for 3 seasons, and he had only just started being able to hear it and read it through. It was, he thought, an excellent place to start. Chapter 132. The documentation Shen Yuli's paper was formally titled Botanical Resonance, Historical Record, Functional Mechanics, and Suppression Doctrine, a complete documentation of garden hearth cultivation practice. It was 312 pages long. The Guild Council had reviewed it for 6 weeks before publication, partly for quality verification and partly, Wei Muchen suspected, because several council members needed to read it more than once to understand what they were reading. It became the most-read Guild research publication in a century, the second most-read Guild publication in history, after the emergency plague treatment documentation that had circulated 300 years ago during the red wilt epidemic. Wei Muchen read it the night it was published, in the research office with the window open and the forest's nighttime signals filling the room with the particular quality darkness gave them, slower, more ambient. The mycorrhizal network's deep hum more present than the canopy signals that dominated in daylight. He read it through once, then again. The first read was for content, confirming accuracy, checking for gaps or technical errors in her descriptions of resonance mechanics. There were 3 places where she had simplified a process for clarity that he might have described differently, and 3 more where her description was cleaner than his own internal understanding had been. The second read was for something else. She had described the ability's development not as a sequence of rank advancements, but as a deepening of a particular orientation, what she called the prior commitment to subordinate one's own intent before listening. She traced this thread through every documented garden hearth practitioner's records, through Wei Muchen's own progression, and arrived at a conclusion he had understood practically, but had never framed in words. The ability did not grow through training. It grew through accumulating instances of choosing to listen when the choice was costly. The lotus field, the gray wood, where every plant spoke at once, and he learned to narrow his focus out of necessity rather than skill. The heartroot's aging cost, which he had been accepting for years not because he was willing to pay it, but because the plant's needs had always, consistently, seemed more pressing than the accumulation in his own hands. She had understood this, had documented it with the rigorous care she brought to everything, and had done so without once asking him whether the framing was correct. She had simply observed him for 7 years, taken her notes, and written what she found. He sat with the paper in his lap for a while after finishing it. Then he wrote to her through the internal courier. She had gone to bed 2 hours ago. She was not a person who stayed up late on principle. A single line. You understood things I had not articulated to myself. Her response arrived in the morning. Asterisk, you had good source material. I just knew how to read it. Asterisk, he had been planning to leave that morning for the primordial garden. He postponed the departure by 1 day and spent the morning in the research office with the window open, writing additional notes on 3 sections of the paper where her framing had revealed gaps in his own understanding that he thought were worth addressing. He sent the notes to her when he finished. She sent back, asterisk, these are useful. The 3rd section in particular. Can we discuss it properly when you return from the garden? Asterisk, he sent. Yes, she sent. Safe travel. He sent. The forest will relay if anything requires immediate attention. She sent. Asterisk, I know. Go. Asterisk, he went. The courier riders who saw him leave the Graymere Heights that morning noted that he walked with his left hand trailing along the stone wall of the outer building, not to steady himself, but simply in contact with it, as if checking on something. The wall's foundation stones had mycorrhizal networks threading through the mortar joints, established over the 2 years since the school was built. When his palm left the wall at the gate, the network registered the departure the way root networks registered any change in their surface environment, noting it, filing it, continuing. The forest closed around him on the path south, toward the plateau. It was a good morning. The overnight rain had left the soil damp and the fungal networks were active, transmitting with the particular richness they had after moisture. His hands ached in the cold. They always did now, the joints stiff until the circulation worked through them, but the ache was background, familiar, the body's notation of years of work. He pressed his palm to a pine trunk as he passed and received, without asking for it, a greeting. The slow, warm signal of a tree that recognized his specific resonance pattern and was noting his presence in the way trees noted anything, which was permanently and without urgency. He walked south through signals he knew like his own name. Chapter 133. The Empress's Declaration. Rohua's declaration arrived at the Guild Council, the Continental Alchemist League, and every sect with territory within her previous absorption range on the same day, delivered by courier in her formal correspondence style, which was spare and precise in the way of someone who had never seen the need for diplomatic softening. The document was 3 paragraphs. Wei Muchen read the copy Shen Yuli had forwarded to the primordial garden. The first paragraph stated that the Petal Empress's absorption corps was disbanded, effective immediately, and that any practitioner who had served in the corps was released from their cultivation contracts with full pension rights. The second paragraph stated that her sect's cultivation practice was being converted to life force cultivation production using methods she described, without attribution, as the garden hearth approach. The third paragraph stated that she was making this declaration publicly because she had previously made her absorption practice public, and the reversal should be equally visible. The third paragraph was the one Wei Muchen read 3 times. She had not needed to make it public. She could have converted the practice quietly, issued no statement, allowed the change to happen without drawing attention to the reversal. She had the political standing to do this. Nobody who had previously benefited from her protection would challenge a transition they hadn't been told to notice. Instead, she had made it a public document with her formal seal. He set the paper down on the heartroot chamber's stone floor and pressed both palms to the heartroot's root system to think. The heartroot signal was warmer than it had been 3 months ago. The color of the central structure had shifted toward a richer green, and several of the upper stems that had been visibly stressed during Kale's blight crisis had put out new growth. He noted this each time he came. The restoration was not visible day to day, but week to week the difference was measurable. He sent his response to Shen Yuli. What is the council's reaction? Her answer arrived the next morning. divided. The faction that opposed your work is treating this as a political maneuver. The faction that supported it is treating it as evidence of broader conversion. I think both are wrong. He sent. She's doing it because she found out the plants had experience, and she is a person who responds to correct information by changing her behavior. The politics are secondary. Shen Yuli sent. That is a very charitable interpretation. He sent. She withdrew her army from the primordial garden plateau when she could have continued pressing. She returned alone to help fight Kale's blight. She absorbed corruption for 2 months at personal cost. The declaration is consistent with a person who makes genuine recalculations. A pause. Then, you trust her. He thought about this for a moment. I trust her to act on what she believes is correct. I think what she now believes is correct has changed. Yes. Her generals. 2/3 stayed with her through the transition. 1/3 left rather than change. She spent the past 4 months managing that split internally while also redesigning her sect's cultivation framework from scratch. He had not known this. The internal split, the management of it. He had been at the garden, working on the heartroots restoration. How do you know this? I have been corresponding with her. Wei Muchen sat with this for a moment. Then he sent. Since when? Since the deep root estate. After the broadcast field. She wrote to me first. She had questions about the documentation. We have been exchanging letters. What does she want from you? At first, technical information. Lately, I think, she wants to talk to someone who will tell her the truth about how difficult the transition will be. Her advisors tell her what she wants to hear. I tell her what I observe. He thought about this. Shen Yuli corresponding with Rohua. Neither of them mentioning it. Both of them acting on their own judgment about what the relationship might produce. It was exactly how both of them operated, and he should not have been surprised. What do you tell her? He sent. That the first practitioners she converts will struggle for a year before they make real progress. That her sect will produce less cultivation output during the transition period, and she needs to plan for that economically. That the former absorption core members who stayed will need patience because they're learning to listen after years of training to extract, and listening is harder. Is she listening to you? A longer pause this time. She's an excellent listener. I think that might be what the broadcast plant showed her, that she had that capacity and had never used it for this. Wei Muchen looked at the heartroot's new growth. A small cluster of leaves had appeared on a previously bare lateral stem, each leaf catching the inner sanctum's diffuse light and holding it with the particular quality of healthy young tissue. He put his fingertip to the closest leaf, gently, and felt the bright small signal of new growth. Uncomplicated, purposeful, doing exactly what it was supposed to do. He thought, 6 months ago, Rohua would have absorbed this. He sent to Shen Yuli. Tell her, I said the transition is worth it. Not because it's morally correct. Because what she'll have at the end of it is better than what she had before. She'll say that's what everyone says about moral corrections. Tell her, I mean the cultivation results. The life force plants grown from willing tissue and stable ecosystems are more potent than absorbed old growth. I can show her the data. A short pause. That, Shen Yuli sent, will actually work. Chapter 134. The seeding the land had been an extraction site. Wei Muchen knew this before he arrived because the heartroot's records had been precise. The location, the extent of the damage, the specific ecosystem profile of what had existed here before the first cultivation era sects began mining it. The records were 10,000 years old and described something he had no words for from personal experience. A biome that existed before any human cultivation practice, before any extraction, before any sect or doctrine or coordinating elder writing the salting into foundational texts. The continent's original state. A territory the size of a modest kingdom, perhaps 3 weeks of travel end to end on foot, that had once been the transitional zone between the northern highland forests and the continental plains, with the specific combination of mineral composition, water table depth, atmospheric moisture, and fungal network complexity that had sustained the primordial biome's most ancient ecosystem. The site had been mined, drained, reclassified as wasteland, and abandoned. The Salted Council had surrendered the land rights as part of the dissolution agreement. There was nothing left here that any current practitioner would want. Wei Muchen stood at the site's northern edge in early morning light and pressed his palms to the ground. What he received was silence. Not the suppression formation's artificial silence, true botanical silence, the kind that came from soil stripped of its organic matrix, compacted and leached of the mineral and microbial complexity that plant life required. Dead soil did not transmit. It was simply inert. After years of working in spaces full of signal, The absence felt like being in a room where all the air had been replaced with something breathable but wrong. He understood why he had been thinking about this for 3 years. This was what the salting had been doing to the continent on a slower scale. Not stripping soil overnight, but depleting it gradually, generation by generation, until the signal dropped below the threshold of awareness and the silence became normal. He had 47 practitioners with him, students from the 3rd and 4th Garden Hearth cohorts, ranging from Shun Yuli's initial skill threshold up to 3 who had advanced to STEM Whisperer rank and could conduct basic resonance work independently. They stood behind him in the gray morning, breath clouding, waiting. "We work from north to south," Wei Muchen said. The Hartroots records contain the complete primordial biome blueprint for this site. Not a guess at reconstruction, but an actual record of what grew here and how. "We are not designing this ecosystem. We are reactivating it." He paused. "The first thing to go in is the fungal network. Without the mycorrhizal infrastructure, nothing else can establish. The fungal preparation we've been culturing for the past 2 months goes in at meter intervals along the pre-marked grid. After that, the seed mixture. After that, you wait." "How long?" one of the students asked. "For results you can measure by eye. 200 years. A few of them shifted. He had told them this before. Hearing it standing on the actual ground was different from hearing it in a classroom. "You're not planting this for yourselves," Wei Muchen said. "You're planting it for a future that doesn't need you to be present. The work matters whether you see it complete or not." He looked at his hands. "I won't see it complete. That doesn't change what I'm doing here today." He pressed both palms to the ground and began. Ecosystem seeding at World Botanica rank was something he had no way to describe to people who hadn't experienced it. He had tried in class and found that every description fell short, the way descriptions of color fell short for someone who had not seen color. At Forest Sovereign rank, the technique had felt like drawing a map in the earth. At Garden Heart, like transmitting a song. At World Botanica, it felt like remembering something that had always been true, that had been suppressed but not destroyed, that was still present in the soil's mineral memory and needed only the right resonance to activate. He moved his awareness through the stripped soil and found, beneath the compaction and the leaching and the centuries of extraction, the ghost traces of the original ecosystem, not alive, but recorded. The mineral composition still held the shape of what had grown here. The compacted layers still contained the fossilized channels of ancient root systems. The soil still knew, in the way soil knew anything, the arrangement it had once held. He sent the blueprint into those traces. Not forcing, asking. The way he had learned to ask everything. The ground did not move. Nothing visible happened. The students working behind him along the grid were placing fungal inoculant and seed mixtures into prepared holes in steady, quiet work. And when they pressed their hands to the soil to confirm placement, some of them, the more advanced ones, told him later they had felt something. A faint orientation in the substrate, a response too subtle to be called a signal, but too directional to be random. He worked for 6 hours. His hands, by the end, were shaking, not from physical exhaustion, but from the particular cellular cost of sustained resonance at depth, the aging acceleration that he could feel now in the joints of his wrists as well as his knuckles, a stiffness that would take 3 days to fully ease. He sat back on his heels and breathed. The site looked exactly as it had when he arrived. Bare earth, gray morning light, the occasional frozen puddle where the low spots collected overnight rain. Nothing to see. He pressed one palm flat against the ground in the last grid section, gently. From far below, not signal, not transmission, but something at the edge of what botanical resonance could detect, there was the faintest orientation. The ghost of a fungal network that had not existed for 1,500 years, recognizing the blueprint he had placed, recognizing it the way a displaced root recognized the direction of water, beginning to grow toward it. He stood up and his knees ached and his hands shook and the morning light was moving toward midday, and one of his students, the girl from the agricultural settlements, 13 now, in her first full training year, was watching him from the edge of the grid with an expression that was not the awe he sometimes got from students, but something older and quieter. "What does it feel like," she asked, "when something that was dead starts coming back?" He thought about it. "Like hearing a name you thought you'd forgotten," he said. "Your hands remember it even when you can't say it." She nodded, slowly, and he thought she understood more of that than he'd expected. They packed the equipment. They walked north toward the road. Behind them, in the stripped and silent ground, the work that would take 200 years had begun. Chapter 135. The name the garden kept. Wei Muchen came to the Hartroots chamber alone. He had done this many times over the years, the solitary resonance sessions, the extended contact, the conversations that were not conversations in any human sense, but something longer and stranger and harder to put down. He had learned to clear his schedule after these sessions. The reentry was slow, The shift from the heartroot's deep scale of awareness back to the ordinary scale of human concern took hours, and trying to hold a conversation or make a decision in that first hour was like trying to read text while still mostly in a dream. He pressed both palms to the heartroot's root system and entered the resonance. The heartroot signal was stronger than it had been at any point since he first found it. The new lateral growth he had noted weeks ago had continued. The upper canopy of the small structure was visibly denser, the root tips he was in contact with transmitting with the warm, healthy bandwidth of a plant that was recovering rather than declining. The extended resonance sessions he had been spending here over the past months had a cost he tracked carefully in his hands, but the heartroot's benefit from them was clear and measurable. He went deeper than he usually did, past the recent records, past the ecological data from the past few thousand years, into the oldest strata of the heartroot's memory, the 10,000-year archives that had been inaccessible to him until World Botanica rank and were still, even now, dense with information that he could only receive in fragments. He was looking for something specific, something he had been thinking about since reading Shun Yuli's documentation, her framing of the resonance ability's development, her observation that it grew through choosing to listen when the choice was costly. He wanted to understand what the garden actually knew about him, what the record that contained his name had preserved. He found it in the oldest layer, in the botanical encoding that predated the garden hearth civilization and every cultivation system he knew. The 12 previous resonance cultivators were there, not named in the human sense, but encoded through their signature resonance patterns, the distinctive quality of each practitioner's relationship with the continental root network. He had spent months learning to read these patterns and could identify most of them now, though some were fragmentary. His own pattern was there, placed in the sequence after the 12, encoded with the precision he had come to associate with the garden's most deliberate records. He looked at it for a long time. The record contained his name because the garden remembered him. The moment it had identified him was encoded in the record's timestamp, and the timestamp was not Chapter 121 when the record activated, or Chapter 122 when he resonated with it at full capacity. It was not the moment he entered the primordial garden, or the moment he advanced to World Botanica rank, or any of the moments he had achieved or demonstrated something measurable. The timestamp was the lotus field, 20 years old, pressing both palms into mud past dark, too stubborn to leave, trying to understand what a plant in distress needed. The continental root network, barely accessible to him at that stage. He had been at nothing then, not even root listener formally, had detected the quality of that attention. The specific weight of choosing to stay past dark, past comfort, past the rational calculation of cost and reward. The garden had noted him then, had filed him, had added him to a sequence that had been waiting for the 13th. Not because he was chosen, because he had chosen. He sat with this for a long time. The heartroot's warmth was steady against his palms, the deep mycorrhizal signal of a plant that had been maintaining this record for 10,000 years and had at no point during that period been in any hurry. The garden did not select resonance cultivators. It noticed people whose orientation toward plants had already selected them. The record contained his name because in a lotus field at age 20, with no framework and no training and nothing to gain from it, Wei Muchen had treated a plant's distress as more pressing than his own schedule, and the continental root network, present everywhere, always, had registered that as a signal worth keeping. He had not been called into being by the garden. He had been, eventually, found. He thought about the 12 before him. A merchant who had grown up tending her family's terrace gardens and refused to harvest ahead of schedule because the plants weren't ready. A sect elder who had documented extinct species out of personal grief after watching his native forest destroyed, leaving records and stone pillars that would outlast everything else he did. A child, apparently, in one of the earlier eras. The pattern was young and bright and had not lasted long, the record short, but it had advanced the restoration by its specific increment before it ended. People who had been doing the same thing, in different circumstances, across 10,000 years. Not extraordinary people. People with one particular orientation, willing to subordinate their own intent before listening. In a world that consistently told them this orientation was incorrect. He withdrew from the heartroot gradually, the way he always did, giving his awareness time to return to the ordinary scale. The chamber came back, the stone floor, cool and damp, the diffuse light through the inner sanctum's crystal formations, the smell of living soil, and the faint sweet green scent the heartroot itself gave off when it was healthy. He sat on the floor for a while, hands in his lap, feeling the joint ache settle back into its familiar background presence. After some time, he pressed one palm flat to the floor and sent the heartroot a simple resonance acknowledgement. Not a query, not a request, just the signal he sent at the end of every session. Recognition that the contact had happened, that he was leaving, that he would return. The Hartrud's response was immediate and unhurried and warm. He had felt this response hundreds of times. Today he understood something about it he had not understood before. It was not gratitude. It was not acknowledgement of a bond, or approval of his work, or the particular warmth of the teacher who was pleased with the student. It was recognition, the specific quality of a thing that had been waiting a long time to find someone it had once noticed, and was now noting, without drama, that he was here. He stood, slowly, and walked out of the inner sanctum into the primordial garden's outer spaces. The afternoon light was long and golden, the plateau's wind carrying the high cold smell of the cloud level, and the garden's autonomous plants were doing what they always did, growing, transmitting, managing their own networks with the competence of something that had been doing this longer than anything he could calculate. He walked through them without touching, letting their signals reach him at ambient range, not seeking anything specific, just listening. The way he had been listening since the lotus field, since the beginning of everything, since before he had words for what he was doing. A vine near the path transmitted something at the edge of clarity, not quite a word, not quite an impression, but the quality of being addressed. The specific direction of a signal aimed at him in particular. He stopped. He crouched down and pressed his palm to the vine's base. The signal was warm and certain. He did not have a word for it in botanical terms. In human terms, the closest translation was, "Welcome home." He stayed crouched there for a while, his old hands flat against the earth, the cloud-level wind moving through the garden around him, 20 years of remaining work ahead of him, and the whole continental root network present in his awareness like the sound of a very large room full of things that were alive. He thought, there are 20 years. He thought, there is a lot to do. He stayed in contact with the vine until the signal had fully registered, then straightened and walked further into the garden to begin. Chapter 136. The first class the Garden Hearth School's founding ceremony was not what Su Dao had planned. He had planned something dignified. A formal gathering in the courtyard, the students assembled, a declaration of purpose read aloud, the school's charter posted on the gatehouse wall. Tin Bolin had offered to give a speech. Lien Feather had offered to donate the first artifact from her collection with appropriate ceremony. What happened was that the morning of the ceremony, one of the students, a former apothecary sovereign sect disciple who had been struggling with the listening orientation for 3 months, sat down next to a dying persimmon tree in the school's restored garden and stayed there for 4 hours, not speaking, just present. When Su Dao found him, the persimmon was still alive, its root system newly stabilized, its wilting leaves beginning to straighten. The disciple looked up and said, "I think I heard it." Su Dao told Wei Muchen about this in his letter announcing the founding, with a postscript. So I moved the ceremony to the garden, and we talked about that instead of reading the charter. The charter is on the wall. Nobody read it aloud. I think this is the correct start. Wei Muchen read the letter in the primordial garden's outer spaces and felt something in his chest settle. He wrote back, yes, that's the correct start. The formal count was 40 students in the first class. Su Dao's next letter contained the breakdown in the methodical way Su Dao always organized information when he was trying not to let the significance of it show. 11 former members of Zhong Wui's dissolved apothecary sovereign sect, 8 Thornwall sect disciples sent by Tin Bolin, 7 independent practitioners who had come in response to Shun Yuli's published documentation, 6 people who had been quietly attempting botanical practice on their own for years without framework or name for what they were doing, for students from the agricultural settlements who had begun reporting plant awareness after the suppression formation came down, and 4 others whose backgrounds the letter described as varied. The fourth group, Su Dao clarified in a follow-up, 1 former Salted Council functionary, 1 retired enforcer who had been present at the Greywood eviction 20 years ago and had apparently been thinking about it since, 1 of Rohua's former absorption generals who had been one of the first to defect after the broadcast plant experience, and Elder Crane's youngest granddaughter, who had come without announcement and presented herself at the gate with a single line of explanation, my grandfather said to come here and learn to listen. Wei Muchen kept that letter. Lien Feather's artifact donation came with a catalog she had personally annotated, her entire private collection, the life's work of her trading years, every stasis jar and preserved specimen and botanical artifact she had accumulated since before Wei Muchen had known her. The catalog's cover note read, "These belong with the work. I've been carrying them for 20 years waiting for somewhere to put them. Also, I want an office at the school. I'm not asking. I'm informing you. He sent a note back. The corner office in the east wing is yours. It has a view of the restored fungal forest. You'll want to know that the mycorrhizal networks there are some of the oldest in the heights. You can read them from the window if you press your hand to the sill. Asterisk her response was immediate. Asterisk I could already do that. I've been doing it since before you knew what it was. Your school is behind the curve on certain students. Asterisk he sent. Tell me what you know. She sent. Asterisk not by letter. Come to the school. Asterisk he went. Twice that year. Both visits lasted longer than he planned. The school's second-month record showed that 12 of the 40 students had achieved measurable resonance reception, not at his depth, not at the level that required years of progressive practice, but genuine baseline awareness. The persimmon-tree disciple was one of them. The girl from the agricultural settlements was advancing faster than anyone in the cohort. She had begun sleeping in the garden beside specific plants she was trying to understand, which was concerning from a sleep hygiene perspective and extraordinary from a botanical resonance perspective. Su Dao's letter about her concluded. Asterisk I would tell her to stop sleeping outside except the plant's output quality is visibly better around her than anywhere else in the garden. I think the overnight contact is doing something. I don't know what yet. I'm documenting it. Asterisk Wei Muchen wrote back. Asterisk don't stop her. Document everything. Asterisk then he added. Provide her with warmer bedding. Su Dao sent. Asterisk already done. She declined it. Twice. I left it near the persimmon tree anyway. Asterisk this, Wei Muchen thought, was how schools worked. He filed it alongside the persimmon tree story and the letter from Elder Crane's granddaughter and began composing the curriculum revisions Lien Feather had been pushing for since the second week of the term. She was right about most of them. He was not going to tell her that in writing. Chapter 137. The first forest, the Greywood, looked exactly like a forest. This was remarkable because 12 years ago, when Wei Muchen had walked out of it with Su Dao and Shun Yuli's research notes, and the enforcer captain's report had noted that every plant had died overnight. The Greywood had been a cleared open space that the proxy owner had immediately sold to a logging company. The logging company had taken the deadwood, found no living timber worth harvesting, and abandoned the land. And then, slowly, over 12 years, without anyone deliberately managing it, it had grown back. Wei Muchen stood at the boundary where the road's edge met the first trees and pressed his palm to the nearest trunk. It was a young birch, perhaps 7 years old, its bark smooth and white with the faint yellow of early autumn. The signal it transmitted was clear and uncomplicated. Healthy roots, adequate drainage, ambient light at the canopy level that was not quite perfect, but was working. No distress, no urgency, just a plant in the process of being alive. The network under his feet was young. Nothing like the deep mycorrhizal complexity of the Graymere Heights restored forest, nothing like the primordial garden's 10,000-year substrate. But it was present. It had grown back from whatever had survived in the soil through the logging and the abandonment and the years of empty ground. He walked into the forest. The path he had used 12 years ago was gone. The trees had grown across it. The underbrush had reclaimed it. The particular route he had memorized was now just forest again, indistinguishable from the surrounding growth. He navigated by the root network, reading the fungal hum for the cleared space he remembered, the large central area where he had sheltered in the old herbalist's workshop ruins. The ruins were still there, overgrown beyond recognition as ruins, looking now simply like a low rise in the ground with a particularly dense growth of moss and young ferns. He pressed his hand to the mossy stone and felt the familiar texture of old growth over older stone, layers of seasons compressed into something patient and close. The ironwood tree was in the center of the clearing. It was larger than he remembered. He had been 20, crouching in a forest he didn't understand, when it first transmitted to him, slow, rhythmic calm, the specific frequency that had taught him the first control lesson he ever learned. He had been receiving plant signals for less than 2 months. He had been shaking and overwhelmed and near catatonic from overload, and the ironwood had simply done what ironwood trees did, which was transmit at its natural frequency without any particular effort or intention, and that frequency had happened to be exactly what he needed. He was 37 now, with hands that looked twice that, with World Botanica rank and the full continental network in his awareness and 20 years of relationships with plants across half a continent. He pressed both palms to the ironwood's roots and received, without any drama or ceremony, the same slow rhythmic calm it had always transmitted. The tree did not know he had been gone. It did not know what he had done, or what the Hartroot had recorded, or what the suppression formation's dismantling meant for the continent's botanical future. It was an ironwood tree in a growing forest. It transmitted its natural frequency and was present and alive. He stayed there for 3 days. He ate what he had brought and what the forest offered, slept against the ironwood's base with his palms on its roots the way he had slept in the first weeks of the Greywood, and spent the hours in resonance contact at the depth World Botanica rank allowed. Not working, not mapping, not restoring or documenting or planning. Just receiving. The full three-dimensional richness of a recovering forest. The mycorrhizal conversations between young trees working out resource-sharing arrangements. The slow seasonal negotiations between species competing for light at the canopy level. The fungal networks extending deeper year by year into ground that was reclaiming its complexity. On the second afternoon, a pair of Zhong Wui's former sect disciples passed through on the road at the forest's edge. They were students from the Garden Hearth School's first cohort, traveling between the heights and the eastern settlements for a field study exercise. They stopped when they saw him at the ironwood, recognized him, and waited to see whether to approach. He waved them on. They continued. On the third morning, he pressed his palms to the ironwood's roots one last time and sent the tree in acknowledgement. Not gratitude. Trees did not process gratitude. Just the resonance signal that marked the end of a session. Recognition that the contact had happened, that he was leaving, that he would return. The ironwood transmitted what it always transmitted. Slow, rhythmic, certain. He walked out of the gray wood in autumn light, through a forest that had grown back without him. The road was where it had always been. He turned south. Chapter 138. The end of the structure. The dissolution meeting was held in a neutral city, a mid-sized merchant hub that belonged to none of the 7 ruling families, governed by an independent charter, with guild observers present as neutral witnesses. Wei Muchen arrived the morning of the meeting and spent an hour in the city's public garden, which had a decent mycorrhizal network running under the paved paths, before going to the meeting hall. The 3 cooperating families had arrived first. Their representatives sat on one side of the table with the composed look of people who had made their decision some time ago and were waiting for the formalities. The 4 opposing families had arrived together, which told Wei Muchen something about the quality of their agreement. They had needed to coordinate their entrance, which meant they had been negotiating with each other as much as with the cooperating side. Elder Crane was not present. His granddaughter was representing the Deeproot family. She was 22, with his specific quality of careful stillness, and she sat with her hands folded on the table and looked at nothing in particular until the meeting started. Wei Muchen sat in the observer's chair. He was not a party to the dissolution. The Garden Hearth School was an independent institution, not a political entity, and the land rights redistribution was a matter between the families and the affected community's representatives. He had been invited to observe in case there were questions about the botanical implications of which land went where. He had prepared for those questions. He hoped there were no other questions. There were other questions. The lead representative from the Fellstone family, not the Fortress Ward, someone younger, opened by asking whether the dissolution's immunity agreement would protect family members from liability for actions taken under the Suppression Formation's authority over the past 2,000 years. Wei Muchen was aware of Shun Yuli, seated 3 chairs to his left, going very still. The guild observer said that the immunity agreement covered the Suppression Formation specifically and actions taken in maintenance of it. It did not cover the full scope of extraction practices conducted under the protection of the Salted Council's political authority, which were subject to separate review. The Fellstone representative said this was insufficient. The cooperating family's lead representative said she had not known the immunity was being requested for the full extraction history when she agreed to the negotiations, and she would need to consult before proceeding. The meeting paused. Wei Muchen asked Shin Yuli quietly whether she had a read on the room. She said, quietly, that the 4 opposing families had not come to dissolve the council. They had come to trade the dissolution for a broader immunity than the cooperating families had agreed to, and the cooperating side hadn't known this was on the table. He sat with this for a moment. Then he asked to address the meeting. The guild observer granted it. He said, "The actions under the suppression formation are documented in the Garden Hearth's botanical records, which are public through the guild archive. The extraction practices over 2,000 years are documented in the same records, because the Continental Root Network recorded what grew where and what was taken. Both sets of documentation exist and are accessible regardless of what this meeting decides." He paused. "I'm not asking for prosecution. I'm observing that the documentation exists and that the choice before this table is not between immunity and accountability. It's between a formal agreement and an informal record that will outlast everyone in this room." The room was quiet. The Fellstone representative said that sounded like a threat. "It's a description of what already exists," Wei Muchen said. "The plants recorded what happened to them. They didn't do it to prosecute anyone. They did it because root networks preserve chemical memory as a survival mechanism. It's the same reason you can read 2,000-year-old botanical residue in ancient soil and know what grew there. The record isn't made by anyone at this table. It's just there." He sat back down. The Deeproot family's representative, Elder Crane's granddaughter, said, in her grandfather's measured tone, "The dissolution should proceed as proposed. The full extraction history review is a separate process that will take years and is not contingent on this agreement. Conflating the two extends this structure's existence. I vote to dissolve. The 3 cooperating families agreed. 2 of the 4 opposing families, after a pause, agreed. The Fellstone family and 1 other abstained, which under the council's own rules of governance constituted insufficient opposition to block a 7-family vote. The Salted Council was dissolved by its own procedural rules in a neutral merchant city on a cold autumn afternoon, with guild observers taking notes and a public gardens mycorrhizal network transmitting the season's transition in the ground below the building. Wei Muchen walked back through the garden on his way out. He pressed his palm to the central elm tree and received a long, steady signal. Good root depth, well-established network, the comfortable awareness of a tree in a healthy urban environment. He stayed for a few minutes. Then he walked to the city's guild office to review the land redistribution maps with Xianxia, who had arrived before him and was already 3 pages into the documentation. Chapter 139. What Lian Feather noticed: the research base moved in increments, the way most of Xianxia's decisions moved, not announced, not dramatized, but accomplished in stages that each looked like a practical choice until the practical choices had accumulated into something irreversible. First, she requisitioned shelf space in the Primordial Garden's inner research room, which was the logical place to store her documentation of the heartroot's recovery, given that the heartroot was in that room. Then she requisitioned a work table, because the shelf space required a place to prepare materials. Then she requested access to a courier relay point within the garden's boundary, because her correspondence volume made the twice-weekly courier run from the plateau's base insufficient. The room Wei Muchen had been using as his secondary workspace had a south window and a stable temperature from the inner sanctum's stone walls and a small stove that he used in winter. She asked whether he needed the stove. He said she could have the stove. She pointed out that she was asking about the room, not just the stove. He said that was what he had meant. So she moved her research base to the Primordial Garden. Her personal effects arrived in 4 loads over 3 weeks, which was the number of loads it took before it became clear the loads were not going to stop. The last load contained a ceramic herb drying rack, 2 reference scrolls that she'd owned for 15 years, and a small bronze mirror with a botanical pattern on its back that he didn't recognize until she hung it on the wall and the morning light caught the engraving, a lotus. He didn't say anything about it at the time. Lian Feather visited the garden for a week in late autumn to conduct a resonance assessment of the kale-derived compound plant. It had been producing seeds, and she wanted to document the seeds' viability before the winter dormancy. She arrived, examined the plant, made her notes, then went and sat in the research room where the stove was and looked at the bronze mirror on the wall and the 2 sets of work materials on the table and the herb drying rack in the corner. Wei Muchen came in 20 minutes later and found her sitting there. She said, "I noticed this in Chapter 9. He said, "No, you didn't." She said, "The merchant caravan. The Greywood." She listened to your explanation about botanical resonance with professional interest rather than skepticism, which startled you, which I noticed startled you. He was quiet for a moment. You weren't there in Chapter 9. I found out afterward. From Su Dao, who noticed before me. She looked at the bronze mirror. He claims Chapter 5, which is absurd. You were 20. He was 15. He was 17. Still, she turned back from the mirror. The herb drying rack is a good choice. The ceramic ones dry more evenly than the wooden ones. She stood and picked up her documentation scroll. I'm going back to the compound plant. The 5th seed cluster is showing unusual coloration. She walked out. Wei Muchen stood in the room for a moment. Then he pressed his palm to the wall beside the lotus mirror and asked the stone's embedded mycorrhizal traces, very faint, barely 2 years established, how the network was doing. The response was the answer he got from any young network, growing, uncertain, learning the shape of the space it was filling. He thought this was accurate. Xianxia came back an hour later to get a reference scroll she'd forgotten. She found him still in the room, standing by the wall with his palm against the stone. She said, "What project do you want that is specifically yours?" He turned. She was watching him with the expression she wore when she had been waiting to say something for quite some time and had chosen now. He said, "I want to finish what I can finish in 20 years. After that, whatever is still standing will need other people. I want to make sure there are other people who know how." He paused. "I want you here. Not because of the work, though I want you here for the work as well. Both things are true and I'm not going to separate them." She was quiet for a moment. "The herb drying rack was a test," she said. "I know. To see whether you'd say anything about it. I know. You didn't. I know. I was deciding whether I had the right to say something about it yet. By the time I had decided, the rack was already integrated into the room and it seemed late." She looked at the rack, then at him. "You do have the right. Obviously. She said it with the particular directness she used for things that to her were simply factual. The way she said yes when someone was correct, without softening, without preamble. I wouldn't have moved the rack here if you didn't. He pressed his palm to the stone wall again for a moment, then let his hand drop. The lotus mirror, he said. A field. 20 years ago. I watched you stay past dark trying to understand what a plant needed. She picked up the reference scroll. I've had the mirror since then. It seemed like a thing to keep. She walked out. He stood in the room with the stove and the rack and the lotus mirror, with the mycorrhizal network faintly present in the walls, and the heartroot's warmth moving through the stone floor from the inner sanctum below, and the south window's light crossing the table. He went to find her at the compound plant. He had questions about the unusual seed coloration. They were, in fact, very interesting seeds. Later, when he told the garden about xianxia, pressing his palm to the heartroot and sending the impression in the way he sent anything, openly, without framing, the heartroot's response was something he had not received before. Not warmth, not urgency, not recognition. Something light and brief and entirely unprecedented in his 17 years of resonance practice. He sat back and looked at his ancient hands in the inner sanctum's light. You knew, he said aloud. The heartroot's response was the same unprecedented quality again. He did not have a botanical term for it. In human terms, it was closest to. Of course, he filed this under things that the garden understood that he had been slow to understand, which was a growing category. Chapter 140. What remains in the spring of Wei Muchen's 38th year? On a morning when the plateau's mist was still thick at the primordial garden's outer boundary and the cloud-level wind smelled of rain coming from the northwest, he walked to the heartroot's inner sanctum alone. He had done this hundreds of times. He knew the path by feel now, the particular step down at the threshold, the way the stone changed quality underfoot as the inner sanctum's foundations gave way to the older bedrock below. The smell of the place was distinct. Living soil and green growth, and something older underneath. The specific compound the heartroot produced when it was healthy, which he had not detected in its full richness until the past 6 months. The recovery was measurable in fragrance as much as anything else. He sat cross-legged in front of the heartroot's central structure and looked at it before pressing his palms down. It was visibly different from the plant he had first found dying in the inner sanctum. The central structure was taller by 6 inches than when he had arrived. The lateral stems had put out new branches. The root tips he could see emerging from the soil around the base were white and healthy rather than the gray-brown brittleness of the early sessions. A cluster of small leaves near the apex had the deep green of tissue operating at full function, catching the inner sanctum's diffuse light and holding it the way healthy leaves held light, which was without any visible effort. He pressed his palms to the root system. The heartroot signal came up to meet him the way it always did. Not a response, but a continuation, as if the resonance connection had simply been paused rather than ended, and was now resuming where it had left off. He felt the full bandwidth of it, the 10,000-year record in its deepest layers, the seasonal data from the past 2 years of recovery in its surface signals, the specific warmth it had been transmitting since the suppression formation came down, which was different in quality from anything before. He went deeper than usual, past the recent records, past the ecological data, past the stored memories of the 12 cultivators who had come before him, into the oldest strata, the biological encoding that predated the garden hearth, and every cultivation system and the continent's first human settlements. The garden's complete vision was there. The state it was working toward, not a goal in the human sense, not a destination with a date, but an orientation, the way a root network was oriented toward water. A continent where the ecosystems were stable enough to maintain themselves without a resonance cultivator's active intervention. Where the plant's transmission was not urgency or distress, but the ordinary ambient signal of things that were alive and did not require help to stay alive. He had been wondering for years whether he would live to see it. Whether the 20 years of peak resonance remaining to him would be enough to make the difference measurable. He sat with the garden's awareness and received, without reaching for anything specific, whatever it had to offer. What it offered was not urgency, not direction, not need. The garden was aware of itself. Aware of the continental network and its recovery, aware of the garden hearth school and its 40 students and the girl who slept beside the persimmon tree, aware of the primordial biome zone, the bare extraction field that now contained 2 months of ecosystem seeding work and the first winter's worth of fungal network growth, invisible from the surface and present in the soil, aware of Rohua's converted sect and the practitioners who were learning, slowly, to grow life-force plants from willing tissue. Aware of the suppression formation's dark crystals sitting inert in the continental bedrock. Aware of xianxia's documentation in guild archives across the continent, read by practitioners who had never heard the words garden hearth and who were now, some of them, reporting warmth from the plants they handled. Aware of Wei Muchen, aware of his hands and the years in them, aware of the time remaining and the work that could be done in it. The signal it transmitted was not urgency, not need, not direction. It was presence. The simple awareness of a thing that had been here for 10,000 years and was still here, and was noting that something had changed, and that the change was toward health. He stayed in contact for a long time. The morning mist outside the inner sanctum's boundary began to lift. The northwest rain arrived and passed. The afternoon light moved through the crystal formations in the ceiling and crossed the heartroot's central structure and continued. His hands ached with the familiar joint stiffness that came from sustained contact. He noted the ache the way he noted everything. Present, informational, part of the picture. When he finally withdrew, slowly, he sat for a while on the stone floor before standing. He thought about the lotus field. He had stayed past dark because a plant was in distress, and he had not known how to leave while it was still in distress. He had not known that this was anything other than what you did. He had not known it would lead anywhere at all. He thought about the ironwood tree, and Su Dao sleeping against it, and the ceramic shard in his pocket, and the dying elder who had pressed it into his hand and said it belonged to a garden that remembered everything. He thought about the heartroot activating its 10,000-year record with his name in it, and how what had seemed like destiny was simply the garden noticing a 20-year-old crouching in mud. He thought about everything that had been done and everything that remained. 200 years of primordial biome recovery already begun. Seeds from the kale-derived compound plant that no one knew yet what they would grow into. Rohua's converted sect. Years of difficult transition ahead of them. 40 students in a school that would need to grow to 100, then 500, then more than anyone had planned. A continent of people who had been reporting warmth from plants for months and didn't yet know what to do with it. He thought about 20 years. He stood. His knees ached. He was used to this. He pressed one palm briefly to the heartroot's root system. Not a session, just the departure acknowledgement he always gave. Recognition that the contact had happened. That he was leaving. That he would return. The heartroot's response was warm and immediate and entirely itself. He walked out of the inner sanctum into the primordial garden's spring air. The mist had cleared. The cloud-level wind was cold and clean and smelled of new growth, the particular freshness of soil that had been dormant through winter and was now receiving warmth and beginning to move. Every plant in the garden was transmitting at the full richness of early spring activation, and the signal was, after 17 years, as familiar as breathing. He walked south through the garden toward the research room, where Shun Yuli had the lamp lit already and the morning work laid out, and where the spring light would be coming through the south window and across the table by the time he arrived, and where the ceramic herb-drying rack and the lotus mirror and the two sets of work materials had been occupying the same room long enough that the room had stopped being two things and was simply one. He walked through the garden with his hands at his sides and the root network's signal present in every step and the heartroot's warmth still in his palms, and 20 years in front of him and the whole continent, slowly and not yet, beginning to hear what it had always been trying to say. And if this story moved you, if you've stayed through the lotus field and the graywood and the heartroot and the long, slow work of listening, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell to follow what grows next. We're just beginning, fellow cultivators. The garden remembers every one of you.